everybody? SonGoshuaku here with the man 0001, and we are here to break down John Cena's final match in the Saturday night's main event and a career retrospective. Man, I'm neutral when it comes to John Cena, so I'll let you know why I wasn't always the biggest fan and exactly why he certainly has earned my respect. Unlike a good gentleman here, the man 0001, he has consistently not been a John Cena fan, so he's definitely gonna be all ready to let you know about it tonight. Yeah, ready. The first match was Oba Femi versus Cody Rhodes. So in this match, basically we had in the match they did a lot of great things too to start off with. Saturday night's main event, a lot of the big stars and legends were out, so that was really cool to see. Joe Tessitore and Stephanie McMahon were talking and everything. Stephanie, of course, being the one that saved John Cena's career. So we move on to the first match, Oba Femi versus WWE champion Cody Rhodes. That's right, the NXT champion Oba Femi versus WWE champion Cody Rhodes. All right, and yeah, thanks for joining the chat. SMP, another one of our boys. Oba, he completely dominates John Cena in the first part of this match with some sick looking backbreakers. Michael Cole mentions that he has this very methodical style beatdown, but makes it look so good and menacing. Cody Rhodes tries to make a comeback with doing that Cody cutter from the middle rope using his agility, but Oba just keeps bringing a stock back and everything, like just comes back, just basically like just putting a stop to everything that Cody wants to offer him. Cody gets an excellent looking suicide dive, but Oba, he's able to get popped right back in the ring and just nails Cody with an excellent high speed, powerful looking spine buster. Some of you guys that are old school fans out there back in the 80s, we're talking Arn Anderson style. So Oba, he does this ridiculous display of power and agility when he goes running out to the side of the ring and just launches himself like a missile, full body into an elbow to Cody Rhodes, sending them both flying over the announce table. And then he gets in the ring and slams Cody Rhodes with like one arm, and Cody is freaking bleeding from the blood from the he's bleeding like right out there from like I think it is like his ear, and then he's coughing up like blood. It looks like, I mean, Cody's like a mess, like Oba Femi sending this guy through the ringer. And so from there, Cody, he barely is able to I think land what is it from there? He's able to land an avalanche cutter from the top rope. 1, 2, Oba kicks out, and then out of nowhere you start seeing the fans go crazy, and it's of course going to be Shenanigan City. Drew McIntyre comes in and attacks Cody, causing a disqualification. And from here, man, the audience is getting real riled up because Oba's like, I know you ain't just called me my match. I'm the ruler, the destroyer. And Cody and Drew Mac like, who the heck you think you are? And from there, Cody comes from behind, gets the where he jumps off the middle of the rope and gets the cutter on Drew McIntyre. And then we see Drew get a massive chokeslam from Oba Femi. And at this was going to be a big running theme throughout the night. Cody Rhodes, being the established veteran, he hands the NXT title over to Oba Femi, and they both raise their arms, and he endorses him, and they talk about how Cody's the current, but no doubt Oba Femi is going to be the future. And yeah, that's how our first match started off. And overall, hey, thank you to Matthew for joining us in the chat. I appreciate it. Overall, I thought this was really cool. I thought this was really good. This is about the best way. The biggest concern about this match is, do you have Oba defeat Cody and make your world champion look weak, or do you have your world champion end up going ahead and looking basically like what was it? You have your world champion come in and sort of basically easily defeats Oba Femi and stuff like that. So, you know, you're gonna have things like that where it's like, who's gonna win? It felt like WWE put themselves in a no-win situation, and I thought the way they handled it was excellent because Cody Rhodes, man, Oba Femi looked like a beast in this match. Like, Cody was bleeding and everything Cody threw, Oba just kept swatting him off. Like, wow. And honestly, at the end there, man, it looked like, no doubt, he actually had him. It looked like Oba pretty much had this match. Like, Cody was not doing anything with Oba Femi. It's a good thing that Drew McIntyre got involved in the match. That's kind of the way the story read to me. And so I think this was a great way to handle this. It was an excellent way to go ahead and put things into perspective for for showcasing Obafemi and keeping Cody Rhodes protected, and it further, makes the whole Drew McIntyre and Cody Rhodes, wherever that ends up going, it furthers that story along. So overall, I thought this was about handled as best way that it can be handled. That being said, man, 0001, I'm going to go ahead and let you have your moment now to talk about this match. What did you think about Obafemi versus Cody Rhodes tonight?
For me, I thought this right here is a great showcase mode for, not showcase mode in 2K20 in the 2K sense. But I think this is a good showcase match for Obafemi. This right here is a great way to introduce him to the more broader WWE audience. I mean, I saw his promo when it was Cody Rhodes just yesterday on SmackDown, and he's a pretty good promo, and I feel like Obafemi is ready for prime, ready for prime time, not prime the energy drink, but I feel like he's ready for prime time, I feel like he's out there, and I feel like the WWE takes just a little bit of time with him because they don't have to wait too long. They don't have to wait too long with him. But Obafemi, he just needs to build him up just right, and and just let him, and then just let him, let him go all the way. I mean, because I've seen Obafemi in person. That dude's huge, and it's like that man is like a titan. So it's just like damn, I saw it. I saw the match too. Saw the match, and this right here, it kind of reminds me of that class of 2002. That time in the early 2000s, the early to mid 2000s, where you see a lot of dream matches happening, and you see a lot of things going on, and you're just not quite sure to make out what you make of it, but yeah, definitely. I think Obafemi is the future, and like you said in the promo, the future, you don't have to think of the future as some faraway time because the future can just be right around the corner. So, I definitely like this match. This is more of a showcase match for Obafemi than anything else. Because I don't think he had quite the coming out party in this match, but definitely I think Obafemi, you know, had a good showcase here, and I think he's main roster ready. Him and both him and Ricky Saints, both of them are both main roster ready. So definitely, match right here, it gets a thumbs up. I mean, I know some people are upset about the match not having a definitive end, DQ, chicanery and stuff, but this is Saturday night's main event. This isn't a PLE, or a pay-per-view or anything. This is Saturday night's main event. This is what this kind of show is for. It's a show that's supposed to be like, give people showcase matches. It's not supposed to be the end of the story. So this right here, I believe, that, definitely, I give this match a thumbs up. It did what it was supposed to do. It used an established veteran to help a young guy, get, get their shit in, get their stuff together, and help them, and help boost their profile. So definitely a good match for sure.
Yeah, well said, man. Yeah, I think, shout out once again. That's why I did the gestures. Shout out to our boy Steve, who we've also talked about John Cena a lot over the years, and our other boy Steve in the chat, or SMP in our chat, who we've also talked a lot about as well, and with John Cena over the years, and we've been on this John Cena final tour and everything, so we've seen that. We'll talk more about that later. But yeah, Obafemi definitely, man. He fits it all. Mic skills, his charisma, his confidence, his just dude reminds me so much like of Brock Lesnar in the sense of that powerhouse that is strong as heck, but can also move so much agility, man. WWE's in some good hands between Jacob Fatu, Braun Breaker, Oba Femi, and what's the other one I'm thinking of yeah, Braun, Jacob Fatu, Oba Femi. I mean, just dude, these three powerhouse and highly athletic guys, man. They are just they make sure that WWE is going to be in good hands for the main event and everything.
Let's see. What do they say in the AEW? Meat.
Meat. Well, this is some fast moving meat, that's for sure. All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on to our next match here. So the next match was Ruca versus Bayley. All right, so both women came out of the ring with their respective tag partners, Lyra Valkyria being with Bayley, Zarya being with Ruca, and Bayley, all through this match, is trying to out-wrestle Ruca, especially particularly the very beginning, but she is constantly falling victim to the absolute amazing athleticism to Ruca. Her agility is just, man, constantly giving Bayley tons and tons of issues through the first half of this match. Michael Cole made a pretty good point on commentary about how Ruca is tall and very much a high flyer, as she says being tall and a high flyer absolutely helps her in these matches. I mean, like I said, this girl's athleticism is just off the charts. The way she does a there's a point in this match where she does a cartwheel and does a full backflip from inside the ring over the ropes and perfectly lands on Bayley. I'm like, holy crap, man. Like, and you could hear the audience constantly going like, oh, wow, oh, all through it, man. And so from there, Ruca, she kicks Bayley. I think there's a part where, oh yeah, this was crazy athleticism right here. Where, yeah, Ruca kicks Bayley in the face and Bayley is bent over looking up, and I'm like, something's about to happen crazy. So while Bayley's waiting, Ruca does this very impressive handstand on the top rope and turns it into sort of like this tornado style like DDT to Bayley. I'm like, holy crap. Even Wade Barrett on commentary is like, who the hell even thinks of doing something like that to just land a DDT? Man, I was like crazy. And then right here from the match, yeah, what I really liked about the match though is that Bayley, she usually slows things down in the match by getting these hard hitting shots. So I really like the psychology in it. You know, just doing some hard shots to shoot down Ruca, and it kept the match really balanced. And I just really like the way Bayley's hard hitting versus Ruca's athleticism and agility through the match. There's a really epic counter we see in the Rose plant here. So Bayley goes for the Rose plant, and right before Ruca's head hits the mat, Ruca does a handstand and lands on her feet and is able to nail a running knee to Bayley. I'm like, this is crazy, man. Like, and even at the point deep into the match, Wade Barrett's talking about how ridiculous her gas tank is and she's not even tired and all that stuff. But the ending, I really love the ending. So this is what I got down here in the notes. The ending is really sick here. Bayley goes for a DDT off the top rope, but Ruca gets her knees up, and from there, Ruca runs up to the top rope. Bayley chases her and then gets caught with the Soul Snatcher. Phenomenal finishing move. And Bayley nearly rolls out of the ring, but Ruca pulls Bayley into into the rest of the further into the ring, gets the pinfall, but Bayley tries to go for the pinfall, but Bayley rolls Ruca up, and about halfway into the pin, I'm thinking this is it, Bayley wins, and then Ruca reverses the pin and gets the 1, 2, 3 and defeats Bayley clean, which I kind of figured with, you know, the way Bayley's booking is with WWE, they're probably gonna have her go in there and you know, put over the young talent and all that stuff and everything. But I think it works really well. You know, Bayley's an established veteran, and you know, further continuing to help out the younger talent here. Incredible finish. And from there, Ruca gets the biggest biggest win of her career. And Ruca, Bayley, Zarya, and Lyra Valkyria, they all basically give a big salute in tribute to John Cena. Oh, I hit my microphone. In tribute to John Cena, and that concludes the match. Holy crap, man. I really enjoyed this match, and stuff like that. And it was a great showcase for Ruca. Once again, not just the men, but we're seeing with the women further evolving there. The women coming up in WWE are going to be something special. I think Ruca versus Charlotte Flair might be something really good one day. The battle of both of them being athletic, but I think right now in terms of athleticism, Ruca probably trumps even the biggest athletic women in WWE, and that's not a knock. The women in WWE are incredibly athletic, but Ruca is just on a whole other level. Holy crap! And it's really cool to hear so many of the audience constantly ooh during the match. You've got their attention there. So I had to say, really great showcase for the ladies tonight. Alrighty. Oh man, I have to remember to switch our just to switch our our rules here and everything. There's a lot to keep track of here in StreamYard. It's been a while since I used it, but that way I'm gonna go ahead and now switch over to Man 0001. All right, will it switch over? There we go. Alrighty, Man 0001, your time up. What did you think about Bayley versus Ruca?
Oh man, look, I got so much to unpack here. What I think about Bayley versus Ruca, what I think about Bayley versus Ruca is kind of reminiscent, in a way of John Cena versus Chris Jericho, Vengeance 2002. In a sense where, you got Chris Jericho putting over a young John Cena because, because I know Jericho in recent years has fallen to, unfavorable status, but, but back then, he was, but he was such a brilliant mind for the business, and he put John Cena over, and Ruca being put over Bayley. I think Bayley doing this right here, in a sense, kind of reminds me of John Cena versus Chris Jericho, Vengeance 2002. Ruca, she develops her character a little bit more. The sky is the limit. Like the only problem here I have with it is just like, this seems just like it felt like kind of like just a house show rather than a televised match. It felt like a house show match on like one of those old Coliseum home videos. But at the same time, again, if you're just trying to build someone up and you're just trying to give them some shine, I think Bayley totally did that, and I think Ruca did a great job showing us what she was made of, what she's made of in the ring. And but this right here needs to be a little bit more story oriented. But definitely, I love this matchup. Ruca versus Io Sky. We need to see that match. See who's the true genius of the Sky. Because man, she's all over the place. Like she is just like wow, because I watched her. I watched her in NXT. She's someone that I look for when I go to NXT. So definitely, if you're gonna watch him, NXT, and you know what I mean, get on it, hop on it, just get there. CW, yes, so you get there.
Yeah, man. Well said. Yeah, shout out our boy SMP. Like what you had to say to Chad. Yeah, we got some more newcomers. Sue's. He's WWS. Yeah, thanks for joining the chat. We really appreciate y'all coming in to go ahead and engage. And yeah, well said. Definitely Ruca, someone to look out for. And now let's
so far, so we're doing great. No L's in the chat. We're doing great so far.
For sure. Oh, well, I actually did have to ban someone who had a racist comment, but he does not deserve to be any more spoke of other than getting banned.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see. Well, them getting banned means L's in the chat. Bye bye.
Boom. Yeah. We don't need that type of energy around here at all and stuff. And now we're gonna go ahead and move on to our next match here. All righty. Oh my gosh. Talk about trying to keep up with some stuff, man. All right. Let's just get into this one. The third match, Javon Evans and the youngest TNA. It was I think he is the, what champion is it? He's the X Division champion. So yeah, Javon Evans and the youngest TNA X Division champion of all time, Leon Slater, versus the current WWE Tag Team Champions, AJ Styles and Dragon Lee. Oh my gosh. I put in my notes here, you know what? It was just all crazy chaos, flying everywhere, left and right. Oh my gosh, these people were all over, and things like that. Man, so I'm like, holy crap, man. Let's see, what did I put here in the notes? All the moves right out the gate was crazy. At least two young guys, at least two young guys who were both, they said, were 21 years old. Javon and Leon were just flying all over the place. And AJ Styles gets in there when he gets back on his feet and he starts showing that, hey, I can still fly too myself, even at my age. It's been really cool to see this match. To see Leon Slater. This is my first time seeing him, so it was cool. And it's really cool to have a good moment here because, man, we got one of the OG TNA stars taking on one of the current day TNA stars in a WWE ring on a WWE program as a way to celebrate one of WWE's biggest talents of all time in John Cena. Crazy stuff, man. It shows you how much the times have truly changed. So that was really awesome. Though this match, it goes, yeah. So my thing about this match is it kind of goes off the rails. I had to be like, hold up. Is this a tornado tag match? Because the referee is surely doing everything in his power to be anti-rule authoritative. Because I'm like, I didn't know this was a tornado match. I thought it was supposed to be a tag team match. They're just getting in there flying all over the place. So it's crazy, man. Just watch the match yourself. Crazy spot after spot after spot. Now at the end of this match, there is an unfortunate slip from AJ Styles' point where he goes to the top rope to do his phenomenal flying forearm. But before he can even jump off the top rope, he slips. And to Leon's credit, at 21 years of age, and I don't know, maybe he's been one of those guys, it's a teenager, and so he's like veteran status, like a decade, even though he's 21. But for a young guy, Leon's, to his credit, he quickly, despite his age, does the veteran thing and keeps the pressure going on AJ Styles to make it like, okay, I'm going to capitalize off of it, instead of just sitting there going like, oh crap, what do we do? No, he just goes right in there. So I thought that was very impressive, and just shows you a good mindset that he has for the business at a young age. And from there, AJ Styles, he keeps the pressure going on AJ Styles, and it just makes it look intentional. Even Wade Barrett on commentary, phenomenal commentary here. He's saying is credit to these two 21-year-olds to be able to put such a beat down on AJ Styles. They force him to make a rare fumble, and basically from there, and look, I'm not gonna be one of these wrestling fans. There's some wrestling fans that always like, kind of watch the show and be like, where it, the botch, he's botch. There's some fans out there that like to watch wrestling like that, and it's like, these men and women work hard, and sometimes not everything's going to be perfect. Sometimes they're going to slip and fall, but you know what? They're professionals. They kept going, and that's what they do here and stuff. So I never like to really call that out, because no one's going to be harder. And you, man, 0001, you've done independent wrestling. Nobody is going to be more harder on you as a professional wrestler than you are yourself if something doesn't come up clean in the ring. So props to how AJ and Leon handled this in the ring. But yeah, from here, AJ Styles is able to get the Styles Clash on Leon Slater and get the 1-2-3, as I figured the TNA guy would take the loss here. They didn't want the TNA guy going over one of their WWE guys and everything, but it's still a good showcase nonetheless for him, because he was all over the match. As seen in the previous matches, AJ and Dragon Lee give, oh my gosh, I have got to remember to switch. I've got to remember, it's going to be some post-production work for me to do. I got to remember to switch my video over. We're live, pal. Oh my gosh. Like I said, yeah, we all botch. Even when we're doing live. But that being said, no, As seen at the end of the previous match here, AJ Styles and Dragon Lee give respect to Javon Evans and Leon Slater, and the four of them all do the salute, contribute to pay tribute to John Cena, and Dragon Lee even gives us a little "you can't see me" gesture. And then from there, also we got more tributes from Stephanie McMahon and Joe Tessitore. But we'll get into that next part over here in a bit. But we're gonna move on over now to the man 0001 here. So man 0001, what did you think about this wild tag team match? I don't think there was one single traditional tag team rule followed in this match. The referee said just F it.
Alrighty. My thoughts on this match is like, yeah, man, this right here was just bedlam. It was just all over the place, you know. It was a really enjoyable, really enjoyable controlled car crash, shall I say. The AJ Styles flipping off the top rope. I mean, my phone just flipped and I had to readjust it myself. So, hey, it happened. But when it comes down to it, Vaughn, he showed, good in-ring IQ, because this is what we call ring IQ. When when you're in the match and you notice there's a botch going on, this right here is what's called ring IQ. You know where you're at all times, and you know how to act accordingly in order to be able to make sure that the match goes off without a hitch. Because I'm pretty sure sometimes there are major spots discussed between the talent, and then you have everything else that's being called on the fly and everything else coming together. But for sure, but for sure, in this situation, like that right there was called in-ring IQ. It was like a car crash, and I enjoyed every bit of it. If I was a smoker, I'd have to light one up. I'd have to light up a cig. You know what I'm saying? Because this right here was, this right here was an amazing match. It's just like, yep. I mean, but then again, it's Saturday night main event, and it's doing what Saturday night main event does, which is, highlight the people that's on there, to showcase. A lot of these guys, they're coming through. A lot of these guys and girls are coming through for a good showcase, and this definitely did. And then having the youngest not the youngest, the youngest X Division champion on there with a former X Division champion, one of the guys that defined TNA in there, and AJ Styles, chef's kiss, and it's just like, it's like, damn, definitely. It feels like, like, it feels just like, wow. It's like everything is coming full circle. I mean, I just looked online a few hours ago, and someone said, what would you think if you were to get in a time machine, go back to 2006, and say, the current NXT champion, why do I keep saying NXT? The current TNA X Division champion is in the ring with AJ Styles, and they're having a crazy car crash, tag team match, while AJ Styles is a current WWE champion in the tag team division. And what would you say? If I were to go back to 2006, and I were to tell myself that, I'd be like, so what do you think happened here? I'd be like, I don't know. Vince bought the company, I guess. No, but definitely, this right here was a match that was a car crash. I enjoyed it, and it did what it was supposed to do. It kept things going and going and going and going. So so definitely, if you can, while you still have your Peacock subscription, go on there. Go on there and rewatch this show. You probably only got a very short window of time to do it. So go rewatch this show. Go rewatch this match. This right here is just a pretty solid night.
For sure. And everything. Yeah, now I remember to go ahead and do the switch and everything, and stuff like that. So before we actually get to the main event, and very, very well said, I enjoyed the match too. Like I said, the rule part kind of threw me off, but nonetheless, it was a good match and everything, spectacle. So before we get to the main event here, as I mentioned earlier, Stephanie McMahon, she's getting nearly emotional, of course, because obviously if it wasn't for Stephanie McMahon, hearing John Cena rap on the bus when they were on tour, and saying, "Hey, wait a minute, can you do that on TV?" John Cena would have been gone. WWE was going to cut him, but they didn't, and the rest is history, and that's why we're here right now. So it made sense for Stephanie McMahon to be there. I was hearing rumors about Jesse the Body Ventura be here, but I guess they didn't have it after the cage match thing. I liked hearing Jesse on Saturday night's main event. Love that old school style and everything that he brought from the 80s. But yeah, from here we get the Miz interrupts, and I was wondering who the heck was in the ring behind her. You can see the Miz, he interrupts, saying that he doesn't deserve to be disrespected. And from here, R-Truth comes out in John Cena's gear, and basically said that the Miz, he found out whose balls he took the opportunity away from in this stuff when it came to Nick Aldis, and it reveals Joe Hendry's name. And I guess this may have been Joe Hendry's official debut in WWE. Audience goes wild. It was great to experience Joe Hendry's entrance live at the Royal Rumble earlier this year. When me, you, and shout out to our boy SMP in the chat when we all went there, man. It was phenomenal. And so yeah, he's here. Audience goes crazy. They're doing the whole wave and all that stuff. And from here, he does his fall away slam into the signature pose where he looks towards he's like behind there and he turns to the camera and all that stuff. And then eventually, I guess he does like a choke slam and stuff like that, because I don't follow Joe Hendry that much and everything and stuff like that. But I guess he does like a choke slam maneuver that's like called like a standing ovation. This takes out the Miz, and then of course R-Truth and Joe Hendry together do basically do a double team. You can't see me, five knuckle shuffle, and then they do the signature turnaround into the smile and everything. A little nice moment to buffer between the main events. Overall, I thought it was pretty entertaining, especially given the history with the Miz and R-Truth when it comes to John Cena. And for Joe Hendry, Joe Hendry really wanted to have one of his last matches be with John Cena. He didn't get it, but I think it's cool they were able to at least find a way to fit him on the show and give him this spotlight. Anything you want to say about this segment before we get to the main event, man? 0001.
Oh man. Yep. So you say his name and he appears. And I believe in Joe Hendry. Like Joe Hendry is one of my absolute favorite wrestlers in the world today. Like I followed his career for a very long time, and for him to finally make it to the WWE, for him to make it to the big time, I mean, hey, I enjoyed it. I mean, like from that weird period where he was with WCPW and Defiant, and from that time he was Lana and Rusev's lawyer to now he's to him figuring his character out, and then him finally getting to where he's at. This right here is a great thing, and I'm happy for him, and for the Miz to come out there, and for R-Truth to come out there, because they were a part of his career in the middle part of his career. They were a huge part of John Cena's career in the middle part of his career. Just like you, myself, and all the rest of our friends, we remember that time, that 2010 to 2013 period where it was, Awesome Truth causing problems for John Cena and The Rock and CM Punk, and we remember that time. That right there was that right there is a time where you had to be there. You had to be there. You had to be there. You had to see it, and but that segment right there, having the Miz come out and having and having R-Truth come out, it it was quite crazy, but and then having Joe Hendry come out there, that was a great thing as well. So I enjoy this. But this right here is probably my favorite part of the show. Especially since I'm a Joe Hendry fan, and especially since I was there at WrestleMania when he was, when he faced Randy Orton. Like I lost my freaking mind when he came out there. I was, oh, oh, oh my goodness! I was reaching for stuff that wasn't even there. That's the kind of pop a guy like that gets for me. But definitely, you know what I mean. So what I mean. I gotta throw my support behind him. Joe Hendry for world champion.
Nice, man. Thanks for joining on that input there. Glad because yeah, you're more familiar with Joe Hendry's work than I am, so I'm glad that I got you on here and all that stuff. It was guy in the chat. SMP says the awesome truth was a big part of his career. If it wasn't for Truth and Cena's feud, Truth wouldn't be so entertaining now. He definitely was a big part of his career, and yeah, we'll be breaking down John Cena's entire career coming up shortly here and stuff like that. And things like that. But yeah, I'm glad they were able to fit this segment here on the show for sure. But now we come to the big match that this whole thing, apparently this was going to be the Cena originally wanted this to be the opening match and let the talents be the be showcased, but I'm like yeah, I agree with WWE on this decision if they put the kibosh on this because nothing was going to be able to follow this. Ladies and gentlemen, we get to the main event. Gunther, the Ring General, versus John Cena. Alrighty, so the final match we're gonna break down before we break down his entire career. I made sure to take as much notes on this one here. So I love when Gunther comes out. Michael Cole mentioned that it has been over 20 years since John Cena last tapped out. Instead of just a flat out saying Cena has never tapped out his entire career, which I love because had this been Vince McMahon's later era, it's not too far-fetched at all that they would have been saying Cena has never tapped out in his entire career. And that's one of the things I really enjoyed about the Triple H era of booking is that, they want to let you know, like, we're not going to tell you Cena never tapped out, but we want you to know at least it's been over 20 years. Like, that is accurate. I'm glad. I appreciate little small details like that. From here, the man gets a huge standing ovation when he comes out. John Cena, everybody in the arena, with chanting "Let's go Cena." I'm like, man, we are in times where we're hearing "Let's go Cena." We'll be talking later on why there was always "Let's go Cena" and Cena sucks. So the audience, they give John Cena a massive thunderous pop, and he even puts the camera on Stu for the first time. And man, there's just some magic in the air with this entrance. I didn't think a John Cena entrance would actually get me smiling and everything, especially because as you'll see when I talk about the retrospective coming up here, yeah, I'm very neutral when it comes to John Cena, but yeah, this got me to smile and everything. I'm assuming man 0001 not so much though. Cena even gets out of the ring and he goes to hug all the WWE legends at ringside. Like I think they had Eve Torres, Trish Stratus, Kurt Angle, Kevin Owens, Mark Henry, all so many legends that were big part of WWE for John Cena's career. There was so much going on here. I thought when it came to when we had the heartfelt tribute, so I thought that was all really great all throughout the night, especially when they're having the wrestlers backstage holding up like "We see you" or saying John Cena's catchphrases and stuff. That was really cool. You know what? And I think I've mentioned this too before to you, man, 0001. Even though my GOAT of all time is Stone Cold Steve Austin, I do dig the introduction, and Lillian Garcia I thought killed it, from Newbury, West Massachusetts, weighing in at 251 pounds. He is the greatest of all time, the Never Seen 17, celebrating with each and every one of you tonight to his final match. The last real champion, John Cena. I have loved that introduction all year long, whether it was the heel one, the babyface version. I dig it, but I don't agree with it at all. Stone Cold Steve Austin is my GOAT of all time, but I enjoy the good work from the announcers. So from here, the bell rings to an electric atmosphere as the two do a collar and elbow tie up. Man, these people hated Gunther. Caught him in a and call him an a-hole, saying F you Gunther. Like, these fans hated Gunther's guts. And man, I really love going through Gunther as a heel, because this man gave no F's at all about the audience. And it's one thing I really love about Gunther as a character. And Wade Barrett, he was even on commentary saying this man has zero emotion. It's crazy to think the fans basically they were still chanting "You tapped out," letting the audience know that letting Gunther know they have not forgotten about WrestleMania 41. So man, that was crazy and everything. And so from there, we didn't get to see Gunther starts to do a pickup of John Cena. He starts picking up John Cena, and Cena yells loudly. I guess you can see him calling spots, which I'm pretty sure this annoyed you, man, 0001, about this match. So your take on this match is gonna be very interesting, as has been a very big criticism, and even to the end, just the blatant Cena talking with his mouth open, hearing him calling the spots. This time, when John Cena does his 5-knuckle shuffle, he looks towards the camera and yells, "You can't see me," sort of doing it with all the entire audience for the first time, as opposed to looking down to his opponent. But when Cena goes for the AA, of course, we back in the day remembered when it was the FU, he goes through he quickly comes around, Gunther quickly comes around his back and turns it into a German suplex. John Cena then puts on the STF to avoid the sleeper, and I'm pretty sure once again the man 0001 gonna probably be nodding his head even to the very end. You can see with the big yawn there, even to the very end, man 0001, you are not impressed, I imagine, with John Cena's STF. He didn't put a lot of pullback on that, still kind of leaning forward, which I think it was because I think Edge once said when he pulled back, he almost made Edge pass out and all that stuff. So yeah, this match definitely has some of the reasons why people have disliked John Cena from an in-ring standpoint in here. But nonetheless, Gunther did a fantastic job selling it. So Gunther, he comes back with a big missile drop kick and puts John Cena down with a power bomb right after. From here, Gunther starts taking down John Cena with a lot of clotheslines as the fans are chanting a-hole at them. Fans, they start clamoring for Super Cena. Man, me and man 0001 been around for Cena's whole career. Like, the day we ever thought we would hear Super Cena chants. Crazy. Cena, he then comes back with the the dreaded 5 moves of doom, and then this time is able to deliver the old FU, of course, now the AA, for a near fall. Wade Barrett does a good job on commentary talking about how the move took Cena to 17 world championships. But for all of us that have watched Cena over the years, we know that when it comes to these big John Cena matches over the decades, he always usually has to take multiple ones in order to either finish the match, multiple AAs, that is. So I didn't expect it to end here. Going through here, Gunther avoids a second attitude adjustment and chops the back, and then gets down to the ground with a sleeper hold, as he's hell-bent and determined to make John Cena give up. Cena then gets back up to his feet and puts the sleeper onto Gunther, and Michael Cole on commentary, he mentions he just starts going crazy talking about how this is how Jey Uso defeated Gunther at WrestleMania 41. From there, Gunther takes the action outside, and he throws John Cena into the steel steps. Gunther then takes the other side of the steel steps and pushes it towards the corner of the announce table, and he starts mocking John Cena and everything, when the fans are just basically, man, just letting Gunther have it. I love Gunther's confidence, man. Gunther, he then tries to powerbomb John Cena through the announce table, but John Cena reverses it into a jumping AA off of the steel steps. So John Cena lands on his feet, Gunther's body, of course, landing through the announce table. This gets a standing ovation from Eve Torres and Trish Stratus at ringside. John Cena then, for one last time, gives us that jumping leg drop off the top rope to the back of Gunther's neck that leads the fans to tell John Cena, "You still got it." And I'm really glad that Cena Cena has picked his moments to use that move, because we've seen from a standing position what it did to Hulk Hogan's back. And so knowing that Cena, doing this from a much more higher impact, I'm glad that, he was able to do this to a point where, hey, even this late in his career at almost 50 years old, he's still able to go ahead and do that, and hopefully not injure himself and have lower back problems and stuff. So from here, John Cena, he rallies the audience up, saying he wants to hear the audience loud and clear. He goes for a signature "You can't see me" chant, which everyone says in unison very loudly. But Cena, when he runs back to the ropes, Gunther pops right back up and lands him down with a big giant German suplex. So I thought that was actually pretty funny as well. It was pretty funny to see that Cena making the mistake that so many others have made before against him. From there, Gunther, he tries to go to the top rope and do a big splash, but John Cena gets up and gives him an uppercut, followed by the avalanche attitude adjustment from the top rope. Gunther kicks out at a near fall, which is kind of what they did with Cody Rhodes. Usually when that moves from the top ropes, doing the AA usually fails, it's an indication that John Cena is probably going to lose the match, as having just watched all his matches over the years. And both Gunther and John Cena exchange blows in the ring, with fans saying "yeah" for Cena and "boo" for Gunther. John Cena is then powerbombed by Gunther, and then Gunther gets up and does the big splash, but John Cena kicks out at a near fall again. So at this point, they've established that both John Cena and Gunther have hit each other with their best attacks that usually get the pinfall victory. So once again, I thought this was really excellent, really great at playing this up, and the fans, they're chanting "Super Cena." Still so weird to hear that after all these years. Gunther then gets the sleeper on John Cena, who nearly fades several times but keeps managing to break out of it. When John Cena nearly gets an attitude adjustment on Gunther, Gunther puts him in the sleeper again, and the fans start chanting "Don't give up, don't give up." Cena is able to get back to his feet, but Gunther then wraps his full body around Cena's back. From here, Cena is able to drive his back into and with Gunther on it, into the back of the turnbuckle, causing it to break temporarily, the submission to break temporarily. But Gunther then runs back and applies a sleeper hold again, getting Cena back down to the canvas. At this point, they were really milking this whole thing about is he not gonna tap out, or is he gonna pass out at this point? John Cena then crashes his back with Gunther on top of his back into the turnbuckle, allowing him this time to get the attitude adjustment on Gunther, who kicks out again at a near fall. And then we get what I thought towards the end of this match was a great horror film visual, where John Cena, he's just trying to figure out what is it going to take to beat this guy. And in the background, Gunther, he rises up like the Undertaker and just goes ahead and clamps that sleeper right back on John Cena. While they're on the ground, the audience keeps yelling, "Don't give up, don't give up." At this point, though, Gunther nearly makes John Cena pass out. For whatever reason, they decide to go with the 3-arm, because when they put the arm up and Cena's arm fell down, I'm like, oh, okay, it's over. And the fans were kind of like, oh. And then they go for the 2. And I'm like, oh, okay, so we're just going to completely act like WWE hasn't been just doing the 1 this time. In fact, that's exactly how he beat Goldberg. I've never been a fan of when the WWE likes to pick and choose these rules and stuff. That being said, I am glad that they brought this back with the 3rd one, because I was always a big fan growing up in the Attitude Era and old school fans, and I'm probably pretty sure for you, man, 001, there's nothing like a suspense in a match when the babyface is like 1. And you're like 2. He's like, don't do it on the 3. And then on that 3, I used to love when Stone Cold would stick his middle finger up and then he started making that big baby face comeback. So Cena does the whole, his signature hand pose there. And that was really cool. The fans start coming alive. And I just miss that they've done that. You hear how the audience went crazy. This is a spot I wish that it would go back to instead of just the 1. There's so much more dramatic and suspense when you do 3. So from here, John Cena's face, and this is where we get to the end of the match. John Cena tries to make a comeback, but from here, Gunther keeps him pinned down to the ground, full body wrapped up, and the camera zooms in on John Cena's face, and Cena starts looking very emotional, and you start seeing the tears in his eye, and he kind of starts slightly smiling and looking very emotional. And it's at this moment, for the first time in 20 years, and I know this is probably the man 0001's favorite part of the match, John Cena taps out on Gunther's shoulder, and there it is. The fans are like, oh, Even me, when I was watching this match, I was like, oh snap, they actually did it. They actually did it. That was my reaction. Like, holy crap. This is something that hasn't been done since Kurt Angle and Chris Benoit back in the Ruthless Aggression era and stuff. Like, wow. John Cena tapping out. And by the way, Chris Benoit, one of the greatest technical wrestlers of all time from an in-ring, but I do not condone what he did at the end of the life. I'm only bringing him up here for historical purposes, just so anyone understands that. But yeah, Chris Benoit and Kurt Angle, two guys, the only two I think that make John Cena tap out, and this was like way back in the early Ruthless Aggression era, man. And it got a huge reaction. I did not expect, like I said, I did not expect this. I love, like I said, I love the way it was shot and everything. And someone brought up a good point I saw on X, where I guess a lot of fans are kind of mixed on this, and I was like, I think it makes sense because it's John Cena. He was in the submission and he realized, you know what, at this point, this guy is very tough to beat and I've got nothing left to prove and everything. I've proven myself. And, you know, he realizes that he's done everything he can do and this is the end. And he decided he tapped out. And, I think it's the right decision. I think it helped put Gunther. This is something Gunther is going to be able to brag about for the rest of his time in WWE. He's the guy that made John Cena tap out after 20 years. And technically, he's the first guy to make John Cena tap out since he became the face of WWE or in that big babyface run and stuff like that. So from here, after the emotion and everything, John Cena then stops and he's in the ring. Yeah, the fans are yelling BS and stuff, but John smiles in the ring and tells them, "Come on, no, let's not do that chant and everything. It's good. It's gonna be okay." And then this allows the fans to start chanting, "Thank you, Cena." John Cena then stops as all the legends and behind the scenes personnel and the wrestlers on the roster, they all start coming out, and fans are booing Triple H. Like, man, I ain't heard Triple H get this much heat since back in the day when he was at his peak as a heel in the Attitude Era. He's telling Triple H, they're telling Triple H, you effed up, you effed up. Fans start cheering once again when Cody Rhodes and CM Punk get in the ring with their respective world titles, and they put it over John Cena's shoulders as CM Punk says to Cena, "I love you." Fans start saying, "Thank you, Cena," as the entire roster surrounding backstage and the crew give him a huge standing ovation. John Cena, he tries to give the world titles back to Cody and CM Punk, but they say no, and they tell him, you know, raise those titles both and you know, acknowledge the audience. And the audience, they all start cheering him. He acknowledges the people watching at home. From here, this is somewhat in the moment where Triple H gets on the side of the ring and the fans start booing again, and I was like, the booing's taking me out of the moment here because I'm trying to enjoy the nice emotion of John Cena's final moments here as an in-ring competitor, but man, the fans are just booing, loving Triple H have it towards the big screen. This is though Triple H and John Cena hug, and he points toward the big screen. They show this very heartfelt, emotional picture-in-picture moment where the bigger screen shows John Cena, this tribute of John Cena, and then it shows John Cena's emotional reaction. And he's like smiling, emotional through it all. They even include a moment of Vince McMahon talking in there, and that got a big smile on John Cena's face. Of course, Cena has admitted basically in recent interviews, him and Vince McMahon are still very close and everything. So you know, they wanted to make sure they include Vince some way in there for John Cena and everything for that. And overall, it was a very, very touching video tribute that I thought was going to end with them saying he's going to be the headliner of WrestleMania 42's WWE Hall of Fame. I think he should be the Hall of Fame headline this year. It feels only right. I thought that would have been the perfect send-off and everything, but you know, they would have to clear that with Cena's schedule first and everything and like that. So from here, John Cena then removes his shoes and his wristband, and there's fans chanting, "Remove those jorts!" And someone says, "Jorts, jorts, jorts." I'm like, okay, I think Cena's gonna strip down to his underwear here on his retirement speech, his retirement and every farewell and stuff like that. So yeah, Cena leaves his gear, you know, like when the wrestler takes his boots in the middle of the ring, and Cena starts walking up the aisle, greeting the fans. We get a shot of John Cena looking up at the audience, and then our parting shot here is John Cena. He looks towards the camera and he basically does a bow like he did in the ring. He gives a salute, and then he says it's been an honor or he says it's been an honor or a pleasure serving you. And from there, he turns his back to the camera, walks towards the ramp, and he puts his hand on the LED board and walks behind the exit ramp, and the image fades to black. Oh man, whew, I'm glad I wrote all that down there. I enjoyed it really, and this is coming from a fan who, like I said, I'm neutral when it comes to John Cena, and I'm gonna explain more about why when we get into the retrospective here. I thought this was one of the greatest emotional send-offs in professional wrestling history. Not every professional wrestler, especially one who has had a career as long as John Cena, can say they got this. This was the best retirement send-off, I think, since Ric Flair back in 2008 for his WWE retirement. And I have to stress WWE retirement because we know he came back to pro wrestling. I hope John Cena sticks to his words, because like Batista once said in a review and recently, is that he doesn't want to tarnish how he went out and everything, because he got his storybook ending. And I think that's really cool. Both him and John can say they got their storybook ending. I thought it was great. It was emotional. I didn't think it was gonna get to me, but it had me smiling. I was really smiling. I was happy for John Cena, and I just can't say enough good things about this. This is emotional, obviously, for those who are the big John Cena fans and not neutral fans like me, or probably disliker fans like the Man 0001. I'm pretty sure this probably had tears watering down. Shout out! I know they're probably doing their live stream now. Shout out to my boys over at Notorious Heels podcast. I can imagine they had an emotional podcast tonight or live streaming, because he grew up a big John Cena fan. So this was well done. This is about as good as you could hope for someone who had a long successful career going out. So Cena went out on his own terms, and I'm glad he did. And I got nothing but good things to say about this. This was phenomenal. And now I'm gonna switch it over to the Man 0001, because I know you probably will feel different. I'm interested to hear, as you you've been on the Cena sucks train, consistently. So we're gonna hear from you, Man 0001. What did you think about this final match and everything? Though, hold on, let's before we get to it, let's address some of these chat comments here before we get to you. Let's see. Our boy SMP says, "I see the fury on the Man 0001's face." Hello everyone. Oh, hey, thank you, Bonnie, for joining us in the chat. I'm back to watch another live stream. Appreciate that. Zero emotion, huh? I wonder how that is. Zero emotion. I don't know if she's talking about your emotion, Man 0001, or Gunther showing zero emotion and everything. But they appreciate you joining the chat. SMP says, "I've never seen the fans be so behind Cena since 2004." Right? Yeah, it's crazy. He's once again doubled down, the Man 0001 hater of the year. Let's see. Vonnie brings in a lot of laughing emojis, see, is it Childish John? I'm not going to try to pronounce your name, but thank you for joining us in the chat. Better than Sting's? Sting had a really good standoff too. That was phenomenal. I probably think about that, man. That was phenomenal too. I would have to think about it. I can't really answer that right in the moment. Everything. Cena at least got all the proper prompt and circumstances, because WWE had the right to use all his information, whereas information and all that stuff. But when it came to what was it, when it came to John Cena, or when it came to Sting, they were limited what they could use because WWE had most of the copyrights and stuff like that. So I really would have to think about that. Bonnie says, "When will you be back to do Dragon Ball Sparking Zero?" Hey, I appreciate that. Glad to know there's people out there. Can't wait. I'm hoping to be back next week to do Sparking Zero. This WWE channel's been taking up a lot of my time this week because of all the Survivor Series and John Cena, and running 2 YouTube channels back when I'm still in the midst of building up a lot of content on my main channel is a lot. But we'll be back. I appreciate that. Thank you so much and everything. I enjoy doing those Sparking Zero live streams. All right, man, 0001, you've been patient enough waiting, and it is now your time to speak. What did you think about John Cena versus Gunther? I know you were laughing. I know you love the ending. I know Gunther's got some high points because he basically sleepered two people that are out of the WWE that you haven't been too fond of. So, yeah, tell us what you thought about the match and this send off.
Okay. My thoughts on this match is it's gonna be what it's gonna be. 5 pounds of pressure, something, 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 and it goes. It's not a war. It's not a war dance. It's a victory step. Yeah, you know. I think this right here was a good little paint by numbers match. I think because if you have somebody going out, you don't want to be too risky and have that person get injured, especially if you're transitioning from a full time career in athletics, into entertainment. You definitely don't want to do that. So I can definitely understand why the match went the way it was gonna be. But for what it was, I think this right here was a good little paint by numbers match. I think this right here was a match where you know John Cena was able to make show us some of his greatest hits. And this right here was a match where John Cena was able to shine just one more time. And I feel like like when you have this kind of match, this was also a match that was a really good showcase for Gunther, because this right here is moving him to that next level as one of the main pillars, in the WWE going forward, for sure. You know, and for Gunther, this right here is a big deal. He snuffed out Goldberg and John Cena within the same calendar year. I mean, doesn't get any better than that. I mean, this right here, the only time I can think of anything else being this good was Chris Jericho winning the Undisputed Championship, taking out The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin in the same night. But when you have WWE in its current state right now, definitely you have Gunther playing one man cleanup crew, and so this right here was amazing. For amazing send off. I mean, I'm not a huge John Cena fan. I'm not a person that gets I don't understand the hype behind it or anything like that. But, I look at this match right here, and, it's just what it was. It was a send off match. It was a match where, you know, John Cena did time honored tradition, and he went out, he went out. I mean, not on his back, in the sense where he was pinned, but he went out. He went out and he did the honors for the next person up. I mean, for the next man up. I mean, because a lot of guys did the honors for him. A whole lot, because his career is built on a lot of guys doing the honors for him. Guys like Chris Jericho, guys like Kurt Angle, guys like The Big Show. Guys like know Batista, guys like Triple H and Shawn Michaels. You got all types of people out there. They went ahead and they did the honors for him, and now it's time for him to hand it off to the next generation. Because for a guy like him to get the kind of run that he got, turning babyface from 2003 all the way up to 2025, 22 years as a babyface, 23 years in total as a WWE in-ring performer. You definitely, you gotta give for that kind of longevity. I mean, again, I'm not a huge John Cena fan. Never really got the hype, but I can tell that he loves his business, and he loves this right here. But at the same time, there's you gotta, what I mean. You gotta Father Time catches up with everyone, and sometimes And very rarely does someone, have the ability to understand that, because so many times in sports and entertainment, especially in especially in combat sports, do we see, guys and girls go out there and just get absolutely slaughtered, like absolutely just beaten the hell down, just like, or we go and we see in, other sports where a quarterback might have had a strong arm back in the day, and then they begin to slow down. Their feet are not as fast. They're not able to throw the ball as long. And now they got to rely on wit and experience and tricks and stuff rather than anything that has to do with anything that has to do with physical ability. What I mean? So it's kind of like one of those things where you're seeing like an old fighter understand that this is, their time is up, and the other next generation's time is now. Because we can't see him. His time is up, and their time is now. So definitely, definitely this is a good way to go out. This right here was, really touching ceremonies out here. For all of the fans and stuff like that, because like for me again, like John Cena is like for the last 20 some odd years has been the bane of my existence as a wrestling fan. It's been it's been like like every time I see a young and up and comer, or I see a wrestler who should have a little bit more time with one of these right here, a world title, John Cena comes out of nowhere, and it's just like, uh, but we'll speak more about that later. But as for the moment and as for tonight, seeing a lot of his friends and colleagues within the business pay tribute to them, I can definitely tell pro wrestling is a huge family oriented type deal, and I can tell that what I mean, regardless of what I think and regardless of what others think, people think that he's close to a lot of these people because for the last 2 decades since the change, he's been up and down the road with these people all around the world, all around the world, you know what I mean? Like one of my favorite songs is Fame Song by Digital Underground, and it goes like this, all around the world, the same song, and that's what it was with John Cena. It's all around the world in the same song, same 5 moves of doom. Things got a little bit better towards, the latter half of his career. But, definitely, seeing all those people out there and then seeing Triple H get 1999 and 2000's level of heat. I mean, that, that right there was a real deep cut, Triple H, you think about it like this. Us as kids, it's the year 1999, 2000, 25, 26 years ago. Wow. Let's see. Triple H is not very liked. The fans are going, boo, boo. You fast forward years later, the McMahon Hemsley regime is still here. Boo, boo. Let's see. you think about it. Let's see. 1999, 2000. Heel. 2005, heel. 2015, boo, boo, we freaking hate you, heel. Fast forward to 2025, de facto heel. So, yeah, so Triple H, let's see, then, now, and forever, will always be a heel, and he will always get that heat. I mean, and the sad thing is the Papa H era for Triple H is over. So it's like, yeah, but definitely, John Cena got a pretty good send off for a legend in this business, and I'm not a person who's gonna go out there and just be like, I hate him, I hate him, I hate him. I mean, like, we'll get to that later on as to why I feel the way I feel about him or what my thoughts are like that. But definitely, definitely, like this right here, it's got touched a lot of people's lives and a lot of the younger wrestlers' careers. And he means a lot to these children. He means a lot to certain other people, And me being a professional wrestling fan, and me being going to as many WrestleManias as I've been to, I've been to multiple WrestleManias in multiple decades. And hearing the way these kids speak about him, and hearing the way, it's just like how kids used to speak about Hulk Hogan. But that's a video for another day. That's why I feel what I feel about Hulk Hogan. But you fast forward a little bit later, it's why kids feel the way they feel about Bret the Hitman Hart, Shawn Michaels. That's my generation. As I started watching wrestling young, and for me, Bret the Hitman Hart and Shawn Michaels, those were my heroes. And you fast forward just a little bit later, and you have SonGoshuaku right here. His hero is Stone Cold Steve Austin, and then you have alongside Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, and Mick Foley. For some people, Mick Foley was their hero. You know what I mean? Then you go a little bit further. You got Kurt Angle and Chris Jericho. I mean, and Chris Benoit and Eddie Guerrero. Those are some of my heroes. I mean, Chris Benoit was my hero. Notice I said that in the past tense. When Eddie Guerrero and Kurt Angle, Chris Jericho, a lot of these guys were people I looked up to as a professional wrestler. And then you go and you get the John Cena, Randy Orton, Batista, Brock Lesnar, of the world, and definitely, there's someone who means a lot. Someone who definitely means a lot to a lot of children. I mean, you don't get to that level of Make a Wish Foundation wishes, unless you touch someone's life in a certain way. And definitely, him going out the way he went out tonight. But I'm here for but you know what I mean. But John Cena being made to give up, for him to be made to submit. You know what I mean. It's not about never giving up. It's about making a choice to walk away. You know. So like, it's not about giving up. It's about walking away, and it's about understanding when you can, because it's a blessed thing to be able to walk away from something while you still can. In this, in professional wrestling, we see so many guys and girls. You never know when your time is gonna come. You got Shawn Michaels with the back injury in 1998. He comes back after 4 years, and then he retires in 2010, and then what I mean, and somehow somebody made a bald clone of him, and have him wrestle at Saudi Arabia. But we don't acknowledge that. We no acknowledge of that. But yeah, for him, he retired properly. You have he was able to do so. Then you have Bret the Hitman Hart, and unfortunately, he got kicked in the head by Bill Goldberg, and he wasn't able to retire on his own power. You got Stone Cold Steve Austin, who got pile driven by Owen Hart, and neck injuries started to pile up, and before you know it, he had a quiet retirement at WrestleMania 19, which I got to see live. And then he got one last match with Kevin Owens, which I got to see live. So I got to, and then you got Kurt Angle, who kept re-injuring his neck, and unfortunately had to retire. You know what I mean? And had to retire, and it wasn't necessarily on his own terms. So it's like, yeah, so very rarely do you have someone walk away on their own power, and I think believe that right there is that's a blessed thing to be able to do in any kind of any form of sports entertainment, or any kind of job in general, is just knowing when to walk away, and knowing that you're going to be set for life, and knowing that everything is going to be okay. I mean, like, at the end of the day, I don't hate I don't hate the guy as a person. It's just what he represented, and all the lost time. But hey, you know, but hey, but then again, Gunther did what was needed to be done. He got him in there and he got him out of there. So it is what it is. Back to you, son. Go to the two.
Yeah, well said on all that, man. I really appreciate you actually just having the maturity and all that stuff to look at beyond that, and you really do with John Cena. I remember there'll be a younger person that will come on one of my videos and be like, John Cena's the GOAT, and I'll respond, I'm like, that's cool. For me, Stone Cold is my GOAT, but I understand it. And it's because I understand what Stone Cold did for me as a kid to make me a lifelong wrestling fan that I realized that what did he do for these kids in the 2000s to make them lifelong wrestling fans and stuff like that, for sure. I do want to, before we move on, I do have to ask you, what did you think about Cena's in-ring performance, since you've done the independent professional wrestling right quick? What did you think of it, having watched things like the STF and hearing those criticisms about him being a loud shot caller?
Okay, so like yeah, it left a lot to be desired tonight. You know, he still applies the STF too loosely. I mean, like, I'm a guy who's been in martial arts, and I'm a guy who's actually wrestled before. Who's actually done mat wrestling. I've done done amateur freestyle wrestling before, and I've done independent pro wrestling before. So, like, yeah, that's the ways that you can make that look very, very realistic. I mean, one of the best SCFs in the game of all time I've ever seen was Jazz. Former women's champion Jazz. Jazz, she's got one of the best SCFs in the history of business. Let's see, I don't know what that what you call what John Cena was doing. I don't know if that would qualify as an SCF. But what Jazz did, that was an SCF. What John Cena did, not so much. And then everything else felt so loose, and it just felt, you know what I mean. It showed me why John Cena is retiring. Because he just don't have it anymore, and I can tell that. He didn't want to, he didn't want to be in there anymore. And it's like I said, it's a blessed thing to be able to walk away from these things, you know, to walk away from these things in good health, you know, to walk away from these things in good health and to walk away with these things in a good, in a good mental state. Because definitely, definitely for sure, it's like, yeah, you know, like can't hold on for too long. I mean, nothing lasts forever. His mantra may have been never give up, hustle, loyalty, respect, But yeah, it was the end of the road, Like Boys to Men say, here we go to the end of the road. My mouth is really dry right now, but
It's fine. Water that keeps it up here. I
but
appreciate it, man. 001. Hey, you're more of a sports person than I am, obviously. Would you say this comment makes sense? From Steve Dallas and the Cowboys in the chat says King Gunther and SAS in NBA are cooking.
King Gunther and San Antonio Spurs. Yeah, they're cooking. They're doing pretty good right now. I think Spurs are doing pretty good at the moment. But
Cool.
definitely, Gunther is out here, and he's one of my favorite wrestlers in the world.
Mm-hmm.
For
Yeah,
obvious
for
reasons,
sure. The ring general, for sure. Gunther SMP says, aka Drago of Rocky 4. Yeah, man, he's straight up beasting and everything. But yeah, I appreciate you getting me all your input there and everything. So overall, Saturday night's main event, I think we can agree, a really good showcase for the young talent and a very good send off for John Cena, as Bonnie says there. Respect John Cena, respect. Yeah, and that's my thing. I'm not gonna let the reasons that I disliked a good portion of his career, as I'm going to talk about, give me at all from not saying he doesn't earn respect. I think he has absolutely earned the respect for the love and what he's put into WWE and everything. Alrighty, so from there we now will move on to the retrospective of John Cena's career and everything. So we're gonna go through the different eras of John Cena. When I was making this, man, it was like, wow. I was thinking like, wow, it's crazy. One of the biggest complaints was that John Cena does not change enough. But as I kind of went through here, I'm like, yeah, he kind of did have some stuff, different moments and everything. Steve in the chat says it was a good show, but I didn't like Oba and Cody match, especially Oba lose. I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, we thought it was pretty good, but hey, we can respect that for sure and everything, and stuff like that. Oba having a big win would have been even bigger for him for sure. All right, so let's get to the retrospective of John Cena's entire career here, starting with Rookie John Cena in 2002. Alrighty, so obviously the most famous thing about this portion of John Cena's career from about July 2002 to October 2002, man, I'm taking myself back, man. This is when I was a preteen. Wow, man, just shows you how much John Cena's been around. That's why I wanted, man, 001 on here, because, man, even though we both are 90s kids, we grew up, obviously, new generation era babies into the Attitude Era. So we were both preteens into teenage years with John Cena here and stuff like that. So just, man, this takes me back. So obviously the most famous thing is, Kurt Angle asking, who the hell are you? And he's like, I'm John Cena. And he's like, what is the one quality that you think you possess more than anything, or something like that? And John Cena, does the whole big ruthless aggression, and then boom, smacks, I think he smacks Kurt Angle or something like that, just as SMP says, ruthless aggression, and kicks things off. And it was a very impressive debut match that showed John Cena had a lot of fire. And I think afterwards he goes into like a feud with Chris Jericho in 2002, and that's about it. And there's not much with John after that. He doesn't get any big pay-per-view matches outside of the Vengeance 2002 one. And this era of John Cena often gets gets poked fun at a lot, saying he looked like, and I think you told me, man, 001 as well, he said he looked like the stereotypical creator wrestler. Like when you turn on, I think if you turn on SmackDown Shut Your Mouth, right there, that's exactly default. That's kind of what John Cena kind of looked like. Everything, he was in tremendous shape and everything, but yeah, there just really wasn't anything that really made Cena stand out. And this is even one of those entries that, when you think about Kurt Angle and John Cena, we'll get more into that later. I think they're better. All their better stuff obviously came afterwards. But here you're gonna remember and stuff. You're gonna remember with John Cena and Kurt Angle. This is one of those things that became a big deal because of the big deal John Cena would end up coming on. Would end up going to become. But the way they would play it in video packages is similar to the Stone Cold Steve Austin. Austin 316 says I just whooped your ass. It's an amazing promo, amazing moment, and then they go like, this is the moment that would project Stone Cold into the stratosphere of sports entertainment. Like, no, they didn't do anything with Stone Cold. They didn't do anything until Bret Hart came back months later in November, and that's kind of almost the way they presented this, almost as if like, oh, John Cena came out, said ruthless aggression, and he got that cool props from The Undertaker, and the rest is history. Not necessarily. What we talk about in our next spot is kind of where we can look at the moment that projected John Cena out to superstardom. This over here was like, I think it was a good, solid introduction, but there really wasn't much to follow up, and this is a time where, Batista coming in, and, I know the whole Deacon Batista thing made everybody, people thought Batista looked silly and all that stuff, but I mean, he looked like an impressive specimen. And Brock Lesnar came in like a straight beast in his debut. And then even Shelton Benjamin later that year, we're talking about the class of OVW. Got to give respect to Shelton Benjamin when he came in with Charlie Haas as the world's greatest tag team as part of Kurt Angle. Like, oh my gosh, this tag team is bad, and you knew the legitimacy behind it and stuff. That was good stuff. And I don't remember too much about it. I think, what did Randy Orton take on? I think it was Hardcore Holly around his first match. But so I think John Cena did stand out more from like Randy Orton's debut. But yeah, overall, as far as my first impression about John Cena, I thought like, okay, but he didn't stand out to me and all that stuff and everything. Good debut, good moment with the Undertaker, but it felt like it was something you would hope would go somewhere, and thankfully years later it did go somewhere. So that's basically my thoughts on Rookie John Cena. What was also very interesting when it comes to this period, obviously, he worked with Chris Jericho, but Man 0001, I think like when we were in high school or close out of college, it wasn't until years later that I kind of go back and watching this match, because you were telling me and we'll talk more about it, you weren't a fan of the formula John Cena fell into with the whole 5 moves of doom, getting beat down for 20 minutes. And you were like, the sad part about it is, you told me in one conversation we had years ago, you was like, go back to that first match he had with Kurt Angle and you'll see that's a John Cena that was hungry. And you felt that he had sort of, I think, became complacent. And if that's how you remembered or not, you can correct me if I'm wrong when we get to that portion. You were like, look at how he wrestled that first match with Kurt Angle versus how he wrestles now. And we're talking like in the PG era. And I was like, holy crap, I forgot Cena knew how to do that. I forgot Cena was doing this. And it's like, wow. Yeah. Like when you get towards the middle of Cena's career, when he starts becoming like the, that PG era, you go back to this, like, holy crap, man, this is a reminder of what John Cena could do in the ring and everything like that. So that's what's interesting about rookie era John Cena. Before we take it over to Man 01, let's get through some of these chats here. We went through that one. Remember he got smacked by Tess? I don't remember that. Maybe the Man 0001 does. He's the historian here. I don't even remember that one. The way he dressed and walked like a video game wrestler in that segment, he kind of did have the walk, did he? Like the No Mercy 2002 walk, the way the characters would walk back then before they were doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
that's actually
that WrestleMania 19 Day of Reckoning 1 type walk, where they all just walk out like robotics. I think that.
Yeah.
I think they looked at him. I think they looked at him one time on there, and they said, "Yeah, and forget mocap. We're just going to copy that walk right there. All the wrestlers are going to have it."
Oh my! Yeah. But everybody can do that. I do it with some of my early work as well. I go back and I'm like, oh my gosh! Like you can sit back and laugh at some of these things because it's just a testament to how far you come. Obviously, I think John Cena has one of the hypest entrances in WWE history. So there we go. Shout out to SMP saying Sheldon was highly underrated. Yeah, I wanted to make sure I give Sheldon some respect here. I saw somebody on X did a really cool graphic where it showed Brock Lesnar, Batista, Cena, and Orton all now in their current day ages sitting at a table and talking about how Brock and Randy are the only one left with the class OVW, and someone commented said y'all still keep disrespecting Shelton Benjamin. And you know what, Shelton Benjamin, that's right, we're gonna give Shelton Benjamin some respect, man, because for him to be nearly 50 years old and still doing it at a high level and still looking phenomenal in shape, man, that deserves respect out what he's doing out there in AEW for sure. But yeah, Man 0001, now is your time to talk about it. What did you think about John Cena's rookie month in 2002?
Okay, so this is kind of crazy. So in order to understand this, you gotta wind things back a little bit. Kurt Angle himself had only been on the main WWE roster for 3 years. 3 years. Mm-hmm. Kurt Angle himself hadn't even made it 3 years. And people are looking at him like he's some 10-year veteran, like he's some 10-year veteran. Like the guy was just only been on the roster for 3 freaking years. And he said a whole decade of a career into that time. So by the time he gets there, he's only been on the roster 3 freaking years. And then, you have him and John Cena go out there and they put on this pretty decent match. Like for me, one of my biggest gripes with John Cena, we'll speak about it a little bit later on in his career, was he was young, he was hungry, he wanted this, and it felt like, he was doing things that he would just omit from his repertoire later on, but it's just like you go ahead and you have this guy, like I said, he looked like default. I mean, like, he looked like default, like creator wrestler. Like, you can literally make his name CAS or CAW, and let's see, and no one will blink an eye. So back in 2002, like between him and Cody Rhodes, when Cody Rhodes debuted, both of those guys looked like creator wrestlers. Like, if I didn't know who Cody Rhodes' daddy was, I would just think that he is a creator wrestler. So, like, yeah, between him and John Cena, they were creator wrestler looking kind of guys. But yeah, so you have Cody Rhodes, and and you have, well, yeah, you have John Cena. He comes out there, ruthless aggression, and he's instantly inserted with Chris Jericho and Kurt Angle. Guys who had just made their debuts just a few years prior. This earbud's about to die, but so I want to switch over to another one. But they had just made their own debuts just a few years prior, and now they are, they're out there, and they probably saw something. They probably saw something in a John Cena that that made them think that, hey, with the right kind of guidance, he can, he can be made. He can make something of himself. And and I still remember when Test smacked John Cena, and that led to a match on the first episode of WWE Velocity. I still remember that. First episode of WWE Velocity. That match, that night also had Trish Stratus versus Stacy Keibler, women's title match. But yeah, I still remember Test and John Cena got into a mini feud. So you got him out there, and he's kind of in the mix there, and you can tell you can tell that some people within the company, they like him, they want to keep him around, but they don't know what to do with him.
Hold on, Metro. If you need to go ahead and switch out your earbuds, go ahead and do it. we can wait it.
Okay, so let me see. Let's see. Let's see.
Yeah, I know people are probably going to be listening to this on demand as well, because all this content gets repurposed into shorts and in separate videos. They're like, what the heck is that? Yeah, while I'll let man 0001 get adjusted here, let me go through some of the comments. Even Samoa Joe was with them, if I'm not wrong. No, Samoa Joe actually started with John Cena early in his pre WWE career back in like '99. Was it I think it was like either '99 or 2001. It was, I think yeah. He started very very early in John Cena's pro wrestling career. There's a documentary on it actually. They both started wrestling together, and when they started out together, that's where they ended up being there and stuff like that. So that was really that was like kind of the start, which is a really shame that when Samoa Joe was in WWE, they didn't have him and John Cena wrestle one-on-one and build off that history. I really think they should have. That would have been pretty good and stuff like that, and everything. So yeah, that's unfortunate. Samoa Joe and John Cena, certainly a missed opportunity and stuff like that. And yeah, we're just waiting for man 0001 to get back here and things like that. So yeah, like no why he's look like he's frozen. So we'll see what's going on here and everything. Apologize for this stream. Didn't know man 0001's earbud was gonna go out, but I'm like, it's gonna keep beeping, and I'm like, let's not have this be taken away from his actual from what he's saying and everything and stuff like that. But yeah, in the meantime, you guys want to let us know what you thought about Rookie John Cena in the chat and everything. Looks like man 0001 is finally back with us. Think about being live, but I like being live. It's fun. Oh, dude, your voice sounds much clearer on this.
Yep. Let's see. Yep. So, yep. And I am back. So, yeah,
Nice. Yeah.
I had to pull out the big boys on this. I got the bows out now. So,
Those, dude, yeah, it sounds way more clear and everything. But yeah, I just would not be interrupted. Yeah, I was just letting
but
Steve
yeah.
Dallas Cowboys here know about Joe's that Joe started with Cena before WWE. Did they start their career
hmm
in '99 or 2001? Was it?
Uh, Samoa Joe and John Cena started their careers both in 1999.
Okay, yeah.
So they started training in 1999 and 2000. Both of them were in, I think, UPW, if I'm not mistaken. It was,
Okay.
it was UPW, and then UPW got, you know, then UPW became, because at the time that was one of their feeder systems for WWF. So,
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of people, some people not now they know, but yeah, he was in the movie Ready to Rumble as a
Yep, yep,
background
yep.
character in the gym. Because I remember watching it sometime later, and I'm like, because I still have a magazine where they have John Cena as the prototype, and
Yeah, Prototype
because
was the
for
start
me,
of his career.
because like for me, I've been following John Cena's career from start to finish. So when I make criticisms about his career, it doesn't come from a place of ignorance, or it doesn't come from a place of not knowing, of not knowing. It comes from a place of, this right here was well researched. Everything that I'm saying, everything that I'm saying is empirical fact. It means it can be proven, and these are things that come from, these are things that come from a perspective like that. So yeah, he was in the movie Ready to Rumble as a background character, and this is the guy that, that stuck and stayed around the business. So yeah, you have a guy that did that, and he did that for a very long time. But getting back to his rookie year, so a
Mhm.
lot of the stuff that led up to it, I looked at it and he showed a lot of promise,
Mhm.
But again, he was default. I mean, he was create a wrestler, create a superstar. I mean, there's not much we can do. I mean, his feuds were Kurt Angle, many feud against Kurt Angle, many feud against Chris Jericho, many feud against Test. They tried to turn him heel for a little bit. A lot of people don't know that, yeah, they tried to make him a heel, but it was just like, this is
Yeah, I
before,
forgot about that.
they tried to make him a heel, but this is like, this is like right before he would go on to his next character. So yeah, they tried to do that, but this is like, it just didn't connect, you know.
And
So let's see. So that's all in all what we'll say about Rookie Cena from
yeah,
2002.
so as they say, everybody starts from somewhere, and there you go. You had to start somewhere, and hey, as we were saying, this run was so much to the point WWE was gonna go ahead and forget John Cena. They're gonna cut him. It looked like it was gonna, they're gonna future endeavor him. They were gonna wish him well in their future endeavors, and without him, maybe WWE would be having some future endeavors to get well wished too. Because boy, man, if they didn't have Cena. That being said, as the story goes, John Cena, and I mentioned it earlier, John Cena, they're on tour, and John Cena starts freestyling. And Stephanie McMahon's like, oh, can you do that on TV? And like, yeah. And in comes to what I think a lot of fans our age will probably say was peak John Cena. Enter the Thuganomics John Cena 2002 from 2005, roughly. Um, Oh man, you talk about a game changer. Now, this is the reason why I say I'm like, when do I have my moments that I enjoy John Cena? Absolutely. Like, am I thankful that we got John Cena? Absolutely. Because I will say, when it comes to pure entertainment value, This is for me peak John Cena, and it's very interesting to hear even people who are younger. You have people in their 20s who grew up with John Cena, and a lot of kids who grew up watching, like, this is their fondest memories of John Cena because this was edgy John Cena. And then when they became teenagers and stuff, where they became young adults like us, we got the PG era Cena, and it's like, oh my gosh. And man, it's just crazy. And I remember, man, 0001, you were telling me a while back ago, you felt like when Rock and Austin left, John Cena had that thing about him. He had that it factor that resonated with mainstream audiences, and it was like, wow. I think Thuganomics John Cena, that to me was the thing that was better to with John Cena, like in terms of, like, you had Rock and Austin, and as you get into the 2000s, those guys are gone. This is the next evolution. I'm like, wow, John Cena is crazy. I think Mick Foley, on one of the documentaries, he said he thought the character was so brilliant because he said he's a white guy trying to act black, and he's like, who's not gonna hate that? So I thought when Mick Foley made that comment and stuff and everything, he said that's why he said it was something that was resonating with a lot of people. So this starts with him, he's dressed on the Halloween special. Man, I used to love those Halloween specials with the WWE used to do on SmackDown. So Stephanie McMahon, obviously, she's dressed as a witch, and in comes John Cena's Vanilla Ice, and basically Cena's dropping his first rap, and at first with the audience, they're like, boo, John Cena, I think he came out during the 2003 Rumble, and he talked all this smack on and stuff, and he comes on out and gets eliminated quickly by Undertaker. So yeah, at first, and then he had was it Bull Buchanan coming out, who would come out after every time he was done with a rap, he'd go, booyah. Like, man, that stuff was entertaining. You had Michael Cole and Taz on commentary. They were always cracking up and everything. So there was a lot of fun times, man. I love SmackDown during that era, that 2002 to 2003 era, man. So many fun stuff remembering about that. And this John Cena, the Thuganomics, man, so many memorable promos. I gotta bring up the music because I don't want to make sure I miss it. Basic Thuganomics by him and his cousin Trademark. Boy, to me, and it always works like this for some reason. I always somehow tend to gravitate towards wrestlers' early entrance theme songs. Like, man, you know what? I love Stone Cold's I Won't Do What You Tell Me. But there's just something special about that that kind of that first iteration from Jim Johnson. Or, as much as I love If You Smile with The Rock, there's something about that. Do you smell what The Rock is cooking? Know your role. Triple H's My Time versus the Motorhead theme that he did with the game, Undertaker's Dark Side versus the theme song. My whole point here about it is, man, as much as I like some of these theme songs that became the defining theme songs, John Cena's Basic Thuganomics, my gosh, I love the whole song. Like, what was it? Like, we dominate your conference with offense. That's no nonsense. My theme song hits, get your reinforcements. We strike quick with hard kicks, ducking nightsticks, bare knuckle menthol fight pits. Beat you like lifeless, never survive this. You forgot like Alzheimer's. Two-faced rappers walk away with four shiners. The raw rhymer, man, dude, all that dude and his Big Mark went so hard on his theme song. What was when he was saying, like, with your precision of percentages and the collision of sentences, poetry beats and mics, we untouchable like righteous sluts with no crevices, streets unite, we rock right over dominant beats, your cats couldn't come this hot. Dude, just so many things. I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, but man, I love that thing. One of the greatest WWE theme songs, I think, in WWE history. I love Doctor of Thuganomics. There's no reason why it got a pop. For years, I would switch that over on the PS3 games because you could choose the custom theme songs. I would choose Basic Thuganomics over John Cena's My Time Is Now, which I do like, and all that stuff and everything. But man, this version of John Cena, love the theme song, the jerseys. and just like I said, so many entertaining moments when that man came out, and he had a great way with putting over some of his talents. Like, was that Brian Kendrick? He's like, so who are you, so boo? He's like, I'm Spanky Dog. I cracked up there. The stuff with Kurt Angle, like I said, the stuff he did with Kurt Angle, legendary. When he's like, yo, give me the beat. When he had Brian, was it Earl Hebner's son? He's like, shoot me the beat. And he's like,
Brian
I can't
Hebner.
be Brian Hebner. I can't bebop like him and
I
everything,
can.
but. Bebop's all good, but you remember
I
he said,
know.
throw me the beat, and he's all like, he's like, you got it. He's like, my name is Kurt Angle, and what the heck? I won the gold medal with a freaking broken neck. Yeah, dude, that stuff was hilarious, and the way Kurt Angle was like dancing and stuff. He says, "You don't scare me, no, no, no." Oh man, there's a moment. I think he had another rap battle one time with John Cena where Kurt Angle was telling him, he's like, "There once was a guy named John Cena." I'm paraphrasing here, but he's like, "There's a guy that was named John Cena, and he thinks he's black, but the truth is he's whiter than I am." There's so many things, dude. I love the stuff him and Big Show so many times. Where Big Show did the controversial line about Kobe Bryant one time, and Big Show coming out dressed and stuff like that was hilarious. With the way he was dressed and talking, and I remember John Cena opens up. He says, "Have you just got back from the bathroom?" He said, "Yo, dog, your mouth sound like your mouth smells like 1,000 asses." There was moments where what did he tell? One time he told Kurt Angle. He told But no, Brock Lesnar, he was like, "Me, Brock Lesnar, God made me big and strong, but forgot to give me brain."
Yeah, I still
Oh,
remember that too. He says Brock Lesnar, you rock Atari, I rock PlayStation 2.
yeah, yeah,
I leave you more useless like a nerd without his computer. Let's see.
good stuff.
That tattoo on the back is a tattoo of your mom's. Oh, yeah,
There,
that
dude.
was just like
Every week that he was a fun part of SmackDown every week. Like I specifically wanted to hear what he was saying. What was he gonna say next? What was he gonna do? Every opponent he had something different to say. Oh my gosh, whether he was running down Funaki, everything. I remember the big moment they showed parts of it with Stephanie McMahon when he comes out. And he's like, "Stephanie," and he's like, "Something about you makes me get in touch with myself." No, 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 I don't mean it like that. And then he goes like, "You a diva with class," and he's like, he says, he's like, he's like, I think he said, Sable was just a hoe, and he says, you're a diva with class. No one's watching the Steph. Why don't you have me smack that ass? And he's like, "You serious about that, John?" He's like, "You serious? You serious? I dare you." She says, "Do it. I dare you." And then John Cena smacks her on the butt, and from there, man, that show you how wild SmackDown was at the time and stuff like that. And John Cena's reaction, he's like, "Oh," like that after he does it and stuff. It's crazy, man. So many great moments, and then it just got even more when he was a baby face, and he started toning it down towards when he got on Monday Night Raw. I could go on and on, man. There's so many just hilarious stuff. I remember they did the Stacker 2 commercial rapping on that and stuff. So yeah, John Cena
yep.
was good. And this is where he started
And
coming out with
then
the chain gang and the chain. That's where he started doing like the five knuckle shuffle and the pump ups and stuff like that. So yeah, this
he
John
also
Cena
did
was so fun.
the Day of Reckoning 1 commercial as well for WWE Day of Reckoning.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah,
like
I remember that.
for
Yeah,
yeah, so it's
those
just
were fun times. Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, it was fun on the come up, but at the same time, it's just like, yeah, yeah, you know what I mean. It's I go ahead and I watch it, and he was out there, and he made, he goes out there, but yeah, I watched a lot of what he was doing at the time. It was kind of like he was a combination, you know. Because right around this time, I still remember somebody made the Cena Sucks song, the Cena Sucks theme song. This is like 2005. Somebody made this. It was on YouTube for years. Let's see. If you've been on these internet streets for as long as we have, you know what I'm talking about. Let me see. It goes, phony rappers. who cannot write.
I remember that one, yeah.
Phony rappers who do not excite. Yo, Cena, your time is up. You're not a rapper, you're a phony chump. You're
I
not a
remember that.
franchise.
Wow.
I still remember that one.
Dude, man, that was early
That,
days of YouTube. Yeah, I'll show y'all. Yeah, we've been around. Yes, my
yeah,
gosh, I
let's
remember
see.
that, man.
We're some internet unks now. So
Yeah,
so
it should. Steve, I was gonna say, Steve in the chat says John need to thank God that Hollywood don't watch wrestling. If they did, he would be canceled for those promos back then. Yeah, man, some of the stuff he said. I
yeah.
remember he did a promo on the Undertaker where he cuts in a graveyard, which I thought was really cool. And then he's gonna be like, "When I'm done with you, I'm gonna piss on the mark." And then he literally starts peeing on the tombstone. Like, man,
Yeah.
he said the
I mean,
greatest rap battle ever in any shape or form is Big Show versus John Cena. Oh man, all those man, all that stuff was classics.
Cause here's another thing. In his song "Basic Thuganomics," he says "Screw Dead Man Inc."
Yep. Screw
So
Dead
it's just
Man Inc. Right?
yep. And
He
then
said,
let's see, and
yeah, wait, there's one part where he's talking like he said, we about to, we about to, make you screw Dead Man Inc. About to make you famous, kicking still kicking ass in or Uranus or something. I don't know, something like that.
we see we from Earth, but we still kick you in Uranus.
You still kicking in Uranus. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
you have that, and then you also have because I was at WrestleMania 20. I still remember his freestyle against the Big Show. Yeah, I still remember when he went out there and he had his freestyle line against the Big Show. He says, let's see, I'm paraphrasing here. He says, my wrestling match isn't with the Big Show. It's with the float from the Macy's Day Parade. It's from the hippo from the Macy's Day Parade. You think I'm going to get beat by this King Kong ripoff? It's like Patrick Ewing being beaten by Gary Coleman in a tip-off. This whole thing is a charade. My match isn't with the Big Show. It's from the hippo from the Macy's Parade.
Yeah, I
I
remember
look
that.
at this guy single. It looks like he's smuggling plums. He's not a man. He's just an ape. He's just a big white ape with opposable thumbs. I still remember that.
Yeah,
Let's
man,
see.
those are just some straight classic, man.
Let's see.
Oh my god, I remember too. Like I said, he even let his he let his opponents get some good jabs. I remember he had one with Rikishi one time, and he's like,
Mm-hmm.
"Man, I ain't afraid of the Eminem wannabe."
The blood forever feuding with the bloodline.
Oh my gosh, yeah, those are
Let's see.
classics. But hey, we can
Let's
go
see.
on, but this live stream
And
will go
then
on forever though. But as you can tell by our enjoyment, man, it fit the times. We were both we were both just becoming teenagers at the time, and man, early 2000s, John Cena was definitely early 2000 vibes. Even going to middle school, I could say because wrestling at this time was starting to go down in popularity. Not everybody was talking about it like it was when I was in elementary school during the Attitude Era. But people knew John Cena. There were people who were quoting John Cena, and people were talking about, oh, they wanted to see what John Cena was gonna say next. So that's kind of what I really realized is that, yeah, even with WWE on the decline in the early 2000s, people knew who John Cena was. They at least were tuning in for his stuff and seeing what type of rap battles he was going to get. And it's like the whole thing is he was so charismatic and entertaining with it that you forget that he's playing a character of a wannabe gangster. He's trying to be gangster, wannabe gangster, right? Gangster rapper or something like that.
Let's see. So here's like with John Cena's character, it's like this. It's like he's a combination of B-Rad from Malibu's Most Wanted and let's see, and Rabbit from Rabbit, Eminem's character from 8 Mile.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Some people said Vince watched the 8 Mile and came up with your gimmick. Like
I
I've been
like
on
the
these.
idea of what we've heard. Stephanie McMahon found it. I think Stephanie was probably more in tune with pop culture than Vince was. Not that I
Yeah,
want to talk either about being in tune with
it's
pop
like
culture.
you gotta understand. We've been on these internet streets for a while. I mean, I've been on all of these forums
Yeah,
and all of these things, and
yeah.
I still remember people used to be like, yeah, Vince, yeah, they somebody out of Vince, somebody close to Vince watched 8 Mile and came up with this shit right here. That's what they did, and we can't believe it. Nope, nope.
Oh my gosh, man.
It hits too close to home. They watched that Malibu's Most Wanted. That's what they watched to come up with his character. So,
For
yeah.
sure, man. Yeah, those are fun, and then we've talked a lot about the character and the promo work and everything. And honestly, as William Regal and Kurt Angle have both said, and it's true, it's the character work that people will always most remember you for. Obviously, with fans like us being hardcore in the wrestling, we'll remember the matches as well. But people
Hmm.
who aren't so in tune with the wrestling side, they'll remember if the character works. And Cena has no shortage of great character moments, but I do want to make sure he gets love for his matches in this era of wrestling because he had a great feud with Eddie Guerrero. I love that parking lot brawl street fight so much so
Hmm.
that they ended up putting it on the SmackDown versus Raw match. He had some good matches here with Brock Lesnar. The initial first match with Brock Lesnar, which was kind of like the first test run of him in the main event scene. Like I
Yep,
said, he got
that's
his first
where.
run. Mm-hmm.
Yep, and that's where he came up with the FU because
Yes, that is true. That is true. Yes, yeah.
hmm
It was a direct jab because Brock had the F5 where he put it on his shoulders, and then he came out, well, I'm gonna call it the FU and stuff. And I was so happy because John Cena, as a character wise, he's like, oh, this guy's coming off as he's some fake gangster wannabe, and now he's messing with Brock Lesnar. Brock gonna give him hell and show him here comes the pain. And then I remember Brock Lesnar, gets him in and F5s him and shatters his leg on the posts and stuff. That was just insane. And I remember after the first fight at Backlash, Brock comes out and he puts John Cena over and he's like, he says, you know what? John Cena gave me a fight. And I like good fights, and he's smiling about it and everything. So you could tell, just like Cena said in an interview recently, that him and Brock are close and stuff. But yeah, this era really helped get him in the mid card over, and he eventually becomes the United States champion, and like he's over as a babyface at Madison Square Garden. You were there for that, man. True was on one, so it was really good. Like Steve in the chat here says, John versus Eddie parking lot is the only parking lot match that was good ever for me. It is one of the most memorable ones. There was a good one in AEW too as well, and stuff like that. But yeah, man, this was fantastic stuff. His rivalries, like I said, he had during this, it really elevated the mid card, and he was in a good example of putting that United States Championship on someone and putting. He didn't get the Intercontinental title, but just taking a mid card title and using it to propel them into the main event scene. This is stuff that they don't do as often nowadays in wrestling. So it was cool to see Cena get that organic rise up. So if you ever hear anybody who goes on the internet, and this is what Man True Reserve was probably talking about, someone who comes with the facts as opposed to just someone who's hating for the sake of hating. If anyone tells you that, oh, John Cena, he didn't have to work hard, Vince McMahon just picked him and pushed him, and the rest is history. And it's like, okay, then you clearly did not watch the early part of his career. John Cena, that man grinded, and he found a character that works, and he made a connection with the audience, and there you go, and stuff like that. And this is where we get into as we get into where he starts having that feud with JBL, and it really just works so well given JBL's character and Cena. And I just think a lot of people and a lot of the youth at the time in the 2000s, they resonated with John Cena. And I just knew with the way the world was and all that stuff, hey, rap is getting even more hugely popular in the early 2000s. So like I said, John Cena was the total vibe of that era. And this gimmick right here, this saved his career, and it projected him to the main event scene. And so overall, man, I think that was really good. I think you mostly talked about it. Did you have any other thoughts you wanted to say, man, before we move on to the next era of Cena's career?
Yep. So yeah. So here's a fun fact. Most of John. Let's see. At WrestleMania 20,
Mm-hmm.
for a long stretch of time, from WrestleMania 20 all the way up to WrestleMania. Let's see. From WrestleMania 20 to WrestleMania 27, John Cena
Mm-hmm.
competed in nothing but title matches.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see. Nothing but title matches. Like, let's see. And that's crazy, because I'm someone who I got to see this stuff in person and everything
Yeah,
else.
you've
But
been in so many WrestleManias.
Doctor of Thuganomics John Cena, Doctor of Thuganomics John Cena. This right here is where it's his bread and butter. This is where This right here is the nucleus of the John Cena character. This is where everything revolves around. Like this is where a lot of people's most fondest memories of him is. And
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, it's just like this is where most of the good times end with John Cena because it's like. Yeah, this is where most of the good times end with John Cena, and this is where because like a lot of because there was a lot of fondness, and he came out with his rap album, and he came out with a pair of spinner belts, the United States
The
spinner
rap battle will
title.
be in the next era that we're talking about, Cena.
Yeah, so he came out with the
The U.S. spinner belt at the time.
US spinner, and then that this right here is the nucleus. This is where his overall appearance will just be what it is, because we'll see. I'm gonna speak about this a little bit later, but yeah, he was wearing some of the flyest gear and everything else, so it's just like it's a fun little time in his career. But let's see, gotta move on to the next era.
For sure. And so we head over. Also, first, let me acknowledge Steve here. He says there is some truth to that, but it was not the whole truth about John. Vince just found his Hulk Hogan of this generation, and that affect John in a good and a bad way. I agree. That's well said. Yeah, yeah, definitely for sure. That's well said. Alrighty. And so we move to the portion of John Cena's career where, man, you talk about starting at an all time high and then the fan reaction starting at an all time low. Enter the new face of WWE, John Cena, happening from essentially 2005 at WrestleMania 21, right up to before the rest of the Ruthless Aggression era. And this is where
Uh,
I'm gonna say this right here is the
let's see, LOL, Cena wins.
LL Cena wins. This right here. So this is the portion of John Cena's career, and I think this is here's what I'm gonna say. For a long time, this was the last of edgy John Cena we got. And you start to see the tide turn here. So let's talk about how things first at least started off very good. In 2005, John Cena obviously gets the big push with Batista winning the Royal, where they both fall out the Rumble and everything. And it's clear that Batista and John Cena, they're the top guys. Rock and Austin are gone. Brock Lesnar didn't want to stay for the long haul. And now it's like, okay, well, what we're going to do here is we're going to go with Batista and Batista and John Cena as our guys. And like I said, I thought the feud worked really well with him and JBL, and John Cena defeats him and wins the WWE Championship. And I know a lot of people didn't like the match at what was it, WrestleMania 24. Shout out to my boy Aaron Riff of NoDQ.com. He was there in person for it, just like you, man. 001. He said that was the closest he ever came to falling asleep in person. So a lot of people didn't like that match. I gotta go back and watch it. It's been years since I've seen it, but at the time I was just happy to see Cena win the championship. But if I look back at it more with a critical eye now, as opposed to my teen self just being happy that Cena won, maybe I will have some different feelings about that match. But the defining match of their career to me, and this is one of my favorite matches of all time with John Cena. This is the reason why, as I go through here, no matter as I'm going to start getting to some of the issues I had with Cena's presentation, I was never afraid and never took away from him having some great matches. In my opinion, I think John Cena has had some of the greatest matches in WWE history. I think if you make a list of 100 top greatest matches in WWE history, I think John Cena finds himself on there several times. And one of that being is Judgment Day 2005, the I Quit match. To me, it is the greatest I Quit match in WWE history. John Cena versus JBL. I love that match. The blood, Cena blood, a gusher. His whole upper body is basically is crimson red. The trash talk from JBL, he's like, quit, you punk ass bitch. I'm like, whoa, and smacks him. And man, there's a point where he gets the better of Cena at the end, but at the end, John Cena makes a big comeback where he ends up he like F5's JBL off of some platform, I forget what it is, and then he takes off like the exhaust pipe or whatever that is, off the semi truck, and he's about to nail JBL. He's like, I quit. He's like, okay, I quit. And then Cena's like, oh, he quit, but then he still he still bashes JBL, who's like pointing to his head like, I got him somehow. It's all part of the plan, but no, it was over. And yeah, man, that was an interesting, great time. And this is where the song that would define John Cena, we got your time is up and time is now. Obviously, you know, it's a classic. You know, you can't see me, my time is now. And you know, it's great stuff. You know, I enjoyed the theme song. You know, what is it, like some of the lyrics, kid, your boy hold weight, I got my soul straight, I brush your mouth like Colgate, in any weather I never better, your boy so hot you'll never catch me in the next man's sweater, if they hate let them hate, I drop your clan, lay your ass out for the 3-second 10. Yabba-doo, right? And then John Cena, you know, starts doing the whole, you know, your time is up, my time is now, you can't see me, you know, dude, just the whole thing. And I enjoyed what was it, his cousin has a part in that song, was it yeah, Trademark, where he says like 5 pounds of courage, buddy, tent pants with a goatee, it's a war dance and a victory step, a raw stance is a gift when you insist it's my rap, John Cena trademark, y'all are so and talk about the bread you make but don't know the recipe for dodo, yeah, recipe for dodo, amid guns and all your photos, that's a no when this pop your lip lock, your big talks a blatant no show, see what happens when the ice age melts, you see my retired status is not what matters, but it helps. Dude, yeah, I love the theme song. It's good. I like Basic Thuganomics better, but overall that was still a really good theme song. I enjoyed that. And it became the signature theme of his career. And despite being such a great theme song, it would become the instrument to a lot of boos. But yeah, getting into this, man, John Cena eventually gets switched over to Monday Night Raw. Comes out in the white with the white undershirt, the orange jersey on Chris Jericho talk show. Batista gets moved over to SmackDown, and it's like, wow, this is it. They're making John Cena the face of the company. And you know, he has a pretty good feud early on with Christian. I think with Christian, Captain Charisma, before he goes to TNA, and I think that's where he cut like his last rap battle. And he has a feud going into with Chris Jericho into the summer of 2005. And this is where I think we start getting some of the issues. They took away, or John Cena himself stopped doing a very important part of his presentation, the rap battles. That was gone. But everybody loved John Cena, and we still got all that stuff and everything. But it's like, oh, like, when's the next time he's gonna do a rap? But people were still liking him. He ends up having this match with Chris Jericho, and this is kind of where the fans start to turn on him a little bit. And Chris Jericho is on his way out the door, and he puts over John Cena. And I think Eric Bischoff soon followed too on his way out, helping put over John Cena with the storyline they had. And this is where Kurt Angle starts entering the picture in the September of 2005. And as a teenager, by this point, I had watched some of the WWE documentaries, and the way the WWE documentaries presented themselves was that the guy you like is that you got to listen to the fans. The fans cheer, that's the guy you go with. If the fans boo, that's not the guy they want. And then I started looking at things going like, hold up, what they're saying is not matching what I'm saying here. Because I'm pretty sure Jericho's getting cheers, and I'm pretty sure Kurt Angle's getting cheers. So even though I'm buying, you know, my parents at the time are buying me all these things and DVDs for WWE, what they're saying is not quite matching. Like, I understood it, I saw it in the Attitude Era, but I'm not seeing it here. And Kurt Angle in 2005 was such a wrestling machine, such a beast, and fans were really behind him, and they're using Kurt Angle to help put over John Cena, but the fans are booing, and this is where you start hearing it get really bad. And you start looking at some of the matches now, and this kind of goes back to what you were telling me, like, you start seeing a formula. Is John Cena constantly getting beat up in these matches and then just comes back with these 5 moves and that's it? Now you start kind of wondering, like, something is
Yeah.
different about the in-ring quality of the matches that Cena was putting on now versus that he was putting on a little bit, and you know, this starts to kind of come into creep. But there were still some good John Cena
Hmm.
matches, but I think you start seeing some of the early formula here. So I don't want to make it.
Yeah.
I do think this era of Cena still has some strong matches. That'll be the next era. We got more to talk about, but you start seeing this. But I think what's happening here is a lot of people are seeing that John Cena just didn't have like the in-ring ability of some of the other wrestlers as the top guy. And at this point, things are different. It's the mid 2000s. The internet is starting to become more of a bigger deal. So, and you've got more
Hmm.
wrestlers out there doing shoot interviews. So, you know, the wrestlers, the people within the business themselves are educating people. And I think a lot of people are now more educated. The fans, your average fan is more educated now about this. And they're
It's
just
paid for
seeing
those shooting reviews though.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they're seeing a
Yeah.
difference here with it. And Kurt Angle, by this time, like I said, he was just a wrestling beast, and I think he set the standard for
Yeah.
at that time frame with a wrestling. And then, you know, like I said, me or the Man Triple 1 will never endorse at all the horrific actions that Chris Benoit did at the end of his life. But for historical purposes, we will tell it like it is. He was absolutely one of the best in the ring in during this time frame.
Hmm.
So when you got
Yep.
people like Kurt Angle and Chris Benoit wrestling, and you know they're setting the standard, you're starting to see some things with John Cena there. But then you get to 2006, and this is crazy, especially where we are tonight after the way things ended. Triple H is one of the consistently most hated heels, and organically people will hate him, you know. And then also at this time, you know, people are starting to say the whole, you know, stuff about, oh, yeah, married into the business with the boss's daughter and everything, and people hated the whole reign of terror. But you think about all that stuff that was going on, people are going like, Triple H is our guy. He's who we want. And I thought at the
Hmm.
time it was good to do John Cena versus Triple H WrestleMania 22 because Triple H at that time was still there. And that's one of the biggest matches you could do. Triple H versus John Cena. I'm like,
Hmm.
let's go. I was really hyped. I thought this is really good for the match. And you do that match with John Cena and Triple H. And I'm hearing like, well, the fans are clearly behind Triple H. You got to put the title on Triple H as opposed to John Cena. And hey, CM Punk was actually in there, and more about that building. And I was there. We'll get to that one later. But holy crap, that match at WrestleMania, like even the night before, John Cena was just there in the Hall of Fame to induct the refrigerator from
William
the
the
NFL.
Refrigerator Perry.
Yeah, yep,
He
the
was part of
refrigerator
the
there.
yeah. Well,
Mm-hmm.
William the Refrigerator Perry.
Yeah,
He was part of the Chicago Bears in the
yep.
1985 Super Bowl winning team. So he was a lot. So
Mm-hmm.
he's a bit of a national, international, but also local legend who got inducted into the because I could tell John Cena always liked the Bears because some of his throwback
Mm-hmm.
jerseys and some of the jerseys he would wear would be Chicago Bears jersey. So, but yeah, during that time, that was a work. This was this is like that early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s era
Mm-hmm.
pro wrestling. We were kind of graduating from a lot of the hardcore stuff into what's called the work rate era
Yeah.
in pro
Which
wrestling,
I think
and this
a
is
lot of wrestlers out there do not like that part of the fan base for sure.
let's see.
Online.
But at the time, this right here was called the work rate era. You know what I mean? Because it was based off of something Bret Hart said in a shoot interview. He said that a wrestler gets graded off of 3 things: look, believability, and let's see, and can they draw money? You know, yeah. So so right there, and also let's see, and also and the fourth and final thing, work rate. But yeah, this is the work rate era. This is the era of ROH, just cranking out like international superstars. Like this is the era that this right here is the era of ROH. This is the era of TNA
Mm-hmm.
wrestling, just cranking out future legends and Hall of Famers. International superstars. This is where we get our AJ Styles and Samoa Joe's, Christopher Daniels, goes from being a job guy in ECW, WWE, the WWF at the time / WWE and
Mm-hmm.
WCW. So Yeah, because people don't know that Christopher Daniels also had a really long storied career. I mean, at one point in time, it was rumored that Christopher Daniels was going to be the
The
higher
higher
power.
power. Yep.
So you sit there and you have all of these work rate guys. You have what's I hate when I forget people's names. Spanky. Yeah, we'll just call him Spanky for now.
Oh,
Yes,
Brian
yes,
Kendrick.
yes,
Well, I think it was Brian
yeah.
Kendrick, right? He was the character.
Yeah,
He was the one who
oh yeah,
played
Brian
Spanky.
Kendrick. Well, we're gonna call him Spanky for now, though, so I can remember him. So yeah. So we have Brian Kendrick. He's improved. He's rapidly improving, and then you have so many guys. And here you have John Cena, who's sort of a throwback to a previous era. Like who's sort of a throwback to a previous era, but he's also a guy who's still really green in the ring, and it's just like he managed to promo and character work, and also play the backstage politics game into his success at the time. Because let's face it, people didn't watch John Cena for a wrestling match. They watched him to see what he was gonna say on the mic. Where this right here is where his the rapper, Doctor of Thuganomics started to die down, and this is where he became, on the internet. His internet name was John Hogan, or Hulk Hogan 2.0. So,
Well,
I
like I said,
mean,
that was a big part of the presentation that had
so,
went away. They stopped doing the rap
yeah,
battles, and now he still had that edge to him in the promos, but
and then
you
so,
know that it's not what we wanted to see him straight up roast him with the rhymes, and now he's
mm,
not, and yeah,
so,
and you're taking away critical parts of his
and
presentation, and
this is
it's like
and this is also when he became the Marine. This
I
is why
remember that. Yeah,
So from that point
that's where he
forward,
started doing the salute.
he would come out and do the salute. He would come out and do the salute, and then he would start the run to the ring. So this is so this right here is him being a Marine. This is him, the Marine John Cena, aka John Trident. That was his character in the movie, right? John
Mm-hmm.
Trident. So he's the Marine, and this right here is he starts wearing like a whole bunch of army stuff, like a whole bunch of camo and stuff like that. I mean, you can't see me starts taking a whole new meaning. So it's just like yeah, and during this time is when he came up on one of his greatest rivals, which is the notorious EDGE. Let's see, EDGE Edge.
Oh yeah, for
Yeah,
sure. That was a big
so
moment.
I
Hey, though,
mean,
let
and
me let
that's
me let me finish up because yeah, before we get to Edge, I was going to say right quick we were because the Triple H thing though was
mhm.
that was interesting. I think that was the really tell sign because that WrestleMania Triple H was where he was getting booed, like Triple H cheered, and it's funny you think WWE would have learned from that experience, but they ended up doing the same thing. I think was it almost literally 10 years later at WrestleMania 32? Was it 30? Was it 28? Or no, that was not 28. That was 30. That was 32, right? 10 years later with Roman Reigns, and they once again positioned Triple H as the top heel, but he would get it cheered. So it's like crazy. They
Yeah,
didn't learn their lesson from
WrestleMania
10 years prior.
a decade later.
Man. Yeah, so it's crazy, but yeah, 2006 though, that was interesting, and I know Triple H in the DVD he said John Cena he really admired was he was willing to take criticism. He asked him how was that match. He says, well, if you want me to be honest with you, you suck. And John he said just nodded his head and said, okay, what can I do to get better and stuff. And he said Triple H said that I think I'm paraphrasing, but he said that stood out to him because he says John being able to take at that high of a level in that position, being able told that he could absolutely that he could take that criticism and want to get better and he did get better through there. That was interesting on there. I thought that was good. He said he thought that was really good about John Cena and stuff. So I remember that. And then yeah, as you mentioned, Manchurizer, when you brought up Edge and that rivalry, I remember shoot, me and you were at the same high school at the time. I remember I didn't because I didn't have did I have cable on the time? No, I didn't order the event at the time on pay per view. And I remember going in. I would go to the library in the morning at our high school just to check on WWE.com and stuff and everything. This is like the extent of me and the Man 0001's friendship, just seeing each other passing by in the library, knowing we both were getting on WWE.com and stuff. But I remember that took you back. Gotta take you how long it's been, man. But yeah, I remember I get on there and I see what? Edge is the champion. I'm thinking like, who won the Elimination Chamber? I'm like, Edge is the champion. And I was like, man, I was so happy. And Edge was our childhood. And of course, they had him drop it in 3 weeks to John Cena. But I think they popped that big rating for the live sex celebration and stuff when Cena came out, and he would just, man, I talk about him being edgy. Like, he still had edgy promos against Lita at the time and stuff. But in that 2006 period, we get to John Cena versus Rob Van Dam in one of the most notorious crowds ever for Cena when he came out. Like, man, the reaction from the audience booing him, and he kept throwing his shirt out there, and the fans kept throwing it back. And I think was it a security guy? He throws it out, and the security guy grabs the shirt, and he wipes his butt with it and throws it back at Cena and gives him the finger. I remember our boy Lennox was watching that. He said, yo, if that's how security feel about you, you are effed, man. You are screwed. Like, this is the security not with the people that he's supposed to be preventing this security doing this act that he's actually supposed to be protecting you, along with the people that are doing that act. He's joining in with them instead of trying to prevent them from doing it. Like, that was insane, man.
Security that night if John Cena won.
Toilet paper. Who knows?
Oh my gosh! See, we don't see nothing. We don't see him. We couldn't see him.
He would have been like,
we couldn't see him.
We would have went like Debo at him at the riot. So you got me if this place turns into a riot? What riot?
What riot? Shoot.
Oh my gosh!
We don't get
shout out
paid
to
to be
3 Days Grace at the time had music out like that. Man, I remember
security of the world, Craig.
Yeah. So I mean, that was interesting with that, but that match with RVD was great, and I was so glad to see RVD get his moment as world champion and become ECW and WWE champion at the time. And of course, the stuff that happened with it is what happened and everything like that. But man, that's where we got in the summer, and boy, oh boy, Edge got the better of John Cena every time. I was so happy to see that no matter what Cena could do, he could not get one over Edge. Edge just kept finding some way, somehow, to get that title back and prevent Cena.
Even went to his daddy's house to smack him in the face.
Oh, dude, I heard that. Didn't he get sick too? They went into like some river and he got sick. Man,
the Long Island Sound.
Yeah, dude, like that rivalry was good, but honestly, looking back on it, it really helped submit Edge into the main event, which I was glad to see. Him and Cena had a great rivalry, and like I said, even though at the time I was not a big fan of John Cena, I was on the whole Cena sucks and boo and stuff, and I was for my guys like Kurt Angle and Edge. Like I said, I have always given John Cena respect. The thing about it is, and you've talked a lot about like his in-ring work ability, and I've never been in the ring, so man, 0001's words hold more weight because he's actually been in the ring and stuff and things like that. But my whole thing is, regardless of that,
I was actually wrestling at this time too.
Yeah, wrestling.
I was not an adult, but I was wrestling at this time. So.
Yeah, and the thing about it, and the whole thing, and I'm not saying I was harshly on John Cena wrestling ring wise, like they say like a lot of the wrestling fan purists was, but I obviously did see a difference in people like Kurt Angle and Edge, and I enjoyed their in-ring. From an in-ring standpoint, I was more entertained by them than John Cena. But I always said this, like, regardless of the cleanness of John Cena's execution of moves and stuff in the ring and things that people also complain about a lot with him, I'm like, John Cena, what is so incredible about him in his matches is he has just an amazing way, despite the quality compared to other wrestlers and stuff like Kurt Angle and everything, he has such a great way to evoke emotion out of the WWE audience, and he's always been really good. He can have these great matches put together just from pure emotion when he's in there with the right guy, the right magic happens, and you see that on full display when they have the blow-off match, the TLC match, John Cena and Edge phenomenal TLC match. Great ending with Cena doing the attitude adjustment, or at the time it was the FU, right off the edge, off the ladder, through the multiple tables. Classic match, and it was the blow off for a while until they rekindled their feud later on, a few years later, back when WWE would actually let these feuds breathe instead of pushing them on every time, because it eventually get to the point like, okay, the match is good, but how many more times are going to do this? So Cena got the title back, and I appreciate that, is that they were willing to have Cena on a good chase, and I think this was the start of Cena's 1 year long title reign from 2006 to 2007, and
380 days as champion.
yeah,
I still remember that.
and you go through this whole feud era with Cena at this time, 2007, he had some good matches with Umaga and the Great Khali, and they kept getting me because at the time, I'm still a little naive. Like, I know wrestling is scripted at the time. I know a little bit about how the behind the scenes stuff works, but I'm still following that whole thing. Is like, okay, WWE is saying you go with what the fans are cheering for, and you go with what comes off believable and realistic. So I'm looking at like, oh, ain't no way Cena's beating Great Khali, but he does. I'm like, oh, Umaga's a savage. Ain't no way he's gonna, like, he does. I'm like, well, okay, he's gonna beat Shawn Michaels, and I wanted Shawn Michaels to get the big win at WrestleMania 23. He doesn't, and I'm like, okay, what is going on here? And that's when I start realizing, okay, now this is why fans will say WWE likes to spin things, and why fans weren't taking WWE's word for certain things like that. But yeah, he had some good matches with Umaga and the Great Khali. Phenomenal match with Shawn Michaels on Monday Night Raw that went almost an hour and stuff. I remember that was great. So during this time, John Cena was having great matches, so that there's no denying in that, and I think Cena deserves respect for that as well. He was having some really classic bangers, pay-per-views and stuff like that throughout 2007, and I thought it was a shame. We got our first Randy Orton John Cena feud at the time, which was a long time coming there, and he lost that match, and no, he won. Yeah, he beat him in there and stuff like that back when the feud was fresh. And this is where Cena got injured, and I thought it sucked, because I'm like, man, if you're gonna have a long title reign, I want to see it end, and it ended before they could have Randy Orton take it off his title. And I remember I was at that show, No Mercy 2007. It was my first big WWE big broadcast show, because I went to a house show before that week and everything. So that was really cool to see all this in person and stuff like that. So you get that, and they're telling you Cena's gonna be out for months. And then I remember I was so hyped for 2008 Royal Rumble, and who's gonna be number 30, and John Cena comes out. I threw my pillow like halfway across the room, like, no.
Hey,
Oh my gosh.
Here's a funny story. So
Yeah.
I was watching Monday Night Raw with one of my little cousins. He was a wrestling fan, right?
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah. So how did Shawn Michaels beat him here, but not at WrestleMania? Let's see. That's what I told him. Sticking with the psychology of wrestling. I said, remember I told you John Cena only has 5 moves? That's it. I was like, yeah. So he ran out of moves, and Shawn Michaels just has more moves than he does. So that's what happened. And another thing is this: before it was called the 5 moves of doom, we would just me and my little brother, rest in peace, me and my little brother, we called it the routine. We was just like, it's the Cena routine. Yep, the Cena routine. Yep, that's the John Cena routine.
Routine, yeah, and I got some more to say about that when we get into the next era of John Cena. And yeah, man, I remember the 2008 Cena came back, and I was hoping Triple H was gonna win his second Rumble and stuff like that. And it's crazy, like the fans, they lit up the whole place. They got a huge pop when John Cena came out. He does the whole thing, and because they exaggerated, or Cena was a freaking freak at basically recovering. And when Cena did that, I think it was after that Cena came into the ring and he starts getting boos, but he ends up throwing Triple H out, and gets his first Royal Rumble win, which I understand they're still pushing John Cena at the time. You want to have him start getting those accolades. So I was happy when Randy Orton beat him the next the next pay-per-view. I think it's one of the most hilarious. And the fact that at WrestleMania, I think it was WrestleMania 24, he didn't even win the title back either, did he? He lost to Triple. Yeah, I think Cena beat him. So it
No
was cool to
belts
see
for you.
that pin there. Yeah, they gave Cena a break from the title, and I was so glad when they finally did him and Batista. I was so hyped for that, to see him and Batista. And that's the thing about this era, is that like I said, I was never a big John Cena guy. Batista was my guy. After Austin Rock left and Brock left, Rock and Austin left and Brock Lesnar left, Batista, that was my guy. And also CM Punk started coming in around like 2006. He was my guy. So CM Punk and Brock, those are CM Punk and Batista. Those were my two guys even through this whole thing. And the thing about John Cena, in 2008, that's where he got injured. When Batista he had got injured again after the big power bomb spot off the top rope, but I think it was another injury. They just used that as a cover up. So that was good. But I enjoyed that match. I thought that match was phenomenal and awesome. So when I look back at John Cena during this period, yeah, there's some things that are not so much meh when it comes to certain matches, but I still had some good moments. It still had some great fun times, and this was the end of WWE's ruthless aggression era. And before we get to where John Cena, and I know Man Triple One's gonna have quite a bit to say about that when we get to Cena's return during a new era of WWE. This is gonna be interesting. Before we get to there, I'll let Man Triple One finish his thoughts, but let me get to some of the chats here in the comments. See, Steve's been commenting here. Appreciate the engagement. He says the only thing I hate about John in 2005 is he debuted the STF move. Oh man, it used to be the U. Yes, the STFU is what it was called. And then STF when we get to our next era here. It was WrestleMania 32. That was when I was having a hard time, so I'm glad to remember. Appreciate you helping out. That was the beginning of "You Can't Wrestle" chants. If I'm not wrong, you're right. That is where that started. This era. Right. 2007, 2008 made think of John was a Superman back then. Oh man, you know what's crazy though? I don't think we absolutely had no idea of what Superman powers were in store for us when we got to the next era.
Oh boy.
2007 to 2008 made me think of John. Okay, this is a repeat of what he already sent and everything. Yeah. All right, Man Troopers and One, I'll let you have any other closing thoughts about this era of John Cena. You know, the last that we got of the edgy John Cena, the last of the ruthless aggression era of John Cena.
Yeah, so like we got this era of John Cena. Let's see. The Royal Rumble, let's see. So the good things that came of this, you know, I mean, and it's a shame that it took for him to get injured, is we got the Apex Predator, the birth of the Viper, Randy Orton.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see who went on to become basically Super Boo the next year. But let's see. I mean, he looked just like him, kind of, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah. But yeah, so we get that, and then we get John Cena, and this is where he was kind of at his weakest for the time, and he went back to feuding with JBL again. I mean, you know.
Oh dang, yeah, I forgot about that. He did.
Let's see, he went back to feuding with JBL. He had a short-lived tag team with Crime Time. And yeah, you know, you definitely have this period of time where John Cena is kind of, let's see, because because I still remember Royal Rumble 2008. I was like pissed because I thought, because all of the dirt sheets, because this is back when the dirt sheets knew what the hell they were talking about. You know, this isn't the dirt sheets of today where it's just like, really, Ninja, really, is that what we're going with? No. This is the dirt sheets of back then when they said some stuff was gonna go down. Some stuff was gonna go down. So yeah, so this is back in 2008. This is back, So I'm just thinking like, yep, it's gonna be finally, my guy CM Punk is gonna get his moment. He's gonna finally win the Royal Rumble, go on to WrestleMania. We'll see. My uncle and everybody. Let's see. They already had the tickets purchased. We was ready.
Mm-hmm.
We was like, yep. We was ready. I was happy as hell the whole day. I had the look here let's see. I had the Austin Powers theme song going on as I was walking around that day. That's how. Let's see. That's how happy I was. Yeah. Let's see. That's how happy I was. I had the pay-per-view already paid for in advance. I knew the code to the digital cable. Let's see, y'all kids don't know nothing about that, do y'all? Y'all don't know nothing about having to know the code and have, I already had the money paid. I already had the code to the digital cable. Let's see, Comcast was going to get that money that month, and I was just like, yep, see, yep. I was sitting there, I was ready. Let's see, I was ready. I was just like, come on now. Let's see, he just lost the ECW title. He doesn't need. Let's see, this means that he's moving in a direction. So, and then what do I see? No, let's see, what do I see? Number 30 is. It's like this in the back of my mind. You see, if y'all ever watched The Higher Power Gets Revealed, this is what I had. I had Jim Ross's, "Oh, you son of a bitch."
Jim
Oh,
Ross was
son of a
involved in that
bitch.
call. It's John Cena. Cena's here. He
Let's see,
blew the
all I
roof
can
off of
think of.
Madison Square Garden. Yeah.
Let's see, all I can think of is son of a bitch. I'm like, oh my goodness. Shit. He's gonna win this. That's all I kept thinking. Yeah, he's gonna win this, and he's gonna go to WrestleMania and get the title again. And then, we get to WrestleMania, and Randy Orton reigns supreme. I was happy. Let's see, he got like what 8% of the vote. 'Cause, this is back at WrestleMania where I think like John Cena got like 50 some odd percent, and Triple H got like
Oh yeah, I remember
John
you
Cena
telling me
got
that.
he
Yeah.
got he got 50% of the vote, and Triple H got like 42% of the vote, and Randy Orton only got 8% of the vote. And this is when they had mobile voting back in the day,
I think, yeah, I
before the
remember you telling me this is
WrestleMania
when me
match.
and you started slightly speaking a little bit sometimes in
So,
passing at the library at
so,
our high school. You would tell me that, so yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
so I was like, so for me, I texted in I texted in Randy Orton for the triple threat match. I was like, come on, Randy. When he punt kicked him and he pinned John Cena, I was like, yes, yes, in your face. They finally realizing it. They finally listening to the fans. It was a good moment. Let's see, and then John Cena was. Let's see, then they had the Fatal 4-Way match a month later. Triple H versus Randy Orton versus JBL versus John Cena, and I think John Cena was like the second person eliminated in that match. Because
Mhm.
he made JBL tap out, and then he got punt kicked. He was eliminated shortly after. So I
Yeah.
was like, yes, finally. Let's see. Before we know it, he's gonna be on Sunday Night Heat.
Wow.
They're gonna
Sunday
send him
Night Heat.
back. They're gonna send him back somewhere so he can learn how to wrestle.
Wow. Oh yeah, they were gonna do that back to the OVW. I
No,
think they were gonna do that.
not back to OVW, but at least back to Sunday Night Heat.
Wow.
So I'm just thinking, like, yes, they're
You have
finally
some
gonna.
high hopes, my friend. Some unrealistic high hopes. Sunday Night Heat.
They're gonna sit before we
Oh, like,
know it.
see, you know what? He wasn't that bad now.
I think he needs to go back. He needs to learn how to wrestle. So like yeah, so then he's getting that. Then they start bringing him back up the card slightly, and they have him face Batista, who's hot off his world heavyweight title program with CM Punk. But CM
Mhm.
Punk had just cashed in the Money in the Bank at the time, defeated Edge, and he's in a world title program with JBL. So they had Batista versus John Cena for the first time at SummerSlam '08. I still
Mhm.
remember that. That was that right there was because that right there that show is significant for so many reasons. Jericho
Mhm.
versus Michaels feud being taken to the next level. Then we get this also the first pay per view of the PG era. It's the first PG WWE pay per view. Look it up. Previous month, which is what the Bash 2008. I don't know why the hell they call it the Bash. Just call it Great American Bash. Y'all not going to
They had the
Canada or the
copyrights.
UK.
Yeah.
Y'all own that. Y'all own all of the names. So just call it the Great American Bash. Why are we just calling it the Bash? It's like, yeah, whoever's in the marketing department, what you're doing here is straight up egregious, my guy. You need to fix that
Mhm.
up. You need to tighten up, my friend. And then John Cena gets injured here, and so does Batista, but his injury doesn't get noticed until later on that year. But definitely, definitely, definitely,
it was, you know, it was a pretty decent match. You know, it was a pretty decent match. You know, I still remember watching it. It's also one of the playable matches in WWE 2K23 with John Cena's showcase mode. So you know what I mean. And yeah, so I still remember that. And you know, but Batista, he came through with the dub. That's right. I didn't even like Batista at the time, so gotta understand. But you know, but you
That
gotta
speaks
understand.
volumes.
Let's see, but you also gotta understand. You know, I looked at Batista as the lesser of two evils. So it was what it was. It had to happen. So it was necessary.
If I
So that it
remember at
was.
the time, though, you were glad that both got injured. You said they can't. You were hoping they would cancel each other out or something.
I hope that I was like for me. I did like for me. I
Yeah, I
didn't
was the
hope they
Batista
got
guy.
injured.
I knew you weren't the Batista guy.
So at the time, I didn't like either John Cena or Batista, but I always viewed Batista as the lesser of two evils. So, but for me, I didn't hope they got injured. It was just, you know, cards fell where they may, and you know, I wasn't going to shed a tear over them being injured. Is what it is. Was what it was.
Man, so if y'all can
But
understand
yeah,
where he's coming from, new generation era, he had Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart. Attitude era, he had Rock and Austin, and then ruthless aggression era, he had Batista and John. So you could see why, yeah, for him it was something. Oh man,
well,
I appreciate you giving your input, man. 001. We're gonna move on to the next era here of Cena. Um, oh boy, oh my gosh. Well, yeah, this one right here. Alrighty, so as you could tell, we still had some fun memories of ruthless aggression Cena, even when they stopped, the rap battles and, there were certain things with the matches. Still had some good feuds, some good matches. But, yeah, I think Cena returned during the PG era, Survivor Series 2008. So yeah, PG era John Cena, 2008 to 2011. Oh man, yes,
oh,
because
man, oh man.
this is right here the ultimate era of the let's go Cena sucks for John Cena. And at this point, me and Man 0001, we're in this point we become best friends and start talking more regularly. We graduate high school and we start our college years. So and by this point, people in our age group at the time, early 20s, we're like, yeah, Rock and Stone Cold were our guys, and we are so done with John Cena and the way they've presented him, and we're like, oh my gosh, like, it's just not fun anymore. And not only that, like I said, even kid at this point, a lot of the kids that grew up, they're now teenagers, and they're looking like, this is not the John Cena I grew up watching. Where's the edgy John Cena? Like they stripped John Cena in this era of pretty much so much of his edge. This is where we started getting one of the most infamous promos that people like to talk about, where I think he was feuding JBL. He goes like, JBL is poopy, and he starts talking about poopy. And this is where I remember him teaming with the Crime Time. I forgot about they had a team in like the Ruthless Aggression era, from, if you may remember, reminded me. But yeah, I think like when he starts teaming with Crime Time, and that's another one, like they kind of stripped down Crime Time from their edginess in the Ruthless Aggression era. And there was just so much that for older fans like us, especially being young adults in our 20s, the WWE product just felt so uncool at times. Like they're trying to cater towards these kids, yet the fact was we were kids when they were more edgier. And it's like, yeah, and I think the ratings were showing at this time. This is where rating wise, John Cena, the package, the presentation of trying to provide him as more of a friendly, family friendly orientated, it shows the ratings were down compared to what they were 10
Damn
years ago with
bad.
Rock and Austin. So it's like, okay, he's selling merchandise, but the ratings don't lie. And you could tell mainstream audience, like people weren't into WWE at all a lot during this period. I remember even when you go on the streets, and you ran into random people. Oh, I remember Stone Cold. I remember The Rock. I remember hearing other people,
Yeah,
even in our high
people
school, saying,
didn't.
yeah. I
and
like
people
Rock
and
and Austin,
also
but they didn't like Cena. There was a guy in my college that I'm cool with, and he was talking about, he's like, yeah, I like watching it back in the day with Rock and Austin, but he's like John Cena, man, yeah, he at this point, the way they were presenting John Cena was turning a lot of people off. Who were maybe casual wrestling, they were being turned off, and then even the people that stuck around, they saw that edge was gone, that edgy side that is, and they were getting turned off and stuff, you know. And like I said, at this point, I'm gravitating more towards Batista's still my guy. CM Punk is on the heavy rise during this period, and so it's like, man, I with the straight edge society thing, you know, that CM Punk was doing, it's like it just was not fun. And this is the period of John Cena where I go like, you know, at least in the Ruthless Aggression era, we had some really good feuds and some good matches. I don't remember a lot of good matches from Cena in this time period. I don't think I do. Like I'm trying to remember, like when I go back of all-time great Cena matches, I'm thinking before this era and I'm thinking after this era. But this 2008 to 2011 period, like, I mean, I guess he had a pretty good, decent match with Triple H, where Triple H got the win back. He had a good match in 2010 with Batista. He had a good series of matches actually with Batista in 2010.
good matches.
And
Let's
there,
see, good matches during the good John Cena matches during this time. If you saw a good John Cena match during this time, you best go play the lottery because let's see, you best go. I mean, as soon as the match concludes, you run out and play the lottery. You go wherever you need to go to play the lottery because that's the way it was. I mean, like you know, like let's see, I could probably name a few good John Cena matches during this time. The match, let's see, the last, you know, I think the last man standing match against Edge at Backlash 2009. That was, you know,
Steve in
that
the
was
chat says the only thing I remember from John
yeah,
Cena 2008 is John Cena.
John Cena, Santino Morella. Let's see,
Oh yes.
let's see. You had that one. Let's see. Then you had to go. You had to get all the
The
way
fact that a
to
historian like the Man 0001 got a struggle for
then
this, that speaks volumes.
let's see, that's 2009. Then you have to go all the way to Survivor Series 2009. Him versus Triple H and Shawn Michaels. You know,
That
and
was
then
good,
we
yeah.
and
Oh, you know
then
what?
we
No, I should remember he did have a pretty good series of matches with Randy Orton. The breakdown match, submission match with Randy Orton at the time.
Breaking Point.
Boy, it was a breaking point. Yeah, he had the Hell in a
Yeah.
Cell match. I remember he beat where Cena lost clean to Randy Orton Hell in a Cell, and me, you, and our boy Lennox were on the phone. We were sad. We were just sitting there like, oh, he's probably gonna lose. Like, oh, snap, Randy won. We were so excited that Randy
Someone
Orton
won the
won.
lottery that day.
Yeah,
That's
and
all
then
I can
after
tell you.
he dropped it, they were
They
playing hot
scratched off their
potato.
ticket.
Yeah,
They scratched off their ticket and said, "My name is not Earl."
yeah, they had the match.
hmm
Then I think it was at what was it? What was that show called, the Bragging Rights show, where they had an
Bragging
Iron
rights.
Man
Yeah.
match and stuff, which was interesting because you, man, 0001 at the time, your whole thing was you were saying to me that they were trying to make at this point John Cena like the Rock and Austin of this feud, but you were like Rock and Austin didn't really need all these gimmicks to make their feud work because you was like this Iron Man match
No.
was completely very gimmick, and they were doing gimmick match after gimmick match, and you're like their chemistry is just not like Rock and Austin and stuff like that. And I don't want
It
to
wasn't.
diminish what Cena and Orton did during this time, and you know, because this was probably like the last best part of their feud up until, I'm gonna say, all the way to 2025, because everything that followed after this, like, yeah, I think they
It
put
felt
it everything they could.
it felt like being stuck in universe mode in one of the WWE games. That's what it felt like, you know.
Mhm.
But yeah, let's see. Then we go to WrestleMania 26. He and Batista had a pretty decent match.
Mhm.
Let's see. Then also in 2010. Let's see. We go. I think then 2010. What kind of good matches did John Cena have in 2010?
I say kind of struggle. Like yeah, I'm not
Damn.
admitting she did have some good matches
Shit.
during this period, but I think a lot of issue was it like even the good matches, like the storylines. Oh my, like that Randy Orton and John Cena storyline, like I could imagine were decent, but the stories, oh, like the whole thing was like Cena would come out and they would boo, and they would start to say things, and I used to call, like, they would try to spin it, like say like, oh, look at that reaction, whether they're booing or cheering, no one gets a reaction like John Cena, and it's like, but yet you weren't saying that when Rock and Austin were in their peak during the Attitude Era, and you start wondering, like, why are they're fighting so hard to spin these reactions like that, and I would wonder at the time, like, like you get to 2011 WrestleMania 27, you go to the fan footage, and we watched it live on pay-per-view with our friends. They booed Cena heavily, and then on all the versions that got repurposed on what is it, DVD at the time, Blu-ray, and the versions that you can find on streaming services now, and most likely the WWE Vote YouTube channel, they have it edited out in cheers. It's like, what in the world? Like, I think they were manipulating, like, audiences, like they were fighting so hard from all the bad reactions Cena was getting, and it was like, man, he was selling merch, and he did a lot of wonderful things for Make-A-Wish Foundation and kids, and like I said, like, nothing against definitely Cena personal, but the way Vince McMahon at the time was packaging and presenting him, like, and he came out with all the different color shirts. Remember, like, The Rock came out, he said, you come out here with your big red shirt, your big orange shirt, looking like a big fat bowl of Fruity Pebbles.
Fruity Pebbles. Yeah,
Like,
and also during this
man,
time, he buried the
wow.
Nexus too.
Oh
Yeah,
gosh, he
yeah.
brought up that 2012. Yes, I was trying to find all the good I could first from trying to think of the Cena era. But before we get to that, yeah, because that's a big issue we need to bring up. But yeah, he did put over Sheamus in that table match at the time, and that was really cool to see Sheamus. Somebody at the time knew, and that's another thing. Like, at this point, the same guys were getting pushed so heavily over and over and over, and we were talking like, y'all need to start pushing some new people, because 10 years from now, what are you going to do? And we saw the effect of that 10 years later when the pandemic hit, but they were relying so heavily on John Cena. I think one of the periods here was 2011, after he got the title back from The Miz. You talk about dullness. R-Truth was like the biggest thing going on in WWE at the time with the heel turn. They had a show called Capital Punishment, and John Cena and R-Truth had the match, and that match right there, if I remember, it was like 15 or 20 minutes of R-Truth beating down John Cena, and he comes back with the 5 moves of doom. And this was the formula that was a lot, and the reason why we're probably struggling during this time a lot to remember the best matches, because that was a lot of what was happening.
Beginnings.
Beating down and 5 moves of doom, and Cena wins, and it's like, and yeah, it's formulaic, because Stone Cold Steve Austin, he had his 5 moves and stuff. He had the bionic elbow from the standing position, the top rope, the Lou Thesz press, punch, kick, mudhole stomp, stunner. But the way they put the parts of the matches in between those moments, even you see this in some of Roman Reigns stuff that came later on. You look at things like, I asked you about Hogan at the time, because you weren't a big Hogan guy, and you said, at least Hogan, you told me, you felt was more versatile in his matches than John Cena. This Cena was like a lot of getting beat down, 5 moves of doom. And then, yeah, 2010, you get to the Nexus thing, hottest thing going. WWE is in bad need of getting some new, fresh, young stars over. And you know what they ended up doing? They end up having John Cena go over after getting DDT'd on the concrete, and apparently that was Cena's decision, feeling that it needed to be a better win. And it's like, oh man, and even Edge and Jericho have come out and said, yeah, Cena regretted that, and he lost like almost 7 years straight, 6 to 7 years straight for SummerSlam afterwards. And it's like, yeah, this period of John Cena, man, just I think it represented what was so wrong with the presentation.
Bad wrestling fan noises.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the thing. I mean, the kids obviously love this era of John Cena at the time and stuff like that. But I think
loyalty, respect, Fruity Pebbles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, there's a reason why when The Rock came back in 2011, we were so glad to see our guy come back and him rip John Cena apart because to fans like us, it represented everything that we felt like Cena was everything that was uncool about what we grew up with, and so it was good to have The Rock back for that period. It was good, and he brought some of the best out of John Cena in some of that because with like John Cena, he brought back the Doctor of Thuganomics promo, and he showed that hey, I can still have that edgy promo when I need to and stuff. And I'm like that's good. I'm like that's why I always wanted to see Cena and The Rock as a match, man. And so yeah, and then like Steve said, this was the time where they brought the rise above hate and stuff, and brother, and they had the one guy that would have like the hate John Cena guy, and what was interesting about this promo, this period is that Cena would lose and he would come out and just be smiling like nothing happened. And it's like what happened to the point where like Stone Cold would get screwed over and he'd come out and then you got Jim Ross like, oh, there's gonna be hell to pay, and also like I'm pissed off right now. Like you didn't get that with John Cena. They didn't portray him like that, and I think people were asking for the heel turn at the time. So yeah, man, definitely I could say probably one of my most sure, rookie John Cena didn't have a lot much going on for it, but this era John Cena, man, yeah, these were some tough times. I think this was an
Sad
era that
wrestling
really
fan
tested
noises.
it tested us that we were truly loyal. But even with Cena, there was
Troopers.
still some good stuff going on in WWE at the time and other wrestlers
And then,
to gravitate. But
and then,
wow,
let's see. But let's
man,
see. And
man, Troops Zero
also,
One. Before we move on to the next era, Cena, what's your comments about this era? We spent many of nights talking about Cena and our boy
so yeah,
Lennox at this time. Like, oh man,
so yeah, so yeah. During this time, it was just like, okay, so I go back to Survivor Series '08.
oh, I know
That
you hated
shit
that one.
pissed. That shit pissed me off. Like nobody, nobody could talk to me at that time. Like at that point in time, I was just like, I was just off the charts, pissed off. I was just like, nobody talk to me. Nobody look in my direction the wrong way. Do not. Let's see. It was just like it was
Mm-hmm.
just like it felt like I felt like I was having a PTSD flashback when that shit happened.
Mm.
Like it felt like it was doom. Like it was just only a matter of time before John Cena just comes in and wins the title, and all let's see, and all of and everything is gonna go back to being bad. And so yeah, so because at the time Chris Jericho was my guy. It felt like the company was gonna move forward with Jericho as the main event heel. But yeah, John Cena coming back and doing that angered me. And then him winning again at WrestleMania 25 for only for him to lose the title back to Edge 3 weeks later. It's like what are we doing here? Like what the hell is the point?
I
Are we
will
just
say that
yeah,
attitude adjustment that he did with Big Show and Edge on his shoulders at the same time, his strength very impressive. I will say that at least the
mhm,
finish to that match very impressive, and I dug the entrance too that he did that year toward WrestleMania
mhm.
25.
It was that right there was homage to Eminem's "The Real Slim Shady" music
Mm-hmm.
video. Like so it's just like, but yeah, I was like, what the hell are we doing here? And
Mm-hmm.
then and then after that, it's just like, you have him, he and Randy Orton would trade the WWE title back and forth on the back end of 2009, and then 2010, he was WWE champion again, and then on
Hey,
top of that, he and
2010, they
Batista.
did that cool spot though where John Cena did the attitude adjustment and Randy Orton reversed it into the RKO through the table.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
Randy Orton
then
was so
that's it.
organically over as a babyface at the time, and they didn't go with it. So yeah.
And then they had Batista get his ankles duct taped to a ring post while he was in the ring. Let's see. And then it was just like that was the end of Batista's full time run as a WWE superstar. So it's just like
hmm
and then 2011. I mean, we're coming up, but this shit was just getting too fucking egregious at this time. I was angry. It was just not. It was not looking good. It was sad wrestling fan noises everywhere. Like, and this is when
We do
this
have a
is
savior coming in our next topic, by the way.
Let's see. Don't worry, we'll get to that later. That's why I haven't spoken of. That's why we haven't spoken of this person yet. Got to
hmm
make sure we
we get into it. It was sad wrestling fan noises. And this is during a time when wrestling fans were gravitating from the message boards and the forums to social media, where
Yeah, social media
you
started
know,
blowing up at this time.
and so people were let's see, wrestling fans were starting to gravitate from the message boards to making YouTube videos. I still remember if you've been in these internet streets long enough, you know who I'm talking about. You know about Spinnernet One. You know about Mark Pearson. You know about
Hmm.
the early days of NoDQ.com. CAW. You know about these things. You see me, I'm an internet OG on this platform. I'm an internet unk. Let's see,
Yeah,
so I
dude,
know.
I started following No DQ around this time frame, and Jeff Meacham
Yeah,
and Aaron
mhm,
Riff, and glad to become friends with him in real life and stuff like that. And
yeah.
I think we didn't follow him until a little bit later, but
Mhm.
Schleg Daddy of OTR Central, even
Oh
Solid
yeah.
Monster, we're doing
And
stuff
then
like
let's
this.
see,
A lot of OGs.
there's another wrestling OG, the Wrestling Roundtable. I still remember him as
Yeah.
well.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Eric Santa Maria and Lawrence Haber and all of them, and Kyle and all of them. It's just like, it's just like I still remember that, they used to have their show, and I used to anticipate it. This is back in the day when 10 minutes on YouTube was a long freaking time. Now
Mm-hmm.
we look around, we see.
Yeah, we
Now
we've
we're
we've
having
been
long
going
time.
almost 3 hours on live stream. This is the norm now for people
Well, this is the
nowadays.
norm when you're on YouTube. Back then, if you could get a 10-minute video in, you were big time. But nowadays,
Oh,
things have changed. But things was moving and shaking in these internet streets now. So, yeah. So definitely. So it was a real trying time for us, But but back then, and also got to shout out to some other internet OGs, Freaking Yaya 88,
mm-hmm.
Gemini 686, now known as Gemini 888, Luke Cage, Assault and Battery, uh, you know, you know what I mean,
Stevie
and
Breach.
Stevie Breach.
He's
Yep,
still
see,
around too.
yeah, he's still around. He's made some videos just this evening.
Hmm.
All of these people, you know what I mean? Like all of these are internet OGs. These guys have been going a long time. Some have faded, went on to do other things in their lives, and you know what I mean. You can't make people stay, but like, hey, during this time is when the internet just started kicking up even more. So, definitely, this right here shows you the longevity of a John Cena's career. Like people have all types of videos and stuff talking about John Cena's 5 moves of doom. He sucks. He just really this right here is just like you thought it was bad then.
Dude, you still got a video
See,
on your YouTube channel of you as a CAW beating up John Cena from SmackDown versus Raw 2010,
oh yeah, back when you
tapping
had
him
that
out with
share
his
feature.
own STF.
A fan submits John Cena. I still
Yes.
remember I got a hate comment on this. I remember this. I forget. I forget what they say. Wait a second. Let me go to it right quick.
While you're looking that
Uh,
up, I will say it is phenomenal. And I guess I never really realized in doing this stream just at how much time has
let me
passed during John Cena. Like I really see
make sure
the
this is on
evolution
me.
of the internet. Like man, like we have really witnessed the evolution of the internet, YouTube, and stuff during John Cena's career. Like wow, yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, and we're seeing the. That's how. Let's see. LOL. Heck yeah. Cena can't see the man. Triple zero. Oh, that was your comment. Oh yeah. Let's see. Ha ha ha. That's what he gets. Sweet ownage. Let's see, and then let's see. Uh-huh. Let's see. No comments here, but yeah. But yeah, I guess that person must have deleted their channel because I don't see their comment on there anymore. But
Mm-hmm.
this right here shows us the evolution of the internet. Just being
Sure,
able to
yeah.
access the internet on your phone at the time was a big deal.
Oh yeah.
Like mobile devices, like if you
Mm-hmm.
got a tablet or a name brand tablet like an iPad or or Android,
You were seen as a big boss,
Yeah,
a
the early
deluxe person.
iPhones and iPads at the
The
time,
iPad.
man. Yeah, it's
Yeah, just so
crazy.
yeah, but
But hey,
so
man,
this let's see.
let's move on to
Oh,
our next era and everything in here and stuff. Appreciate you hanging in there for as long as we have. So yeah, we go to our next one era. Alrighty, so the last of John Cena's full-time run here. All right, so we get to the reality era John
be
Cena from
right back. Get some
2011 to
water.
2027. 2017, yeah, for sure, no problem. And let me read some of these comments though, while we're waiting for here. 2008 John Cena from and the only thing I remember in 2008. John Cena. Oh yeah, Stevie says John versus Sheamus TLC was a good match, but terrible ending. I've heard some people didn't like that
Ah,
ending about him like falling off the cage or
I
falling
loved
off
it.
the ladder and everything. I liked it a
I'm
lot.
not
Well,
going
we're
to
glad
dispute it.
Sheamus won. We were glad to see Cena lose, but yeah.
Nope. Not going to
Oh
dispute
my
it.
god.
Had to happen. Necessary.
Yeah. But
It had to
anyway,
happen.
let's get to this era. Now, this is right here what I consider the turning point of John Cena's career. What happened here is fans are still booing, but as the years go by, they're like, "Oh, John Cena is a really good promo." If they're not having him do the goofy, corny PG promos that I think a lot of fans were feeling at the time, and then you're seeing these matches like, "Whoa, did Cena just do that? Whoa, this match is amazing! Wow!" I think to me, the biggest save and grace in terms of just getting that respect from everybody was without a doubt this era, the reality era of John Cena. And the reality era in general with WWE ultimately made things, I would say, better in terms of where we got. So 2011, we start off this era, sort of kicks off right with CM Punk's infamous pipe bomb promo. And CM Punk was representing everything that so many of us at the time were looking for in WWE. And him and John Cena are having some really good back and forth promos, and it's really well built up. And I was there in person, 2011, Money in the Bank. This is my second time seeing Cena in person because I saw him in 2009 when he beat Big Show. So it was impressive to see him pick up Big Show and slam him and stuff at Judgment Day 2009 and stuff like that. But this is my second time seeing Cena in person. And this is what I've always said. John Cena versus CM Punk at Money in the Bank 2011 is the greatest match I have witnessed in person. And I've gone to a lot of WWE shows since then. I've probably racked up like 20 plus or something from pro wrestling. And man, the atmosphere in that place at Allstate Arena in Rosemont, Illinois, which they built in Chicago, Illinois, it was amazing. The atmosphere for the matches, Cena, the way he got booed and came out with this title head down, the way the match was laid out, the atmosphere, we were so behind CM Punk, and CM Punk gets the win. And even though it was done with shenanigans, the way they did the shenanigans was a very well told story about how Cena wanted to make sure this didn't go down like the Montreal screw job. And this was phenomenal. But what was interesting about that match is I remember watching that match and it's like, boom, John Cena put on a really good match. And you started seeing this thing where people would be like, boo, you can't wrestle. And then they start saying, oh, this is awesome. And they start cheering and loving the match. And I don't think we cannot talk about the importance of CM Punk to John Cena's career. To me, CM Punk is the start of showing that, hey, this John Cena guy can cut some good promos. He's not the PG, corny promo guy that you people might think he is. Oh, this John Cena guy, he can wrestle. He's not the whole 5 moves of doom. And they had such amazing chemistry. I know I talk about sometimes that you do these matches over and over. During this era, they spammed John Cena and John Cena and CM Punk. They spammed them like about 3 years straight from 2011 to 2013. And the storylines, they kind of got very repetitive. I remember going into like Night of Champions in 2012. And it's like, holy crap, this is a WrestleMania quality main event. Holy crap, they're doing the match again. It was just like, what? They just kept getting good and better, and they had just an amazing chemistry. And I think CM Punk is John Cena's greatest rival. Holy crap, even their match they had in 2013 on Monday Night Raw, phenomenal stuff. And we saw a lot of that later on when we get to 2025. But holy crap, that was a really good thing that they have going. And you had your moments where Cena would do the, like, get beat up in 5 moves of doom, but man, some of the promos he was cutting with CM Punk, good stuff here. And then the build up to him and The Rock, obviously everybody's going to point out where he goes, like, he says, I don't need it. He says, I don't, where he talked about, like, I don't need this, just like I don't need my promo written on my wrist. And The Rock goes like, oh, excuse me? Which I think I heard at the time, wasn't that part of the storyline, because they wanted to make sure that it was more balanced between The Rock, who's getting these huge cheers, and John Cena. They were trying to make him look even. They were going for a 50-50 split reaction, but obviously everybody was going for The Rock. Man, that build up though to The Rock and John Cena was so fun at the time, and I think John Cena was on the top of his game promo wise. Like, okay, The Rock is one of the best all time ones in the business, and yeah, you best believe I'm going to show that I can do it. And man, it worked. And those promos that Cena had with The Rock, good stuff. And we got Brock. I remember at the time, all of us were like, you, our boy Lennox, we were like, John Cena should win. He is the future. We thought it was fair. And I will say, John Cena and The Rock gave me more appreciation for Hulk Hogan than The Rock. I think I said in the Hulk Hogan video as a kid, I was like, who's this old guy trying to steal The Rock's thunder as a kid? But now as an adult, I'm looking at this like, holy crap, no, I should have been more respectful of that time frame, because people of the 80s, they're seeing their childhood hero come on against the guy nowadays. So I'm like, this is cool. I'm like, there's this era of these younger generation who are seeing John Cena, their guy, versus our generation's guy, The Rock. And I'm like, we're fortunate to be able to see these two big superstars be able to collide in this era. So I thought that was really cool. And we're like, yeah, give it to John Cena. It's only right. And I remember all our friends, we were in the living room at my place, and man, when The Rock hit that rock bottom 1, 2, 3, we all jumped up and did a group hug, and our friend was cracking up. One of my other friends, he was cracking up and said that was the funniest thing he ever saw. Yeah, it was a bunch of grown men and women just jumping up, and because it felt like such a huge moment. Like, WWE actually took our guy that we grew up with and put him over the guy John Cena. Like, man, like it was such a big, great moment to see. Little did we know that was going to turn into twice in a lifetime. And I thought, okay, they'll just do it at SummerSlam, call it a day, and keep it moving. No, they're going to do it at the next year WrestleMania. Man. And we got Brock Lesnar, which I was there for, came back, beat the crap out of John Cena in a brutal, bloody match. And I remember there was fans in the audience who were chanting, knock him out, knock him out. And then Cena came back and beat him with the chain, and that was it. And I was like, and then Cena like sounded like he was gonna go away, and he no-show, which I should have forgot that PG era John Cena thing back then. What was that where he we mentioned it on the live stream last week for Survivor Series, where he had to join the Nexus, and then he came back. Was like, well, yeah, even though he had to retire, but he's like, well, guess what? I guess I'm gonna go ahead and do it here, because everybody, he said, I'm gonna retire. Nobody likes you, so I can still come on in here. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. They did the Quan Cena thing back then, yeah, the PG era Cena, but this reality era John Cena, yeah, this the feud with CM Punk and The Rock, good stuff here. And of course they put the title back on him in 2013. I didn't think he needed to win that Royal Rumble. Thought they could have given that the ride back. They could have easily put Cena in the Elimination Chamber and won. But that's what they did. So that we got The Rock versus Cena, which a lot of people aren't fun of that second match, twice in a lifetime. Yeah, and that 2013 with Ryback, it was just more of the same thing they were doing, going back to like, the whole Super Cena stuff and everything, and that was killing Ryback's momentum, and he had a lot of momentum at the time, and that's the whole thing. But eventually they got rid of that with I think CM. They went back to him and Randy Orton by this point in the 2013. It was cool. Randy won the undisputed title. But I'll say this was really cool. He put over Daniel Bryan in a phenomenal match, and people wanted to use he didn't want to use his injury as a real life excuse and stuff. And I think we started seeing John Cena on the reality show Total Divas at this time, and the way he treated Nikki Bella and everything. That was interesting. In 2014
he was showing his real self. Yep, see, I knew it.
And then 2014, John Cena got the U.S. title put on him by beating Rusev, I believe it was at the time.
2015.
No, that was 2015. 2015. Yeah, 2014. He got
He was
it was 2014.
Bray
He got
Wyatt.
squashed by John Cena, right? Yeah, he was doing
Let's
the
see.
Bray Wyatt. Oh boy, man, that broke our boy Lennox. That broke his heart. He was so sure that he says no, they're gonna get Bray Wyatt over, and they understand John Cena's the guy to do it. And Bray Wyatt beat him, or no, John Cena beat Bray Wyatt clean.
At
Oh my
WrestleMania
gosh, at
30.
WrestleMania, and it had such a great build up and a great video package with Legacy from Eminem, and I'm like, oh my gosh, and then they had him beat him because the kid was doing some voiceover stuff, and then Cena won all the other matches, so it was like, oh my gosh. So
Oh
you know,
my
you
gosh.
still have the way the booking was done there. 2015 though, he gets the U.S.
And
title
then
put on him, and
let's see,
this is
let's see.
where
But before we get there, do you know what? Let's see. Do you
uh
know what we have to worry about?
what's
Let's
up,
see. Let's see. You know what we worry about, right? He won the
what
WWE title at Money in the Bank 2014, and then he goes
oh
to
yeah, yeah,
he
Brock
becomes
Lesnar.
the first citizen of Suplex City.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see. Eat, sleep, suplex, repeat. Suplex, repeat. Suplex, repeat. Suplex, repeat. Suplex, repeat. Suplex, repeat. I still remember
Mm.
Paul Heyman saying this right here is just basic rockonomics.
Brock
Let's see.
yeah.
Let's see.
That was really interesting, and I'll give Cena credit. They were saying how many top guys would have been okay with letting themselves get destroyed like that, and Cena said that was his idea because he said you just beat the Undertaker, you ended his streak,
Mm-hmm.
something no one couldn't do for 20 years. So you have to destroy me. We have to make you out to be a big deal. Which I'm glad. I'm like, okay, at least to
Yeah.
justify it, you're gonna have Brock be a beast like that.
And then
And that was interesting. And they did that match that they never really went back to a month later at Night of
at
Champions,
Night of
where I guess Cena could
Champions,
look
yeah.
stronger, and it's like they didn't even mention it in their next match that we'll talk about a little bit later. But
Yeah.
yeah, that whole
And
thing with it. But 2015 though, when Cena got that U.S. title and started doing those U.S.
then
Championship Open challenges, which was good for the time, but now I think they become too reliant on that. He started showcasing a lot of the NXT talent with Cesaro, Sami Zayn,
Sami
and he
Zayn.
started putting on some banger matches and started doing more and showing that he's more than just the 5 moves of doom, and like, holy crap, a lot of people I think started gaining a lot of respect for Cena in ring wise. And like I said, he was still
KO.
doing some pretty good promos at the time as well. During that time frame in the mid card, he started feuding with Seth Rollins. They
Mm-hmm.
had a good series of matches at SummerSlam, and I think they got involved with who's the
John
one
Stewart.
actor. Stewart got involved. He gave him the F5 or something like that.
He gave him
So
the
that was an interesting time frame, and even then, AJ Styles finally
titles.
comes to WWE after we waited so long, and him and John Cena lock up, and they have the best series of
Oh,
matches since
you gotta let's see.
CM Punk.
See, this is
Man.
crazy. This is crazy though. On so
Mm-hmm.
many magazines back in the day, people would say we want to see John Cena versus AJ Styles. That's what we
Mm-hmm.
want to do. Let's see. I still remember NoDQ.com.
It was Mr.
They
WWE versus Mr. TNA.
let's see, and what they would call TNA fans back then was TNA soldiers. So
I remember that. Yeah, I remember hearing
it's
those.
the TNA soldiers is taking over. Let's see. So yeah, so I still remember it, and I still remember when he ran into one of AJ Styles. But before we get to that, we also have John Cena versus Alberto Del Rio, and that kind of feud as well. And here's an
Oh yeah, I
interesting
remember that.
fact.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting fact that John Cena's last time holding the spinner belt was October of 2011. Let's see. Yep, I think that was the last time he held the spinner belt was in October of 2011. So yeah, so definitely that was the end of an era. That was the
Mm.
last time he held the very that was the last time he held the very championship belt that he made famous. Last time he held this right
Mm-hmm.
here. Yeah, so it's just like, yeah. And then years later, he would go on to lose that U.S. title to Alberto Del Rio.
kind of giving Alberto Del Rio some revenge because he had beaten Alberto Del Rio for a world title number 13, you know, at Hell in a Cell 2013. It's kind of weird, you know. Numerology lines up there. So then we go, but yeah, so then, as you know, 2015, the U.S. title open challenge. Now, tonight, well, last night at this point, but but
hold on, Steve
for the
says Superman versus Batman in WWE. I agree with that with the CM Punk and John Cena feud, and he says I didn't like what they did to Damian Sandow back then. I agree. Yeah, he was another guy that had great potential. And I didn't like the way they're looking at him. Yeah.
But yeah. So then we had I lost my train of thought here. But yeah, so then we had John Cena in 2015. Now tonight was for he had lost by submission, but the last time John Cena lost by submission was to Rusev in the build up to WrestleMania 31 for the U.S. title. So like
that was before, right, at the Fastlane pay-per-view, right?
Yeah, I think
by
at
technical submission, right? You passed him out, right?
Yeah, he made him pass out. So that was the last time he lost by submission, but he didn't tap out though. But yeah, so John Cena versus Rusev with that awesome freaking entrance. That's a god tier to end entrance. The Tank, he had his woman at the entranceway with his title. This right here is just like all timer. But then you got you see. Then you have so then he goes out there and they put on a pretty decent match at WrestleMania 31. He gets the U.S. title back, and WrestleMania 31, him getting the U.S. title 11 years after winning the U.S. title at WrestleMania 20. So that right there was kind of Then he goes on and he starts the John Cena Open Challenges. So then after he does that, he's got these open challenges on so we got to see some NXT talent being showcased, like you said earlier with Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, getting that first exposure on the main roster,
Yeah.
Yep. Well, yeah. And then also
those were some good moments for sure.
And then also that was a good series of matches with Cesaro as well. Now Claudio Castagnoli.
Oh yeah.
Damn, it's just like wow.
Yeah, man, those are some good times, and the AJ Styles feud that year was pretty much the last big feud he had of his main roster run. That was great. It was fun to see him come out every week. What's my favorite thing to do? Beat up John Cena. To crack me up every time. Him and AJ Styles had some really good matches, but this was like kind of making sure they were going to do it right, because it was like, please don't do the Bray Wyatt thing where they're going to have John Cena basically beat him twice. AJ gets in the win with some dubious circumstance, and I think that's kind of what they did. They had AJ win the first match, and then it was under some dubious circumstances. I don't remember Cena, but the big match that people are gonna obviously remember most for the two of them is SummerSlam 2016, and that was a phenomenal match. And AJ Styles gets the big clean win, and that really helped put him into the main event status to go on and become the WWE champion. Like, that was a feud so good that Vince McMahon was like, oh, this guy's really good, let me put the title on him. And it was so good to see that, yes, AJ Styles is getting the respect that he has worked so hard for, and should be treated like that main event talent. And he was champion for a while, and up until about John Cena comes back in 2017 to get his 16th time world champion, which was another phenomenal match, a match that a lot of people like to notice that Cena and AJ Styles never even left the ring. So that was really good. And at this point, a lot of people were starting to have a different take on John Cena. I think instead they had him in the Elimination Chamber match, and he put over Bray Wyatt, let him get the pinfall. So that was a really cool moment to see and everything. Hey, we were there in WrestleMania 33 for John Cena and Nikki Bella versus The Miz and
It's
Maryse.
a trap.
Yep, I was gonna say you were saying that with Jimmy. Yeah, that the build up to that. The Miz and Maurice were great in that build up. I still crack up with that whole the parodies where Miz was like he'd be like he would talk like John Cena, but like I'm going to be robotic, and he goes like Maurice, he goes tells Maurice, and Nikki would be like I got you a ring, and Maurice goes like. And then he goes like, a WWE Mattel action figure ring. There was so much in the way Maurice would be like, John, oh John. Like that was hilarious, the build up to that. And they didn't do like a big Cena match or whatever they could have done with maybe Undertaker and Cena that year. They instead they did Roman versus Cena. Of course, Taker wasn't in the condition to really compete that well, but yeah, they did that where we got to witness Nikki Bella and John Cena propose and WrestleMania. And I remember, man, 0001, he was like, it's a trap and stuff like that.
It's a trap.
Pretty much, yeah. I remember you were doing that, man, 0001.
Not gonna work out.
Well, unfortunately, things did not work out for them in person. But I'm not gonna be these fans here. Goes like, oh, yeah, blew it, Nikki with John Cena. No, I mean, things happen. People,
none of our business. So yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, for sure. Things happen. People grown. I think what's more important is that John and Nikki have remained good friends, and she's been very complimentary. Cena's gone on to get married and have his wife. Nikki was able to go ahead and have a baby. I know things didn't work out with her, with her husband and everything, but Nikki got to become a mom, and I think that's what's most important. Cena got married, Nikki became a mom. It all worked out in the end for them. So this idea that fans want to keep constantly going ahead like, oh, you blew it with Cena, like, there's just no need for that. They're both at peace. Why are you not at peace out there trying to rub all this in your faces?
Wait a second. Wait a second. You know what kind of problem this sounds like, right? This sounds like
a personal problem.
A personal problem.
Yeah, their own personal problem out there. I'm glad. Congrats to John Cena and Nikki Bella for being in better places in their lives right now. That's what I say. But that being said, getting back to the storyline based stuff here, did not work out there storyline wise though. As the Miz said, him and Maurice's love was real there for that stuff in the story. So it was still good though, and it was a great build up to that match overall. And after 2017, that was about the end of John Cena's full-time run, but not before we would get one of the most memorable promos. Because at this time, as John Cena was being phased down as the face of the company, they were rising up someone else, the big dog, Roman Reigns.
Big dog.
Hey, the big dog. Oh my gosh. Roman Reigns, and I think me and you've mentioned this, I liked Roman Reigns as the Shield. I liked him by himself in 2014. Like people were starting to get onto it. It's like with Cena and stuff, they were telling him like Cena sucks. And he's like, when Roman Reigns is in the building, you're damn right, John Cena sucks. And it was like, oh man, I'm like, this Roman Reigns got something here. Like, he's got to make him be himself. And instead, they try to turn Roman Reigns into John Cena 2.0. And I think at this point, a lot of fans were seeing that, Roman Reigns is not the guy in the way that John Cena was the guy. And it's like, yeah, they gave John Cena some of the ridiculous things to say, like the poopy, but, he always had big charisma when saying it. Roman Reigns, they gave Roman Reigns the line, Southern succotash, son. And it's like, they're trying to make this guy
snivering sellout succotash, son.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. This is one of those times where me and SonGoshuaku will tell you. This is one of those times where you had to be there. Like we said, we've been in these internet streets a long time. This right here was pain. You don't know what pain is until you've seen Roman Reigns back in those times. If you're a new wrestling fan or a wrestling fan that missed this period of time, this was pain. You knew he was good. You knew his potential. But but they never let him be himself. And it was pain. It was like
interesting. We got Steve in the chat says, John learned the lesson. He can look, but he can't touch. The whole theme song. You can look, but you can't touch. Yeah,
Let's see.
oh my gosh.
Here it
But
is. She can't see him anymore, and he can look, but he can't touch. So that's all fair in love and war, I guess, right?
There you go. Which they use now is a lot of promo material, and stuff. But you know what? Though, getting to Cena in this era, him and Roman Reigns get put together at No Mercy 2017, and what I
This
think was one of the
Sunday,
biggest,
no
yeah.
mercy.
No mercy. I still love that. Yeah, Rikishi. Hey, Austin, this Sunday, no mercy. Yeah, I still love that. Oh my gosh, yeah,
They got
I
that
like
on
that
the
feud with Austin
WWE Vault
Rikishi.
channel. Let's see the
Nice.
story. Let's see. So you might want to check that out. The
Yeah,
story
for
of
sure. I got to do
the
that. I'm probably one
2000
of the people that
Armageddon
actually did
channel. But
enjoy some of that stuff with Rikishi and Austin. But yeah, we're keeping it Cena base here
you gotta
tonight.
get back
The
here.
thing though is with that ending. You know, Cena, him and Roman Reigns are doing the promo, and this is where you just start to see how much of a savage and brutal John Cena can be on the mic if you let him go out there. Man, when Roman Reigns is trying to cut the promo and he loses his train of thought, and Cena says, "It's called a promo, kid. You're gonna
Okay.
have to learn how to cut one if you want to be the big dog." And the fans go like, "Oh, I was watching this and show you how much the technology had improved. I was actually visiting my art college and everything at the time that I had graduated to, and I was riding on the train back home, and at the time, you know, now the technology is improved where on my phone I can keep up with Monday Night Raw. Gone are the days like I gotta get back to see what happened on Monday Night Raw. I can literally watch it on my phone at the time, so it's like it's been amazing to see how much the technology involved during Cena's run. And I remember I was on the train, and I was probably everybody else is quiet, but I'm on the train. I'm like, oh my gosh! I'm like, they actually pointing out all of Roman Reigns' weaknesses on the mic. I'm like, dang, and that was brutal, man. John Cena showed that man no mercy, and you had people
Yeah.
chanting Cena, Cena, and I'm like, wow, like where are we living in? We're finally getting a guy that they're trying to push in Roman Reigns after so many years of asking for Cena, and now this is reverse. People are like, no, we want Cena back now. Like, yeah, you tell that Roman Reigns, like, wow, what are we living in? And of
Hey,
course they
let's
have
see.
their first match. Yeah, what you about to say, man? 001.
Oh yeah, and he says the reason why I'm back is because let's see, it's because you're not doing your job as a top guy.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was a brutal
Oh
line.
my
Yeah,
goodness. I see. I
yeah, that
still
like.
remember some of. I still remember some of the memes from the time. It showed a
Okay.
picture of Vince McMahon and John Cena, and it says when your current let's see when your current is speaking back to their ex again.
For sure, yeah, man. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, yeah, man.
When your
That was
current boyfriend
insane.
or girlfriend is speaking to their ex again.
That was crazy. Roman and Cena on that mic, man. That really exposed Cena, Roman on the mic. But they had their match at No Mercy, and the match was a lot of John Cena getting beat up for 20 minutes. He makes his comeback, and then Roman beats him, which is a formula that their matches would follow. But hey, he did the right thing they needed to do. They had Roman beat him, and there you go. Because yeah, Cena didn't know when he was gonna come back because Cena started at this time and period. He and I always will defend Cena on this because people at the time were calling him a hypocrite and everything because of what he would say about The Rock. But he explained, he said he
Hypocrite.
apologized to The Rock. They're like the man triple there one there. So John Cena explained that yeah, he apologized to The Rock for going off script and also calling him a hypocrite for what he was saying about coming in the business but then not coming back or whatever he was saying, because he said he understood now at this point as he was getting older, you can't do this forever and you need to take breaks from it. And he started getting more bigger roles in Hollywood, because I know he was in movies like The Marine, Round, was it like 12 Rounds, the movie Legendary, which I don't think you were a big fan at all. The movie Legendary, I think you hated that he was like that they put Danny Glover in the movie, and you were concerned that would ruin his career and stuff. I think at the time, man,
I didn't think
one,
that was
you
gonna.
didn't like Legendary at all, if I remember right.
Oh yeah. So let's see. So I'm the type of person that will watch something and will give it a chance before I criticize it. I watched
Uh-huh.
that movie Legendary, and it was let's see, it was like a Timu or Wish version of a Lifetime movie, and that's what it felt like. It was one of those cheesy.
Hmm.
It felt like it like if Legendary came out today, it would be straight to Tubi. That's where it would be at right now. It would be a
Mm.
Tubi movie. This is how bad that movie was. You got John Cena in a movie trying to teach somebody how to wrestle.
And this was during a period in time where people were saying you can't wrestle.
That was PG era John Cena.
So it's this right here. It was terrible. It was bad. It was, y'all. It felt like, you had Danny Glover in the movie, and it felt like, this felt like something just that Danny Glover just did, just so he can get a nice little check for for the week. Like that movie
Oh,
was
hey, respect to Danny Glover, all-time legend actor.
of course, all respect to him, but still, this just feels like, yeah, okay, you got him in this movie, Legendary, 12 Rounds in the Marine, and it was just like those movies did more to harm his film career than help it. But then I mean, but then then they had a movie called Blockers, and that right there helped them though. Yeah, so it's just like
Let's see here. We
so.
got Steve says in the chat. Roman should have turned heel after what happened when he beat Taker. He had that audience in the palm of his hands that following night on Raw, but yeah, Vince didn't want to still go with it and stuff.
Hmm.
And then he says, "I'll turn." And then he says, the line where John said, "You should be ashamed. I am a part-time because I can do this as part-time I can do this better as part-time than you could ever do this full-time," was brutal. And wow, yeah, I remember that. That was, yeah, that
Yeah.
was brutal indeed. But yeah, John Cena actually, though, I imagine that those movies at least still helped him for where he would end up becoming in Hollywood, because John Cena would end up getting a lot of big stuff in Hollywood. Mostly, I think he started doing a lot of voiceover commercials for the cars, and then he went up and got some good live action stuff like Fast and Furious, and he ended up carving out a really successful Hollywood movie career for himself. And now, you think of The Rock, you think of Batista, and you think of John Cena, three guys who were able to transition to become big Hollywood stars, and more props to him. And I think he'll do more as he goes along here. But yeah, I defend John Cena on that. He could say one thing, but the difference is he learned. John Cena said he got it now, and he apologized for The Rock. And I was like, I feel like he would be a hypocrite if he was still bashing about that and saying like, "Oh, The Rock shouldn't have gone for wrestling and movies and stuff." But seeing the other day, he said, "You know what? I was wrong. I was out of the ball for that." And he said it several times in interviews and stuff like that. So yeah, I always will defend John Cena on that, because I've heard him say those in interviews and stuff. But yeah, with Hollywood now calling for John Cena, we move on to the next portion of his career, which is the part-time John Cena run, 2018 to
Wait a second.
2024.
Hey, wait a second. You see
Mm-hmm.
the Rock? See, the Rock and John Cena. They should have made a tag team run. Do you know what they should have called themselves?
The part-time players.
The part-time players, because outside of WWE, guess what they making?
Money. Oh, what's that happen?
They say
Millions of
no,
dollars. Yeah,
millions of dollars, millions of dollars,
millions of
millions of
dollars, right? Millions
dollars,
of dollars.
millions of
Right.
dollars.
Oh gosh, that was fun to do and stuff.
The-
But yeah, this is the era where the John Cena sucks chants stop, the booing stop, and now you have
See,
all those
speak for
kids who.
yourselves.
Yeah, the Metro was 0-1. No, he didn't let up on it. But yeah, you had all these kids now who were now they were they were in their early 20s, late teens, and they grew up with John Cena. And to them, John Cena is the GOAT. And you got guys like us at this time who were in our late 20s, going into our early mid 30s and stuff. And at this point, I think a lot of people in our generation, obviously not the man 0001, but my generation, I think they started looking back and going like, you know what, John Cena wasn't as bad as I thought he was. I got a respect for this guy and what he's put into the business and everything and stuff like that. Like I said, I was kind of neutral, and even just going through this retro perspective, it's just a lot of it really does come down to just the way Vince McMahon was booking him. And even to Cena, he wasn't doing a lot in the ring on his part to carry his part in the ring with the whole 5 moves of doom. But I think Cena, though, like I said, when he finally started doing those promos, they let him do those promos where he's not being like the PG Cena and he starts going in those matches, he starts putting in some really good stuff. And I think at this point, a lot of people just had respect for what the man had put through. And then plus, I don't think the way Roman Reigns was booked during a lot of this this portion, even around 2018, some people started warming up around to Roman Reigns. But yeah, at this point, John Cena, I guess I got to mention it because people were making fun of him. John Cena starts to go bald towards the top of his head, and people start making a big deal out of Cena's bald spot. That was usually the biggest talking point. And usually when you look at the matches during this era, Cena is kind of, and I think I'm convinced after watching the bangers he's put on in 2025, Cena definitely always still had it in him for those banger matches, but I think he just didn't maybe want to risk getting injured. And so Cena kind of slowed down. His matches weren't to the level that they were previously. And we got another match with AJ Styles, which was pretty good, but obviously, like I said, the SummerSlam 2016 and SummerSlam 2007, Royal Rumble 2007. Royal Rumble 2017 was there too.
Him. He knows that he's not around, but he's got one match, maybe two, maybe three per year that he can pass around. You better not shout. You better not cry. You better not shout. I'm telling you why. 'Cause Cena Claus is coming to town.
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, you got that whole time frame. But yeah, John Cena this time frame. Nice given that we're doing this live during the Christmas holiday season in 2025. But yeah, you had John Cena at the time. He comes in, he does an old school match with Triple H in 2000, the first Saudi Arabia show, which I actually enjoyed because at this point so many of the matches were kind of like the same and the athleticism was crazy, but it was cool and refreshing to see them do that kind of old school match where they were doing a lot of the tug of wars and the test of strength. So that was cool. Cena beats Triple H. That was their last match. John Cena, they finally have him call out the Undertaker at 2018, and it's a squash match. For years, John Cena versus Undertaker with the streak would have been just amazing electric atmosphere, but this is what they gave us. Now I know Man Triple 01, he was glad he got John Cena get his butt whooped, but a lot of people were really disappointed.
Like, too.
Man, we finally get it though. And this is what they gave us. So even Undertaker was like, "What, you really want me?" And he was like all prepared for a 48-minute match. Cena makes sporadic appearances throughout 2019. Doctor of Thuganomics coming out with Elias when people really wanted him to be Kurt Angle's last match. But
for me, brother.
The old Hulk Hogan reference doesn't work for me, brother. But yeah, they do this stuff, and it's like, okay, this is kind of like the period where it's like, okay, it's just fun to see Cena, and you don't know how much time and stuff he has left. And of course, he has and it's polarizing, I guess, to whether people like it or not. But hey, I thought the match was fun. He has the match with Bray Wyatt at WrestleMania 36 when the world shut down. I think we actually reviewed that the night after it happened on YouTube, Man Triple 01. And I think we liked it how it was like a mine F or something for John Cena, the way Bray Wyatt creatively told the story and got the best of John Cena by bringing out all the bad stuff in his careers and used it to defeat him. So I love the story. I thought I was very entertained by it. We got to see Cena as the NWO being the heel at the time and stuff like that. And then of course he came back in 2021. Michael Cole went absolute crazy for him when he came out to confront Roman Reigns. And what I loved about this is now Roman Reigns, you saw how much he had grown, and I love this thing where Cena came out doing the same old stuff, and Roman, he's now confident, cool, and I thought Roman got him and smoked him on the microphone this time. He said he came out here doing the same old stuff over and over and over, and they're chanting
Missionary John.
Yep, he's like Missionary John. It's like the missionary position over and over. Well, the tribal chief doesn't work that way, and the whole audience stopped chanting one and gave him a standing ovation. I'm like, oh my gosh, like it was cool just seeing him and Roman interact, and like Roman was just like, man, this time on fire, and that confidence that was leading or that was that he didn't have during his first round against John Cena. Good stuff. The match was more or less the same thing. Cena gets beat up for like 20 minutes. makes a slight comeback, and then Roman beats him, and there you go. And then I think John Cena even got F5'd again against Brock Lesnar and stuff after the show and everything like that. But yeah, he came back to help really put Roman Reigns over. And then he lost to Solo Sikoa, and clean as he can be. I thought that was actually a pretty good match. Not to some of the level of some of the bangers we got in 2025, but they didn't do anything with him. Same thing with Austin Theory. They had him beat John Cena, who grew up a big Cena fan, and they didn't capitalize off him. So we get to a point now where they're having John Cena do the right thing. They're having him put over some of the younger talent, but they're not capitalizing off it. It's like you beat him, but then you don't do anything with him. And it's like, okay, what's going on here? Of course, Cena was a part of the big match in 2024, one of the greatest matches of all time. I'm convinced of it. Cody Rhodes versus John Cena. Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns 2 at WrestleMania 40. Like, amazing atmosphere. Yes, I mean, amazing. I think like that match has everything.
But I was there.
Yeah. Yeah, I know they were cold out there for what you were telling us. But John Cena coming out there to beat Solo Sikoa, though he had to interfere and touch Roman Reigns, which I wish they didn't, because I thought only Cody should touch Roman Reigns for the finish. But he gives Roman the F5, and he F5 Solo through the announce table, and then we get thrice in a lifetime moment where he gets rock bottom.
The attitude adjustment.
Yeah, the attitude adjustment, but I remember it was the FU. Did I say rock bottom? Oh yeah, the attitude adjustment or FU to Solo. Both of them basically through the announce table, and then he gets rock bottom by The Rock after their thrice in a lifetime moment at WrestleMania, and he helps celebrate with Cody. So that was a good moment to have John Cena a part of WrestleMania in some way, and then he announces his retirement tour is going to happen in 2025. Overall, this era of John Cena, like I said, it was nice to see him, and he wasn't a focal point anymore in WWE, and he was putting over people and
to not see him.
And I know there were some out there that felt that maybe it was too late for Cena to be putting over. Other people respected that Cena was putting people over, but overall, yeah, WWE was moving on in the right direction, and I think Cena for the most part was being utilized correctly at this stage of his career. Before we move on to the final portion of John Cena's career, what did you think about this part-time era for John Cena, man? 0001.
I feel like I mean, I felt like John Cena, during this time was just this right here was just him just completing a bunch of side quests. It's just like when you're on a video. It's just like if he was a video game character, this is he's just doing a bunch of side quests. This is him just sticking around because I think some people are in doubt. They think they can hold on to certain things forever. They sit there and they think that this right here is just something I can hold on to. Maybe if I come back once a year. Maybe if I come back a few times a year here and there, and so on and so forth, I can just, I can do that. But I feel like John Cena was in doubt, because pro wrestling was one of his first loves, and pro wrestling is, especially wrestling in the WWE, is why he got to where he is, And this right here is his bread and butter. And when this right here was his bread and butter for a while. This right here was what he did for a while that helped him get to where he is right now. And I feel like he came back once a year, every year, because he wanted to show some respect and appreciation for those that helped him get to where he is. But the problem is, you get to a point in your life where it's just like the retirement. You get to a point in your life where the retirement just, it just had, it was looming, and it was just like, it's not a matter of if, but when, because you can't do this forever. You can't, nothing lasts forever, except death and taxes, death, taxes, and diamonds, You know what I mean? Because in life we all get this sometimes we get this idea of permanence, of something being permanent, but it don't it doesn't always go that way, and like I said earlier, it's just like when you're in any kind of athletic endeavor, especially,
one that's combat sports or combat sports adjacent, like professional wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
You get these guys and girls that come in. They start when they're young, or they start and they continue to do it, and they're usually beaten out of the business. Like whatever bit of a warrior you have in you, it gets beaten out of you,
Mm-hmm.
and you get sent back. And you get sent back, and you get these reality checks. And very rarely does someone leave on their own accord. It's just like right now, like we don't know if The Rock is retired or not.
Mm-hmm.
That's how crazy things are right now. Like as far as we know, The Rock is still an active member of the WWE roster while being an executive. While being in
Mm-hmm.
while being in charge of some stuff at a higher level. Like got Brock Lesnar, who part times it every year. Like there's so many people out there, and I think that he was he was in doubt at this point in time of his career and his life.
Mm-hmm.
And coming back and getting squashed by the Undertaker, I mean, that was good for a fan like me. I mean, hey, it was what it was, is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, him getting mollywopped by the Undertaker, and then late 2019. And going into 2020 to start the feud with Bray Wyatt, seeing that happen, it's kind of like a time capsule in itself. Putting over the Fiend, and then 2021 his program with Roman Reigns, that whole situation, and then 2022, not much going on there. 2023, he
Yeah, he
has
did.
his
He did make sure to have a match every year, though. That he that
uh
at least one match every year to keep up with his streak of
yep, and
wrestling at
then
least one match or more.
you know, and then you got 2023, and he's got that program with Theory, and he kind of put Theory under. You know what I mean? By the way, the guy wearing all black at Survivor Series and on Monday Night Raw, it's not Theory. It's Noob Saibot from Mortal Kombat. Understand it. That's see. It's not a mystery man. That's just Noob Saibot. So understand it. But anyways, though. Like I was saying, like John Cena is John Cena doing that, and I think you get to a point in time in your life where you have a hard time letting something go, and him making that choice to announce his retirement tour last year going into
Yeah,
this year was it's what he needed to do, because at the end of the day, none of this stuff lasts forever. And you
yeah,
look at so many people in this business that have a hard time letting that go, because being a pro wrestler, you're traveling 2 to 300 days a year. These people that you're on the road with, they're your new family. They're your best friends. These are the people you're traveling with. You're in another town. Like every night you're in a different town. You're falling asleep in a different bed if you're not falling asleep in your rental vehicle or on a plane somewhere. You live in hotels and airports. That's your homes. You're living in all types of hotels and airports. You're trying to make flights, you're trying to make drives, you're trying to do all of these things. And him going to a more part-time schedule, and then eventually just announcing his retirement is, it's a blessing to be able to know when to walk away from something like this, when to walk away from an athletic endeavor. You have some people out there that continuously love to be around, and they stick around too long, and then next thing you know, they out there and they get knocked the fuck out. In
mm-hmm.
athletics, they're getting outplayed. They're getting crossed over by a younger generation in basketball and football. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you throw. If you're a quarterback, you're throwing too many interceptions. You're getting sacked, fumbled. If you're a lineman, you're not getting through. You're not making as many tackles as you used to, or you're not blocking as well as you did. You get to a point where it's just like, gotta be content with when letting go, and you gotta make sure you have no regrets. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure he's got one regret, and that's not being able to wrestle Edge in his last during his last year in his retirement tour. But
Mm-hmm.
but a lot, but all in all, I think John Cena doing this, and him being able to walk away, it's a blessing, and you know what I mean. I hope that he has a great life in Hollywood. I hope that things work out well for him, because at the end, because at the end of the day, that's what it is. But yeah,
For sure.
we're on our
Yeah,
way to
for
the
sure.
last one.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, good points. So I see that's what you felt looking towards the end of this and era and everything. And yeah, so we get to the final portion of John Cena's career that just wrapped up night at this point because of the live stream. The Farewell Tour John Cena 2025. Honestly, the best year I think Cena's had for most of the part of the few times of last year in terms of matches. So we actually got to be a part of this too. We were there at the Royal Rumble in
Hmm.
Indianapolis. So I'm glad that our boy SMP, I'm not sure if he's still in the chat, but our boy SMP, me and you, we all made the trip out there to Indianapolis. And
Hmm.
man, that was awesome to see that to see in the Royal Rumble. He got a big reaction, and it was cool just to know that I was part of history. Like, I'm glad, like SMP, for example, this is his first time seeing WWE, so I'm glad he was able to see John Cena in the ring before it all called a day. Before he'd seen the call to the day. You not only got to see him at the Royal Rumble, but you got to see him at WrestleMania in the main event, win his 17th world
Hmm.
title reign. So you got to see him twice during this run. So that was really cool. We got to see that in person, and he helped put over Jey Uso. A lot of people are gonna be probably like, not all on big on that, but we thought Jey Uso really worked hard to get where he is, and we were glad. So 4 letters, one word, yeet. Yeah. Oh gosh,
Yeet.
yeet. Yeah, that was great. We were there. The audience loved it. So that was good for Cena. Helping put Jey Uso over in the Rumble. And then the Elimination Chamber. Wow. Like I said, I think it is one of the greatest heel turns of all time. But like I said in my review where I covered the heel run, it's not one of the greatest runs, obviously. One of the greatest heel turns that was followed up with one of the most disappointing heel runs of all time. But man, the way Cena was talking going in there, that it was going to be best for him to be the champion. And the Elimination Chamber match was great stuff. And him and CM Punk going at it one-on-one in that match was awesome. I love that. And then, of course, John Cena turns heel, and he did the way he did it, taking advantage of CM Punk when someone else interfered, when the old Cena would have never done that. And like I said it, I've already talked about it in my Elimination Chamber review earlier this year, talked about it during my John Cena review of the John Cena heel turn. So if y'all want to see that, you can check that one out for more intensive, a more detailed, isolated review of what I thought about Cena's heel run. But yeah, the way they did that to perfection, the way he hugs Cody Rhodes, and then he gets the serious look, and The Rock gives the little throat cut, and from there, John Cena kicks him in the balls, and him and Travis Scott and The Rock are united and everything. And man, we are off to the races, or so we thought. Wow. And then this is where I say we started running into the issues of John Cena's farewell tour. We got some people in the chat want to acknowledge. Thanks for checking out with us, especially this early. And not sure what part of the world you're in, but if it's out here in the U.S., thanks for staying up late with us. The tap out was a terrible booking decision. The tap out symbolizes to millions it's okay to give up F Triple H. Wow. So he fresh in fly 0217 man 0001 laughing at it. He was very well pleased with the reaction. We'll get to that in a bit. a little bit more. Well, we've already talked about the last match, but yeah, there's been some fans that feel that way. Steve says, with this, this is the trash part of his career? Definitely. Wow. Okay, not a fan of 2025. He said it is the greatest heel turn in WWE history and wrestling, probably top 10. Yeah, it is. It is quite a moment. And hey, fresh and fly 0217 wants to know how's that funny. Well, Man Triple 01 will be talking in a moment, but the short answer is Man Triple 01 is not a big John Cena fan. He's been pretty respectful for the most part, but yeah, he loves the finish. So yeah, any fans that feel that way, that's what he's gonna feel. He says, I'm talking to the guy top left. I want to hear his dumbass response. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm talking right now. Stick around. Man Triple 01 will have a lot more to say. But I'm just giving my thoughts here though on the final turn. As far as I go though with this ending, man, the problem here now, a lot of people give the issue out that that The Rock shouldn't have got involved if he wasn't going to be committed. I don't feel that way. I feel The Rock, they did the right thing with The Rock. Bringing him in. You bring him in whenever you can. I think you bring The Rock in. If Rock can be used to elevate this heel turn, then by all means, go with it. That's what I feel. And I don't have an issue with that. The thing is, if The Rock, as he said by his own admissions, that, he's got other commitments, so he says, my work here is done, then it just takes a little explanation. Like they have John Cena come out. He told the audience with the new merch and the music, he says, you want new music, you want new merch. Well, you get nothing because you have deserved nothing. You could have said, you will not get The Rock because you do not deserve The Rock. Would it suck? Yeah. Would it feel like a cop-out answer? Yeah. But you know what? At least you're setting expectations right away to tell your audience on TV, do not expect The Rock at WrestleMania. But they didn't do that. And this is the part where you start looking, and I haven't gone on and stuff with everything about I haven't gone on and everything with when it comes to what was it with John Cena's the heel turn with Triple H. Oh yeah, with Triple H the thing. I haven't watched the Unreal series yet, so I don't know how much of that they really talked about it. But the fact that I saw Chris Van Vliet, Chris Van Vliet was still asking this question. I guess it has not been answered in Unreal, as I haven't seen it. So the thing about this is where I put the blame on Triple H creative team wise. If they knew The Rock had a possibility of not showing up, they should have set that expectation for their audience right away. And yeah, like I said, fans will be complaining, but at least we're going into this knowing that John Cena's not going to be a part of it. But that's not what they did. And the way it came off was almost like, okay, we don't want to ruin it for our audience and think that The Rock, we want them to, have our audience think that The Rock is going to show up. And then when he doesn't, we'll deal with it afterwards. But right now, they kind of did this back in 99. They knew Stone Cold couldn't compete at WrestleMania at Survivor Series 1999. But instead, what did they do
kicked
with
the
John?
can
What did they do with
down
Stone
the
Cold?
road.
Yeah, they made it halfway into the show like he was still going to do a main event, the awesome Attitude Era main event we never got with Triple H, Austin, and The Rock. And what do they do in the end? They have Austin get run over and replace him with the Big Show. And it's like, oh, okay, alrighty. So at that point, that is what it is. I just think WWE should have handled it better. I don't, you hear about wrestling fans being entitled. It's like, hey, you go to a meet and greet and you paid your money. Obviously, yeah, you paid the right to meet that wrestling fan. You still want to be respectful, of course, but you paid the right to meet him. But when you're on the like if you're on the street and you meet a wrestler, you're not entitled to their time and getting a photo. You can ask politely. In fact, the Man 0001 actually at the hotel we were staying at in May for anime convention, he met Ric Flair. Ric Flair was sitting right next to him right where he was having breakfast, and he asked for a picture, and Man 0001 told me that Ric Flair declined him. And Man 0001 wasn't entitled and everything and stuff, and Ric Flair still at least gave him enough time to, while he's having breakfast, to sit and talk to him and everything, and talk about like advice getting into the wrestling business and stuff. But that like my thing, he doesn't owe him anything, and that's the thing. But I think when it comes to what you
Yes,
see
he
on this
does.
product,
He owes me a photo. He owes it to me. I better get it. Let's see. I better
yeah,
get it. And I need to get
yeah,
it now. Right now.
yeah, there are fans like that.
I need it, and I need it now. I need to
Right.
collect photos like their Pokemon cards. I has to have it, and I has to have it now. All right now, Mr. Flair. Please, can I have one one photo, please?
Yeah, man, there's definitely
Oh,
things
that's
about
funny.
it right there. Yeah, there's people who are entitled like that. But if there's something I do think wrestling fans are entitled to, is if you make a storyline and you put it a certain way, hey, that's why we're watching, to see these characters and stories develop. And when you don't
Hmm.
deliver on that, I think fans have a right to feel the way they're complaining. Like I said, it wouldn't have taken anything just to make one line. That way, if you say, okay, you do not deserve The Rock, then okay, we know just to keep it closed up on Cody Rhodes and John Cena. That's what this is all about. When you don't make any mention of it, people are wondering like, what the heck? And when you don't make any mention, and then when you get there, it leaves the open possibility, is what I'm saying. The Rock could have come back and it's like, oh, okay, so John Cena just simply lied to us. Or The Rock doesn't come out. Okay, well, in that case, John Cena at least told us the truth. They didn't do none of that. They just pretended
Uh-huh.
like didn't say anything with The Rock, and people were waiting. Okay, when's The Rock coming out? And then you got the Travis Scott thing, which turned into a mess. People always talk about how he took like 80 minutes. I enjoyed the match.
I
I said in my
mean,
WrestleMania review, I
if
thought,
they knew, like the way I'd
mm-hmm,
book it, if they knew The Rock wasn't going to be there, I'd just be simply like this. I'd have John Cena turn heel on The Rock too, and just be like, The Rock was just there as simply a means to an end.
mm-hmm,
This right here is not a friendship. This is not, me and him are not friends. We're not, compadres. We don't hang out. He was just merely a means to an end. He is He is a top level executive.
mm-hmm.
He's someone who's in power. He just merely had the keys to the castle. This was purely a transactional relationship. So this right here was a transactional business relationship. I
Mm.
see. I parted ways with my soul, so I can be able to get this WWE Championship match. It is what it is. It is what it is. It was what it was. So don't worry about it. Just understand that that's just what it is. This isn't a friendship. This isn't a relationship. We're not best buds. We're not pals. We're not gonna go and shoot the breeze on the side. None of that. This was just merely a transactional relationship. This is a business. This right here is a business partnership. Nothing more, nothing less.
Your answer sounds a lot like what he told Chris Van Vliet, where he's like, "So was that what this was a part of?" He said, "Who gives an F?" He's like, he said himself. He said, That's the thing about what ifs. You're constantly guessing versus what is." And he said, "Well, the what is that me and Cody, kind of had a phenomenal match going around SummerSlam and everything. So he's not really getting the details of that and everything. Like I said, I mean, and then what you said makes sense too, man. One. Like I said, I just thought a simple, hey, you don't deserve The Rock and you're not going to get him, would have sufficed. At least it didn't bring in expectations. But I like the match at WrestleMania from the standpoint that it was a little bit different. I like to see it work a more slow and methodical pace. The promos, I thought the first couple of set of promos where he blamed the fans and everything and talked about the abusive relationship with him was good. But then the issue here is Cena got very repetitive, constantly ragging on the fans, and it's like, okay, we know Cena
Well,
can get downright savage, and there's no reason why can't he just simply do that with the baby faces, but brag on himself and everything. But yeah, we got John Cena got his 17th title reign, and fans hate the match with him, WrestleMania, the 41 match with Cody. I'll say this about Travis Scott, man. He didn't last long in WWE, but you know what? He forever
Travis
etched
who?
his name. It's Travis Scott. Travis Scott forever etched his name. The man who forever etched his name in
I don't know what you're
WWE
talking about.
history. Well, WWE
WWE
history
what?
will always know what I'm talking about, because if
WWE
if you have
history.
a short period of time in WWE, he made his short-lived run in WWE worth it, because he will forever be sketched in WWE history as part of the main event of WrestleMania 41 as a pivotal
Night 2.
part. Night 2. You're right. WrestleMania 41 Night 2 as a pivotal part of that match. He is the difference maker, the reason why John Cena will forever be remembered as becoming a 17-time world champion. It is in the history books. It is forever sketched in WrestleMania lore, and it'll always be there. So, even though he didn't last in WWE, he certainly made his name in history. So, whether you like it or not, that is the definitive truth, and the history books will always show it. The footage is there. It happened. That is what it is. So that's how we'll always have to remember
Travis
John Cena's
Scott.
heel run. Yep. But getting back to it afterwards.
Sounds like somebody
John
I
Cena,
don't know.
Hey, though, it's getting just to mirror what I said in my review, though. John Cena, he gets into the Randy Orton feud. It was good and refreshing to see Randy Orton and John Cena face and heel. And I thought John Cena and Randy Orton had an excellent match at Backlash, and I thought it was good. It was Shenanigan City, but it was the best match I enjoyed from John Cena and Randy Orton in years. And I guess that's how the story ended. Randy Orton in the end was better than John Cena. I enjoyed I enjoyed the match with CM Punk. There was the whole thing where him and R-Truth, they did that whole thing. But they kind of dropped the ball on that. Like, with Aaron Ripa no DQ, they should have had John Cena beat the crap out of R-Truth, like the way Stone Cold beat the crap out of Jim Ross, to really submit the heel turn. That would have got so much heel heat. And like I said, the promos were getting very repetitive at this point. You just wanted. I would have rather him and Cena brag about
that was kind
himself.
of the point. That was the point. He was here to ruin wrestling. I mean, but you have to understand that if he's here to ruin wrestling, I mean, he should have just retired a decade prior. And called it a day. I mean, he had already done it. So, so why would he need to do any more ruining of pro wrestling?
There you go on there. But yeah, it does work in that favor there. I know a lot of people wish they would have committed to the Cena going with new merch and new music. I would have loved to hear that music he made in 2012 with John Cena for The Rock, but they didn't go that route and stuff like that, because they made all that merchandise and they wanted to make sure they were selling it to all the people that they were visiting, and eventually I thought the best part was him and CM Punk. I love when he ripped off CM Punk's promo. Now that was more what he did with that pipe bomb promo ripoff of CM Punk. Those were the type of scathing promos I wanted to see. It felt like we're getting that savage John Cena as a face, but now as a heel, that he was cutting as a face, he's cutting as a heel. And then it was funny. I thought entertaining to see CM Punk come out and do the Dr. Thuganomics thing, and they had an excellent match. Even though they were older and a little slower down, they still had that excellent chemistry. So I really enjoyed John Cena and Cody Rhodes. I mean, John Cena and what was it, CM Punk, especially when he cut that first promo where he goes like, "You'll get your match with me, CM Punk, in Saudi Arabia." And the fans were like, "Oh, that was interesting stuff." And you get to where they basically said, okay, the heel turned to failure, and Cody Rhodes basically made John Cena snap out of it. I would have been okay if John Cena would have been healed all the way up until tonight or last night, just so that way, because I'm like, we got enough of babyface Cena, but obviously this is how they were going to work it. And when we get to that match at SummerSlam, like I said, I thought that was a phenomenal match, probably the best match of his farewell tour. John Cena and Cody Rhodes put on an absolute banger of a classic. Shout out to Fresh and Fly. He said he liked the Randy Orton match. I agree with that. And then when we get to where we get to towards the fall, this is where John Cena starts putting on some of those bangers. Like, wow, okay, Cena still did actually have it in him to put in the bangers. Like, man. And we get to his match with Logan Paul, which people were booing, but I remember this was a match that people were talking about for years. Let's see Logan Paul versus John Cena and at Clash in Paris, because I didn't get a chance to talk about this match because I didn't review it. I was busy on my main YouTube channel where Dragon Ball. And when that match happened, Logan Paul and John Cena put on an absolute banger of a match. It's like, holy crap, this is really good. And he's cut a really good promo, another scathing promo on Logan Paul. And I guess maybe Cena was just too busy trying to be slow and methodical and sound more complaining like and everything as a heel, but as a babyface, he was looking to be more freer of himself and everything. And then of course we got that phenomenal match with AJ Styles, and that one was in the Super Show at in Australia. Man, excellent. And I love how he got AJ Styles that amazing introduction to pay homage to him for TNA and everything and stuff like that. Beautiful moment, excellent match. I got so much emotion when he paid tribute to Bray Wyatt and he started paying tribute to all the wrestlers, and that match was like a love letter to everybody in wrestling. And Cena started doing moves in his last time in Chicago. You see how emotional he got over Cena, how the fans in Chicago were greeting him after all the hate that he got there and stuff. His match with Sami Zayn, paying it back, was great on TV. So yeah, we started getting a few Cena appearances from here. Him beating Dominic Mysterio, great moment. I think that was in his hometown, which I thought that's where they wanted to end it. But yeah, that was a phenomenal thing. Winning the Intercontinental title, becoming a Grand Slam champion, good stuff. I already mentioned at my Survivor Series review, even before then, him doing the 6-man tag match, getting one last fun ride, beating the Judgment Day, and him being with Sheamus and Rey Mysterio, good stuff. I enjoyed that. And then in the Judgment Day match, I thought I ranked it my number one match of Survivor Series against Dominic Mysterio a couple of weeks ago. So I love that, and the way he really helped put over the Judgment Day and gave the girls a cool spot with their finishers and stuff, and helping put over Dominic, something that he's going to be able to brag about. Good stuff. And then we get to tonight where he faced, what was his name? I'm trying to remember. I've been talking to so many people. Gunther, the ring general. Gunther, of course. Yeah, I can't forget Gunther and stuff like that. I've been talking too much tonight, but yeah, the ring general Gunther, we already covered that early on the live review. Like I said, I love the match and I thought the finish made sense. What I think about it, I see we got people in the chat who did not like Triple H's booking on this, but the thing about it for me,
That was the right decision.
yeah, I think it was the right decision. John Cena at the end realizing, he's got nothing left to prove, and he gets emotional and realizes it, and he taps out to Gunther. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, good stuff. So I have no issue with the way he went out. I thought they would have announced him being for the Hall of Fame. But what I will say about where I think Triple H and his creative team, man, could have dropped the ball. This whole heel run could have been so much better. And I think they could have managed this whole farewell tour better on their part. They could have done that. I mean, even doing some repeat matches over and stuff like that they did when you only have so much time left. I definitely think the time management on this run could have been managed a lot better. That's for sure. I definitely think the creative could have handled John Cena's farewell tour a lot better than what it did. But the second half of it, the matches we got was good, and I'm glad that we did get the Cena heel run. Better to have got it than I think to have not gotten it at all. So overall, yeah, we could talk about what could have, what should have been, but I think the second half of it really worked really good for John Cena, and I'm glad he was still able to go out there and put on some banger matches right to the very end. And I think, like I said, I think he got one of the best send-offs overall. So overall, mixed response I'll have for the half thing. So, man, 0001, you are up next. What did you think about John Cena's final heel turn? Before you get started, let me go through some of these comments here. What we got here. Let's see, man. He says, speaking of Ric Flair, Gunther, let me see. What are some of the things we got here? Fresh and Fly says Gunther tapped out. Oh, so many comments here. Triple H botched theories cash in, Cena's heel turn, tapping out, he returned. So yeah, a lot of the chat's not liking this. Gunther's already a made man. Gunther tapped out to Jay Uso. Cena took Cody to the limit at WrestleMania SummerSlam. Cody beat Gunther. How can Cena not? But not only tap out. Yeah, he said F Triple H. Sarvo says, I am no fan of Triple H as a booker, but wasn't this whole retirement tour decided by John Cena? Yeah, Fresh is right that John Cena said many times they try to blame. Oh, how could I forget the Brock Lesnar? I don't know what the purpose of the Brock Lesnar thing was, where Brock Lesnar squashed him. Like, wow, okay, but I guess they wanted to put Brock Lesnar over and everything. But yeah, a lot of comments over there. But yeah, man, 0001, what did you think? You're up. Hey, man, 0001, you up there? Man, 0001, you still with us? Have you fallen asleep on stream, man?
Yep,
0001.
I'm here.
All right,
Yeah.
I see you might be dozing off. I know it's late. You're up with 2025. Yeah, so a lot of chat were not a fan of Triple H. They're giving him a big L. A lot of triple L's we're seeing and stuff. Triple H have some balls. That is what I discovered after Gunther and John Cena match. So yeah, what's your thoughts on this final year of John Cena?
Okay, my thoughts on this year, this final year of John Cena is this. You go into it, and it's the typical John Cena stuff at first, and then you get the heel turn, and the heel turn was just basically done to get a viral moment, and then then it bleeds into WrestleMania, and then after that bleeds into WrestleMania, then you got Randy Orton versus John Cena. John Cena, let's see, that match was pretty decent, in which that leads into the our Truth program, and then our Truth that program leads into you know like yeah leads into John Cena and Logan Paul tag teaming together at Money in the Bank earlier this year. And then we get John Cena versus Cody Rhodes, and then they put on a pretty good match at SummerSlam, and then after that, but before then, John Cena turns babyface, and then we have John Cena versus Brock Lesnar. Then we got John Cena versus Logan Paul. And then after that, we get John Cena and Dominic Mysterio for the Intercontinental title, and then John Cena gives the Intercontinental title back to Dominic Mysterio. My thoughts on this is, his retirement tour was botched, and they didn't handle it correctly. Part of that is, his fault, but another part is, it wasn't handled correctly. But all in all, I'm just glad it's over, and I'm glad John Cena put over Gunther by submission tonight. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's a great thing, Yeah, it's a great thing that you know that John Cena submitted tonight. It helps the next man up, you know. Well, like yeah, you know what I mean. It's it's okay to that John Cena tapped out tonight, because it helps the next man up, because so many people gave their careers, and they put their and they gave to give John Cena his career, and that's how that's how your career gets built. It's based on the people you've been in the ring with, and the people that put you over, and that's what gives you the next step up. Like JBL, see Big Show, JBL, Triple H, Shawn Michaels. Those all of those guys, they gave him the Rock. All of these guys gave him they gave him a W at WrestleMania. They gave some of these people gave him W's at one of the other pay-per-views, and so on and so forth. And early on in his career, Chris Jericho and Kurt Angle gave him some dubs. So it's like next man up. If you're next man up, you got to be willing to be the next man up. You just can't just not do it because for so long we've had wrestlers not passing the torch. I mean, Hulk Hogan didn't necessarily pass the torch to Bret the Hitman Hart or Shawn Michaels, now did he? No. And Stone Cold Steve Austin didn't necessarily pass the torch either, and Shawn Michaels barely wanted to pass the torch. So at the end of the day, it's like it's like this. John Cena did right by tapping out, and that's something I can appreciate toward the end because
Mm-hmm.
it's time honored tradition. Got to this business. You go out on your back, you go out on your shield, and I think Triple H, definitely did a pretty decent job booking this, and I think John Cena agreeing to this booking, was a great thing. But all in all, yeah, John Cena's career, it represents so much of our lives, for better
Yeah,
or
for
for worse,
sure.
Rather if you booed
Actually,
him, you cheered him, or you were indifferent about him, As wrestling fans, this goes from high school and middle school for us.
for sure. And yeah, this brings us towards the conclusion of the stream in terms of what you're saying and everything. Yeah, so I hope that answered your question because I know you were looking for the man 0001's response to Fresh and Fly in the chat and everything with the laughs and all stuff. He asked if you were okay too, and like it's like almost 4 a.m. in the morning Central Time here in the United States of America. So yeah, we've been up for a while. So I appreciate man 0001 hanging in there. But yeah, what you said right there, I think what you said right there, I think works out and stuff. Yeah, he felt your response was bad, but hey, can't please everybody though. You
Yeah,
felt your
his
response was
response was
bad.
bad. Let's
Yeah.
see. My response, that's my opinion. So I mean, like, wait a second. Wait a second. You see, I'm gonna say it like this, like Mr. Perfect said at WrestleMania 10. It's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
There you go. For sure, man. But yeah, what you said about John Cena's career, man, it really does put in perspective, and that's why I wanted to speak to you because just man, so much and even going through this, man, seeing like how the internet has evolved, seeing how everything has changed, just like with me and you, just Cena was a big part, whether for good or bad, he was a big part of why we bonded as best friends and why our other friends bonded with us. Like shout out to our boy Linux who couldn't be on tonight and everything. He had other streaming commitments and everything to make and stuff like that. But would have loved to have him on here so we could talk about that. But yeah, overall, it's just like one of those things you realize with man, Cena was just it's amazing. And going back, I think I really do have appreciation. It was probably just that PG era, man. Like there was still some good stuff during that ruthless aggression era, and then like I said, the late ruthless aggression era and the PG era. And then when you look at everything that else follows, I definitely do think there was a lot of good still that came out of John Cena's reign, which is why, as you can see with the graphics, I can definitely say thank you, Cena, because yeah, it was tough at times with some of the presentation of John Cena, but he's doing what Vince McMahon had told him and everything and stuff like that. But Cena, when he was on his A game, like JBL says, big match John, he brought it in the ring when he was on the microphone and didn't have to do the PG stuff. Boom. I'm all, didn't have to be like the PG, kiddie friendly type of promos. He was on. And I definitely think I got a lot of great moments out of John Cena. He gave me my greatest match I've ever seen in person. A lot of great matches, a lot of great entertainment over the years. And so I can definitely think I'm still neutral on John Cena. I have my reasons, as I mentioned, my issues that I've already put out why I'm not as big of a fan of him overall, and I'm kind of neutral on him, but overall, Stone Cold Steve Austin will still be my guy. He's always to me going to be the greatest and stuff. Like in the chat, Fresh and Fly says John Cena is the four faces of Mount Rushmore, and you know what? I can't blame you if someone feels that Cena's their Mount Rushmore. I can't blame him. what the career scene says. Word says top three. Fresh, can I ask how mad are you about Gunther tapping out? I think he's pretty mad. His debut, Thuganomics, Ruthless Aggression, and PG. So man, we're just getting a lot of good engagement in the chat. Very mad. He literally inspired a generation. He did. So yeah, man, we've been watching since the new generation era. Good for you, man. Triples everyone. You got to see Hogan, Stone Cold, Rock, John Cena, and Roman Reigns. All the big top five faces of the companies that there's been in their prime and stuff. WrestleMania. So that's really good. And overall, yeah, I
Way
do.
or the
Will say that.
highway.
Yeah, I am
Yeah.
going to say that. Definitely thankful to John Cena for all the great moments and just man, like I said, it allowed us as friends to bond over the years, enjoy a lot of good stuff, even in between the stuff that wasn't so good. And yeah, definitely for sure. So yeah, overall, to a heck of a career. John Cena had a heck of a run, one of the greatest careers in WWE history for sure. And yeah, may he earn and definitely get his enjoy his retirement and go on to do even bigger things in Hollywood and stuff like that. You got any more closing moments you got when you just look at the overall career of John Cena, man? 0001.
For me, I'm just glad it's over. It's one less part timer coming in to undo all of the progress made by all
Mm-hmm.
of the full timers of the year. But I wish John Cena well in his next endeavors in life. You know what I mean? Because like I said, it's a blessing to be able to walk away from your career.
True.
It's a blessing to be able to understand and be aware of when the times are changing, and you gotta understand when it's your time to bow out. So so I'm happy for that. John Cena, his career, rather, for better or for worse, provided a lot of great moments for me and my friends. For me and my friends, and it's one of those things where,
Mm-hmm.
like you and I and all the rest of our friend group, and so many friends of mine's online and all over the world, we all got to rejoice. I mean, like, sometimes you got to look at it like this: everything happens for a reason. If it wasn't for John Cena being WWE champion, we probably wouldn't get Edge making it to the next level. We wouldn't get RVD
Mm-hmm.
making it to the next level. Then Edge getting the title again, and then Randy Orton making it to the next level. We probably, you know what I mean, and we wouldn't have gotten CM Punk making it to that next level.
True. Yeah.
You know what I mean, and then Alberto Del Rio's career got enhanced by John Cena being there as well. And yeah, so we got a lot of good that comes from it. I mean,
For
you
sure.
know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because sometimes you gotta take the good with the good, and you gotta take the good and the bad, together. So it's just like, definitely like these moments. You have to, you gotta go ahead and you gotta take what you can get, from the moments that you're given. Because, like, yeah, it's John Cena, like, you know, like, Stone Cold Steve Austin said, like, and during the WrestleMania 19, during the WrestleMania 19, short film, he
Mm-hmm.
said that you're like a gear, and when they get ready to, when that gear gets run out, when that gear gets run down and it runs out, they take that gear off and they replace it with a fresh new gear, and I think. Right now, John Cena's career has provided a lot of good, a lot of moments, even if it's the losing moments of him losing the title. I mean, but SummerSlam 2013, Daniel Bryan, uh, you know, Daniel Bryan becoming WWE champion. Brock Lesnar's Suplex City before it was called Suplex City. You
Mm-hmm.
know, um,
you go to all of the WrestleManias, because we spoke a lot about John Cena in this video, and we got to look at all of the John Cena WrestleMania entrances, because for a while he was coming out with banger WrestleMania entrances. I mean,
Yeah, he was.
first two WrestleManias were just standard John Cena entrances, but then WrestleMania 22. He had the old mafia gimmick, coming out in WrestleMania 23. He comes out with the car. WrestleMania 24, he's got the marching band. WrestleMania 25, will the real John Cena stand up? It's a homage to Eminem's "Will a Real Slim Shady Stand Up?" WrestleMania
Hmm.
26. We got we got the color guard. WrestleMania 27, we have the choir. WrestleMania 28, we got Machine Gun Kelly and everything else. WrestleMania 29, I think that was just a standard entrance. WrestleMania 30, another standard entrance. And this is, but you know what I mean. But for a while, you could see that he cared about his presentation as well as
Oh yeah.
how as to how his entrances went, because John Cena's special WrestleMania entrance is like, when you watch WrestleMania, you watched it for three people's entrances at the time: Triple H, The Undertaker, and John
Hmm.
Cena.
Yep, those are the
You
three.
know,
Yep.
you know what I mean? Because they always bought it when it came down to WrestleMania, and that was pretty cool. And that was a pretty cool aspect of his character at the time, because at the end of the day, John Cena, he had a pretty good a pretty good run of specialized WrestleMania entrances. You know what I mean? And you go to WrestleMania 39, the Make a Wish kids on the stage with him. That right there was pretty cool. Because you had all of these kids, who know, they don't know if they're gonna see tomorrow. You know, like like a good chunk of these Make a Wish kids, they don't know if they're gonna see tomorrow or not. They don't know if
Hmm.
tomorrow is gonna come. You know, they know tomorrow. They don't know if tomorrow's gonna come for them. They know tomorrow's gonna happen, but they don't know if they're gonna be a part of it.
Hmm.
And that was a pretty good one. It was pretty cool entrance as well. So yeah, so John Cena's, he's always bought it with the WrestleMania entrances and stuff. But all in all, what I mean. Like, I'm not a person that gets the hype and the appeal of a John Cena, though. Because it's like, I grew up on watching wrestling. I grew up with Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, and they were putting on
Hmm.
some of the best matches in the world. Then you transition into the Attitude Era, and you got with The Rock, Stone Cold, Triple H, The Undertaker, and Mick
For
Foley,
sure.
and
Yeah,
they
yeah. We
and
we
they
we
and
we
they
um we mentioned those guys earlier, and
and
yeah,
then
that
and
makes
they
sense
are
on that
and those are characters that we connect to, and it's just like
for
John
sure.
Cena had a little bit of that early on, but then it was just like, how do you connect to somebody who becomes the obstacle, who becomes the thing that needs to be overcome, and
Hmm.
plus I think it's partially due in part because we look at that period of time in wrestling where guys didn't hold the world title very long, and guys didn't reign supreme over the company for a long period of time as well. And guys were kind of in and out, because you look at Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock's time at the top of this. You look at Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels' time of this. Bret Hart was from '92 to '97 as a top guy. Shawn Michaels was from '96 to '98, so that's a 2 year run. Stone Cold from 98 to 2002, from 98 to 2001, 2002. The Rock, from 98 to 2003. So it's like, and then we got guys like Benoit and Guerrero, who were just becoming world champions at the previous year's WrestleMania. So we wanted to see those guys ascend to the world title again, and want to see our favorites from the past, get those world titles and get those opportunities.
For sure,
You
yeah,
get
yeah.
a
I
and you get
I
and you
get
get,
what you're saying for
but so
sure.
it's just like, but it's just
But
like it gets repetitive after a while. But yeah, that's
yeah, I
what that
got it.
is.
Yeah. I was gonna say too, just to also, before we wrap things up with John Cena, I'm glad you did bring up all those amazing entrances and stuff. And yeah, like I said, all the stuff he did with the Make Wish Foundation is phenomenal, and he's always been really good with the fans and everything. And I also would say that I forgot to mention that one of my favorite John Cena banger theme songs was "Bad Bad Man." Like I love that that
Bad,
theme
bad man.
song. Yeah, and I love the video they made for that, so I want to make sure I put some respect on that and everything. But yeah, you're right. John Cena's not going to be in our top 10 for fans like us, man. 0001. But
Nope. Glad
I
it's
could.
over.
Yeah, but you know what? I can say it sounds like we're thankful it happened, because at the end of the day, you look at the good and the bad, and there's certainly a lot more good that came out of John Cena's entire run than bad. Vince McMahon had his way; he pushed him at times, but at the end of the day, we got so many great memories we can look back on with John Cena and stuff like that, and matches and everything and stuff like that. And I'm glad that more than anything, NXT was highly showcased. The up and coming young talent was showcased, just like John Cena wanted it. So, and everything. So, I say on both of that, yeah, it sounds like we both can definitely say thank you to John Cena. Hunter Hearst Helmsley, Paul Levesque McMahon has overpushed Gunther and ruined Gunther. I'm supposed to believe that Gunther can defeat Cena when he tapped out to Jey Uso, Yeeter Meat Man 8 months ago. Everybody comes back from
And
something. In the end, thank you,
and
John.
Gunther
You
and then Gunther beat Jey Uso and become world
He did. He
heavyweight
made a
champion
comeback.
again.
Yeah, yeah. He made him tap out. So I mean, hey, he avenged his loss. Avenging a loss is a thing. Yep.
Yep.
In the end, thank you, John. You will be missed definitely, and thank you guys for the wonderful stream. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us in the chat. Thank you all for engaging. We appreciate it. 4 hours and 30 minutes plus. Y'all stayed up into the early mornings with us, so I appreciate it. I appreciate you, man. 0001. Like you were dozing off there for a moment, but I'm glad you're able to hang on. Time for me to get some rest now
Yeah.
too, because I got work in the
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah. I'm not like John
So
Cena who gives up. So
had to get one last dig in there and all that stuff. But regardless of the fact, thank you, John Cena, for all the great moments, even for fans like us in our teens and early 20s,
thank you.
where we were like, boo, the whole Cena, and I ended up becoming more neutral and all that stuff. You still provided great entertainment and moments for us, and for that, I am forever thankful. Congrats on an amazing career, one of the greatest careers in WWE history.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I
So I'm
salute to
gonna
you.
sign it off.
Yeah, I'll
Thank
salute
you.
to you, John Cena.
Thank you. Fuck you. Bye.
Oh my gosh. Man, 0001 still to the very end, not disliking John Cena. Well, I don't I have those same sentiments. Thank you, John Cena, and for a wonderful career. Like I said, the good, the bad, the ups, the downs. You definitely, I think, left the business better than when you started it. So yeah, we will definitely end there. Thank you, everybody, for joining us in the chat. You can follow more of my WWE content right there. You can follow Man001 on his YouTube channel. Links are in the description, along with my other social media platforms and all affiliate links. Until next time, I'll be back for a review live for the Royal Rumble next year. So, Happy New Year coming up to everybody, and take care.
Mhm.